of land and you go to each point and confirm all these different things, then you start to say, okay, well, how does the spheroid claim interact with all of these different places, literally putting up their hands saying plumb and level everywhere you go? This is where I don't understand how we actually will start to almost white knight for the globe at this point. When
No.
valid point,
This is pointing out a completely flawed flat Earth argument, right? So you could just flatten out sections of the globe everywhere, right? And you could build buildings on them, which is what they do if it was a globe, right? They flatten it out until it reads plumb and level. Yeah, and then they build on it. So you could go to any of those places that are being flattened out on the globe and it's going to show that reading. It doesn't prove either way anything. You'd have to show that they're actually, not aligned to each other. If you know what I mean, like different orientation, facing a different angle.
Well,
Not
that's the thing. I do. I see what you're saying because all he's saying is that, well, it's measured level. Global would just say, well, yeah, whatever. So, like, my simple response to that is
Everybody.
probably, hey, what's up? My response to that is like the same thing you said. Like, you can't prove that verticals aren't parallel, but you kind of can't just be like, this proves the Earth is flat. It's just kind of an axiom.
Hmm.
It's not a proof. It's really an axiom. What you're
That's
saying.
why, that's why it's their job. It's the globe's job to prove that they're not parallel.
Yeah. No, I get it. Like, but if we're making the claim that if you take out a spirit level and you go to a block of land, right, and it shows that it's level, and then you go to a different block of land and it also shows it's level there, and that's all of the data that you have, that's not a flat Earth proof. Obviously, it's the axiom that it's flat, but just showing two readings on a spirit level showing that this block of land and the other block of land 500 kilometers away are both level, the globe is going to say, well, how would that not work on a globe?
Yeah, I agree. That's why I wouldn't use it either.
That's all I was trying to point out.
I concur with that.
Well, first of all, like what I keep telling you, level is an orientation. However, level is not curved. It can't be curved and an orientation. That's dumb. It's like they're duct taping two things into one. That's not that's not true. Like when we're asking is sea level curved or flat, it can't be. Like the truth is flat is the orientation itself. The plane is an orientation itself. To say that that's a curved line is retarded.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Really, actually, what it is to beg the question of the globe. Is the only way you wouldn't take level to be level is to beg the question. That's the only time you would do it. We even play with damn. We even play with chat. What was it? Perplexity AI and Temp had a conversation talking about divergent zeniths, and it straight up said if they weren't all working with the same basic principle of a plane, then all of the measurements would be screwed up. They need a baseline. The baseline can't be curved. That's
Yo, hi guys.
What's up, man?
Yo, hi.
Hi. What's going on?
I'm good. Just your voice is. I'm not hear you good.
Yeah? Can you hear me properly or not?
Just wait for me, please.
Yeah, I must say, Eli, you do sound a little bit far, dude. Oops. Maybe that's what he's talking about. But
Oh,
DJ,
that
you
was
sound
me.
good.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
DJ, you sound fine, but Eli earlier.
Yeah, so Killian, like my only point was like just say you had like just as an example, like a disco ball with all the little flat mirrors all over the ball. And then make out like it was huge, right? Like giant, like the size of the globe that they claim. Now, every single section would be flat, right? We don't need to use the term level at all. We could just say it's being flattened out, right? It's a mirror. And you could have a person standing on every section and they could, check with a level that or you know what I mean, with a level that it's flat. And it would be flat. And you could put all of those, like add up every single section of glass and you would get flat, 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 flat everywhere. All I'm trying to get my head around is how would that prove that the Earth is a flat plane in the case of the disco ball? Because it's the same sort of thing. You can just flatten out sections just like the mirrors are flat on a disco ball.
Yeah, but then you'd be able to you'd have to substantiate a drop over distance that would be able to prop up the globe claim, right? The
Yeah,
drop
that I
over
agree with.
distance, and this is what I'm saying to you, that regardless of where you go, the built form, those two principles, feet to the fire, hold us to a stationary topographical plane. Period. There's like literally no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I mean, when I listen to the rebuttals, it only tells me how people track with this subject, because I mean, I've been looking at this, studying. I've been in construction for 30 years, and literally taking this on. When you observe each point, you say, okay, cool. I've confirmed on each building level and plumb. I then go to the higher up we go, the further out we see. That removes the drop over distance that needs to be there for the spheroid to be true. That's all. Thanks for the rebuttal, brother.
Yeah, no, I agree with when you go up high, the horizon should drop away like crazy if it was a globe. That's different than what I was talking about, though. I mean, all I mean is that you could just test all over the disco ball with a level and it's going to be flat, right? Yeah, like you said, to validate that it's actually a disco ball, you'd need to do something more than just test each individual flat section of the disco ball, like the drop over distance or going up in height or something more than just showing the results of flat here, flat there, flat all over the place,
Well,
That's
but
all.
when you do those things, it's kind of like when you were a kid playing connect the dots, right? Connect the dots, la 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 la. You do all these different things. You connect the dots from here to here to here, almost like forcing the line, or quote, forcing the level, if you will, realizing that the observation of level with the construction level shows you the relationship of up and down. The green liquid goes to the bottom, the air bubble goes to the top. We do our best to align that little air bubble between the two black lines, but at the end of the day, that's two directions, up and down, that are shown. And then again, we go from place to place confirming this up and down relationship. From our standpoint, having the drop over distance in order to substantiate the globe claim is where things fall apart. And at that point, we're proceeding upon a presupposition that we're assuming the ground is curving and we just have a whole bunch of flat spots everywhere. And that's preposterous.
Yeah, I do agree with that, Killian. It is, in and of itself, a base principle that is sufficient to rely on, and that's why I was articulating earlier. It is upon them to show that it's not sufficient. It's up to them to show that the ground is curving and that all these quote level spots are all independent over a curved surface, right?
Right, but they're not making the positive claim that all of these locally level spots is proof that the Earth's a globe.
True.
Well, they kind of are, right?
Well, yeah. Sometimes
hold on, Cups. Cups, you're sitting on the fence right now, right? Because earlier you said you wouldn't use this as earlier you said you wouldn't use this as a validation of the Earth's profile. But in actual fact, the thing that we should be appealing to, quite honestly and bluntly, are the buildings. Because buildings are built on the land that we're attempting to investigate. Now, we can go to the buildings. Hold on. Oh, sorry, Elijah. Go ahead, please.
Well, the thing about that is engaging that. Let's say they were smart enough to engage that. In my human understanding, you can have no outcome because you're not doing anything. It's just an axiom. They would say it's just an axiom on a ball. I know that, he's told you this already. But the thing is, when you're having conversation, like, you can't move the needle like that. Like, the question already is the orientation of level curved or not? So you saying, well, level is level, when they already accept level is local, is a wasted argument, wasted time, unless you're going to put some distance that tests the convexity of the surface in the first place. If the distance isn't part of it, then you're not saying anything. Unfortunately, to the diseased mind of Glober, who accepts reification and begging the question. It's just the unfortunate nature. It's not just this one topic that, people beg the question or reify things or anything like that. And that's why people get scammed. And that's why they're scammers. And that's why we're in a big ass scam where there's a way that you can, live a good and prosperous life, but we do the opposite thing because it's the look at this, don't look at the thing that matters. The question of, is the orientation of level actually curved or not? Let's look at this other thing. So instead of arguing about the axiom, which they're perfectly fine with begging the question on top of the axiom, I just want to have evidence that their axiom is bullshit. Because the axiom can't be an axiom if something is contradictory to it in reality. Then how is it an axiom? It's not. Axioms are self-evident.
You're in here the best way to approach a glober and not get them to freak out into refraction, level curve, or any other fallacies.
What? What is it?
I don't know. Is that what we're discussing right now?
No, not really. We're just talking about what measuring or testing a a small surface area and it reading level on like a spirit level or something like that determines whether that is proof that the earth is flat. If you go to different locations, right, and put a level down on a building block and it reads that it's this, that it's level of, aka you're using a level, right? We don't even need to use the actual word level. We can just say we're using a level, right? That's just what it's called, right? To determine whether that small section of the ground is flat. Okay, because they're going to flatten out the ground if they want to build something on it. Okay, so we could go to one building block here and there all over the earth and put down the level and then, okay, write all of those results down. Right? Flat, 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 flat. So we got a whole giant sheet of paper where we've gone to different building sites and we got flat, flat, flat. Now, all of these results showing flat that's not proof that the earth isn't a globe or that proof that the earth is a globe or anything like that, right? That's just checking a small locally flat section. To be able to say that these results prove that the earth is a flat plane, you would have to do something more, like what Killian said before, go up in height or something like that, or measure drop over distance, showing that there's this flat section isn't horizontal to the next flat section, right? There's like a drop over distance.
Right, correct.
Yeah. That's what we're discussing then.
Okay.
That's why they never understand me, everyone. This is why they would never propose that as an argument. Now, you just said they would never propose because there's nothing to argue. So then, how comes they never take it to the next logical step and prove that the surface is horizontal? How come that's only, or prove that the surface is curved and not actually a curving horizontal? Because if they were going to prove it, that's what they would have to do. Well, we've already proved that the surface is horizontal and not curved. So we don't need to accept that,
Yep, exactly. That's why we've got all of the tests, because when they go to test it, it doesn't work out for them. So they either don't release the results or they become a flat earther.
Or they go to their presupposition of the Earth is curving, which means level. It's already baked into their logic. So like, oh no, we live on a globe. So right, it's
which is why at that point we don't let them talk about the moon. We have to talk about that issue, and the only thing that adjudicates that issue is long distance test.
Yep.
That's it. The only thing. So them talking about anything else doesn't validate their axiom. But we want to push that lever because they don't want to. Because they want to talk about everything other than the one thing that would satisfy the proposition. Why don't they want to do that? Because the Earth is not a freaking globe.
Yeah, we got the black swan.
Didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. I don't want to see this. No, I don't want to. Remember Wakey Wakey? Don't show me that. I've seen it already. All stuff that Glover's already come in here and say to us, so we know that she's lying. Because when they come in here, they're like, no, we don't. But she damn sure does sound like Glover's come in here and be like, yeah, I've seen everything already. And then you go, okay, so then what's my argument? And then they don't know shit. I bet you if she were to actually keep talking to him, we would have found out she.
Yeah, I think more black swans, the better. I think every flat earther here should, for the end of 2025, try and find their own black swan. Right, have a unique one of their own, and the more the better, because they're everywhere.
As a matter of fact, yeah. Why can't we do that? Hey, mhm, every silver member and above should have that. I mean, we're not telling people what to do, but I'm saying it logically makes sense. Why would you not do that? Why would you not help out? Everybody who lives by the water, th- why not? I've been thinking about it ever since I heard of Flat Earth. And the moment I found it at Coney, thank you, bro. The moment I found it at Coney Island, that was it. And I found it, why? Because I was looking for it. Every time I was near water, I was like, how can I see far enough? What could I do? No, that's not far enough. Dang, I don't have anything to judge the horizon off of. Don't know if I want to do the Indio thing with the boats and all of that. Boom. Mama's birthday at the beach. And I'm looking and I'm like, wait, that's New Jersey. So what's over there to the left? That's the ocean. Oh shit. How far is New Jersey? Oh, 6 point something miles away. Well, you have New Jersey shoreline. You from the beach, you see everything up to Jersey Shore. And then when you look to the left of it, it's just open ocean. The horizon is somewhere way the F off there. That's my black swan. Got to go back there and document it. I took some pictures, but it's not good enough. But I'm saying that I was looking for it. We can all have that so that they can't just go, oh, this is wavy. We can throw them off kilter by them not being prepared. And you know what happens when they're not prepared? Guess what? They act bigoted because they're going to want to force you to use something that they've manipulated the information of already. When you're like, whoa, 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 I don't want to talk about I don't want to talk- They would have to lie 24/7, 7 days a week. But well, that was a name. But you get me.
There's like an easy way, like we can even get globe earthers, right, that have already made black swans, and we can just find those. Well, what I noticed is when I was sort of snooping around the Great Salt Lake area on Google Earth, well, I think it was just Google Maps, you can drag that little yellow man to places on the shoreline where people have taken photographs. And I found like 5 black swans just in 5 minutes at the Great Salt Lake. So you can just go on Google Earth like this, right? So I've got, I'll just put it in the side chat. Okay, so here's a distance marker. Okay, so when you drag the little yellow man onto this little shoreline here, which is at the bottom of this distance marcation line, there's about 20 different areas on the shoreline where people have taken photographs directly across towards this island over here that's in the distance, right, which is 45 kilometers away. Okay, so that's the target. And then we have the average height of a person, because all of these pictures are someone standing on the shoreline, just taking a photograph across the Great Salt Lake. So here's some of the pictures, right? They're different years, and it shows you the name of the person and when it was taken. So all of these observations are across that distance that I showed in the distance marcation thing. Okay, so that island that you can see, that's the island. It's called Fairmont Island, 45 kilometers away from the observer. You shouldn't be able to see any of the island at all. And if you click into it, you can see, okay, that image was taken by Richard Bukata in May 2020. And you can actually sort of go into live view in Google Earth. You can see exactly how high he is above the shoreline. Like, they're all just standing on the shoreline because that's the only place there is to stand. And then you can pull up, drag the little thing onto the next yellow dot just next to this guy's image and see, okay, All right, so what do we got now? Standing in the same location, right? Sometimes there's less water in the lake. So this one we've got Jacob Clayball, March 2022. He can also see basically the entire island as well. Zero curvature, right? So the geometric horizon should be 3 miles away. It's not there on any of these, right? And I've got about 10 different ones taken by different people. None of them show any sign of a geometric horizon over the entire 45 kilometers, right? Every single one of them, we can see the same amount of the island, right? Completely different years, different weather conditions, different seasons. We always see the same amount of the island, so
Yeah,
you
go
shouldn't
look
be
at
able to see
mine.
it.
I'm gonna try that one. I tried it last year, but I didn't have the right equipment, so I'm gonna go back this year.
Yeah, man. 24/7 has been revolutionary. I think. Sorry. 24/7 has been revolutionary in a lot of things in a lot of different ways over the years. And I wanted to do something more than what we're doing. Um, and maybe even just, having somebody who's good with marketing and stuff, thinking that maybe that would have been, I've talked about that before, but um, it's just what I've noticed is there are a lot of competent flat earthers, but we all use mostly and majority other people's stuff. And people can dismiss us like, oh, you don't know what they did, or they'll be like, okay, yeah, sure, um, these people thing, I guess, but again, they're gonna find a reason to say it's this, that, or the third. I just can't imagine them saying it's refraction for everybody with each individual uh, observation. And then we keep pointing back to them, well, what does standard? It means typical. So standard refraction, that's a bullshit. Because in Snell's law, you have to have light pass through one medium through a boundary, and that's what's refraction. So whatever they're repurposing the term refraction for, the bottom line is with each individual observation, people would realize that them saying refraction to every single thing and then explaining it away with weird weather conditions or this, that, and the third, they would begin to see that, nah, 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 I'm not buying that. No, no. I like this. I want this, because people can just go, what's the black swan? It's probably on the flatearth.ws website at this point by now. You know what I'm saying? So let's take that gun away from them and become individual and kick their ass. I think we're going this all wrong. I was just about to say something. I think we're going about this all wrong. Everybody knows that being right is almost never enough. Right? Like in our relationships, at work, when we went to school and it was the other kid, it's being right has that's not we can't approach it that way. We can be right all day long, but that's not what wins the day. So I'm saying that to say if we did Black Swans and then showed people NASA stuff and PhDs sounding stupid when they're talking to us after that, when people are more open-minded and receptive, I think this thing would explode again. Like they killed the explosion with their little orchid binding thing, right? Y'all know what I'm saying. Didn't kill us, but it definitely changed things, right? Like we need another explosion. Am I am I am I am I making sense? Anybody? Am I just like preaching? Like what?
Well, right now, flat Earth is too convoluted with these esoteric, I call them globers. They're not even flat earthers, right? They don't have any critical thinking. They just go to ice wall and, oh, it could be a globe. It could be flat too. Like, we need more people like us out there on the front foot, kicking ass and taking names and, speaking the truth, right? If you speak the truth, that's the most powerful thing out there, right? So, I mean, too many clowns right now. And I don't know, we got to get out there more. I mean, I know we're on the 24/7 Flyer Discord, but I mean, shit, we can move. Man.
But that's why we are here. This is essentially, that.
This is the training grounds. I think this is the person of the training grounds, right? No other major globers come in here. I mean, once in a blue moon, but I mean, to actually get out and do your own homework, just like get your own Black Swan and start putting out our own content individually. I think that's a positive.
I showed people and demonstrated to people in here, maybe not in here right now, but in the server. When I saw an opportunity on TikTok, I showed people how to get their numbers up without getting banned. You might just get shadow banned eventually. I showed people how to get their numbers up. I showed people how to make money doing it. And I also demonstrated that those TikTok people can be brought into our Discord. But ultimately, I don't think 24/7 as a team had a focus to cultivate that.
No, 100%. TikTok, great.
Maybe we should talk about 24/7's focus. Not obviously not here or not, but like what's on. Like, why don't we do it? Why do we just just talk? I mean, I'm just saying, like, just like we have events, we can make goals every year. We've been fucking talking to use my language. We've been talking to almost 10 years. Some of us.
Yeah, I'm trying new stuff. That's for sure. I'm on Monkey. I'm starting to make a collection of the videos right now. Gotta put them together. But yeah, I'm getting out there solo right now. Trying to do my own little flat smacking thing, and just getting content.
I can send you an invite. I've got like a little server that's just basically like a storage server for it's got like a list of all of the observations, and it's got all of the clips and screenshots, and it's got like citations, and then all of the like the little gifs and everything of like the boats being brought back to view and all sorts of stuff. If you want to use that,
Perfect.
right?
Send her off, buddy. 'Cause, yeah, sometimes it's tough to go to the home server and, I mean, we have tons of information on our home server, but it's a lot to scroll through for.
Yeah, it's not the way it used to be, where, and I think that was on purpose, where you can type in, like I used to be able to go back years by typing in my name and certain keywords, and I can find something I posted or conversations. Can't do that now. So I think we need a way to be able to do that. We knew it was useful, so we have to figure out a way to incorporate that without Discord, since they're not doing it for us anymore. But we liked it. Feel what I'm saying?
I think you can still do it. I mean, I don't use it on the phone, so I don't know if they disabled that option on the phone, but on my computer now, right? If I go to the home server and I type in Elijah, and then I'll type in like let's see.
Type in like
Corey.
2019.
Well, I'd have to type in like a keyword, and then I it'll come up with like a list of like pages, and if I click on like the last page, it'll go back to like, I think it's like 2020 is the earliest it'll go back to. Let me check.
Type in rainbow.
Okay.
That'll pull up the old stuff.
Okay, so we have 42 results. Yep, long time ago. So the last one is the 7th of the 6th, 2020.
Wow.
Yeah.
So all I need is a computer with my broke ass. I'll just like
Yeah.
the phone.
Yeah, man, I hate using it on the phone.
I guess because I don't do a lot of tech.
Yeah, I guess it's what you're used to. Whatever you get used to. All right, I'm gonna try to do it on my phone. See if there is a function.
Because I think India agreed that it was gone, but you just found it. So I'm like, whoa, that just blew my. I'm excited. I'm going to the library.
What happened?
So remember when I was complaining about the Discord function where you could type your name in and then a keyword, and then it'll pull up that conversation? Listen,
Yeah.
that's no longer possible on the phone. But he just said that that's still possible just on the computer. Blew my mind.
You can do it on
He
the
just
phone if you when you hit the search, there's like a little thing where you can like select user. Otherwise, it just gives you a bunch of garbage. I don't know why they did that. They made it crazy.
Yeah,
For
it was
no
so it made sense before. Now it's like, what the hell is this?
Now you have to go in. You have to click the thing, user, right? In user, then type in the username, and then type in a keyword. It's so freaking stupid. It should
All
autocomplete the
right, so
username like it used to do.
I was just ignorant. At least it still works.
That's why when Globers, I'm on my phone and I'm talking to Globers and they're like, okay, show me. And I'm like, man, I'm going to go through all this on the phone to find it. And then they're not going to
Yeah.
look at it. I'm going to waste like 5 minutes of my life for no reason.
Did you hear some of the stuff I was saying, Indio, about my call to action?
No, I just got here. I wasn't listening.
Okay, dude. So I said, we are a community. We move from place to place. That's how we got here. I said, in my opinion, the strongest moments were when I talk about Coney Island or you talk about an observation. Now, let me go back into the conversation where we were talking about level being an axiom. So level is level. But for Glober, and their axiom is that level is curved. Level is just an orientation. How an orientation can be curved doesn't make sense to me. But that's their
Yeah.
claim.
Yeah, I
So
know.
the only way to adjudicate that matter and go beyond them saying it's an axiom and test it, and it's obviously the same way we would have to test that it's flat, because you can't just say, look, it's level here, here's your spirit level, that proves the earth is flat. That's kind of, no, it's flat here. You know what I mean? I guess at best you can say, well, yeah. But when people are challenged to question their cosmology, you gotta and can go deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? So if you go deeper than that,
You cut out, man.
talk about the star.
You're Elijah, you're roboting. Is it me or is it him?
It might be.
He's on the subway, man.
Yeah, what are you doing on the D train, man? Get off the D train.
All right, so 3 options. Talk about the moon. Talk about the stars. Talk about the surface over distance. Which one of those 3 things would adjudicate whether level as an orientation is curving or just the orientation of flat?
Well, they got it out. So here's the out. In geodetic surveying, level is defined not the way they define it. It's defined as 90 degrees from the vertical at the instrument. Nowhere else. It's only at the instrument, like the theodolite or whatever. It's 90 degrees. So however you find vertical with the bubble level or a prism or whatever way they do it, right? The so-called gravity vector, 90 degrees from that, that's level. But it's only valid at that point, at the point of the instrument. This is what it is
And
in
that's why
surveying. That's the level line.
and that's why I said that's fine. That's just an axiom. That's nothing more than an axiom. We don't disagree with that.
True.
We
I
actually
agree with that
also accept.
100%.
So option 3 is the one that tests the horizontality over long distances, at least long enough to challenge 395. That's the only thing you can do. That takes every other conversation off of the table. So
Well,
I
yeah,
propose to flat.
but that's already been
Go ahead.
done. That's the thing. Apocryphon talks about it all the time. They do something
know.
called trigonometric leapfrog leveling, where they just leapfrog, right? They level with the theodolite on a stick. They just leapfrog the stick, take the stick, bring it at the other end, and they just keep jumping, 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 and they create like say 6 feet a 6 feet level line, boom, all the way across. You know what I mean?
So let me try to broaden your horizons.
They
I
can
do
measure.
understand.
They can measure the heights of mountains while leapfrogging. They don't like. But listen, Elijah, if the Earth was curved, then this would be impossible. Literally impossible. There's no way you could do this because the theodolite would keep tilting and tilting and tilting.
Of course.
Right. Every time you leapfrog, you'd get tilted relative to your first measurement.
Amazing. And I'm not being. I'm dead serious when I'm saying amazing. Let me broaden your horizons as to what I was trying to tell the fellas.
All right.
And the
All
ladies.
right.
Oh, fellas and ladies. Speaking of, you know how LGBTQ is bullshit because of the B.
Because of the
Like
B.
bi means what? Bi means 2, right? That's it.
Yeah.
The end.
Oops.
Anyway, all right. So this is what I
Hey,
propose.
had a C for contradiction.
So I said, yeah, it's cool to be right, but in relationships and arguments with your teacher when you know it's the other dude, everywhere, being right is never enough. And let's just equate being right with axiom. I say we have to go further. And I think that we've been approaching this thing all wrong. We know we're right. So I think that there's a point in which people begin to actually take you serious and pay attention. And that's only done with like some of the most skilled conversations that we've had in 24/7, right? So it has happened. We've seen it happen. I'm talking about bottling it up and capitalizing on it. So here's the thing. We've been strongest with demonstrations because all they try to do is wiggle in their demonstration and not talk about ours. Let's just not allow them to do that. So another thing that appears
No, but
strong
that's
on the
even that they only do that like what 5% of the time. Most of the time they're just talking shit. I mean,
but
it's hard to
that's
keep them on the evidence, dude. That's super difficult. I was just talking to Dandelion about this. That like
but, but
so
check it
the
out.
other night I
I
talked to
think,
a well, hold on, Elijah. So I
all right, go
talked to a
ahead.
PhD in here. I talked to a PhD in physics in here, a legit PhD. I
Yeah.
think it was not last night, the night before.
Oh, the other guy.
I could not keep him on the evidence, dude. I couldn't like it was like a struggle. I talked to this dude for like an hour and 30 minutes, man. It was like a struggle to keep him on evidence, man.
So imagine this. The fastest way to get people to see that he's bullshit. That's what's interesting. Because then they listen to you. The PhD somehow, whether he bullshits or not, just like you did in the conversation last week, when you asked them, okay, so the beam divergence is 3 degrees, okay, you're affirming the consequence, so I this, so that, blah, 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 right? And the other point where, like, it was just a couple of things where he was stunned to silence. And it's like, but that's only because you have not, well, I guess experience would be knowledge. You have actual experience. What I'm saying is, as true as what we know, I have 5% shared my experience and 95% just tried to educate people on another experience. For example, the Black Swan in Santa Barbara. So my question is, as good as that is, why can't we, I've been knowing you for like 7, 8 years now, right?
At least,
Why
yeah.
can't we come together once a year as a team and go, okay, let's have a renewed focus. Let's break this down into teams because we don't all have to do the same thing. We're not going to all want to do the same thing. But what can team A do? Let's say I'm part of team A. I don't understand why you and I are the only one that we're not actually. There's DJ and a couple of others. But there's a small percentage of us that can actually give a demonstration of our own of the Black Swan. Now, the thing
Yeah.
that I'm telling you that we need, this little sweet element in my argument that's missing from a lot of other people's arguments, is that I can stop a person from being a bigot to me because because I can actually force them. I don't even have to do it nicely. I can actually force them to treat me as an individual and not as, some group of people. Most people understand that and receive that. Even when I'm being forceful to the Glober, they backtrack and go, okay, you're right. To which I then make a very small portion of the time I've been here and been demonstrating anything, I will present my own case. Now, they've never even asked for any video. I mean, and how hard are you going to push the issue? Anybody can go to the beach that I said I went to and yada, yada, yada. It sounds convincing enough. But why the hell don't I have this thing documented? So what I'm saying is, what if it wasn't a small percentage of flat earthers and at least 40% of us at any given time in here that can force a Glober from being bigoted and forcing them to talk to the individual where they have to actually address their experience rather than go to a hypothetical. That's more convincing than if I'm doing that with Santa Barbara Black Swan to the audience. Simply put, why don't we all have more Black Swans of our own? My team, we should have a Black Swan on hand to you know, at demand, at will, right?
Yeah, I agree. Everything should be based upon the evidence. So something I've been doing, I've been telling these guys, like, I bet you have a flat Earth observation. I guarantee it. That you saw something and you didn't realize that it broke the globe, but you didn't realize it.
I gave that example earlier. The only reason I got the Black Swan on my mom's birthday is because I knew I was going to the beach. But prior to that, I had went to the west side. I went to the east side. I had, every time I was near water or anything with a long stretch, I was like, how can I make this a Black Swan? So if it wasn't in my mind to do that, I would have never found it. So you got to do a little work when you're outside, man. You gotta have purpose to find this thing. When you're at water, you got to be like, yo, this is my chance to dig up some gold here for the team.
Yeah,
Oops.
I agree. Well, I'm of the opinion the horizon distance never matches the globe. I mean, maybe 1 in 10,000 it would match the globe prediction. It never does.
Right. Somehow.
I've never seen any evidence of any glober going, yes, the horizon, this is what the horizon distance is supposed to be. Here's how we measured it, right? Here's this buoy. It's 3 miles away. It's sitting right on the horizon. It's a 6 foot camera height. You know what I mean? I've never seen anything like that.
Yep.
And you could do that, right? You could say, okay, here's a buoy, and I'm going to go along the beach until I get, like, you know, the right distance away. So the buoy should be dead on the horizon and just see.
Yep. Yep.
So hold on, I want to make an announcement while I'm in here. I don't know if anybody heard it 2 nights ago. So someone came in, they'd come in here and we are all in the English hub, and they had brought a PhD in astronomy that does like telescope presentations or something at his college that he goes to. It's not like a big name college. He sent me the name of the person. It all checks out. Is a PhD in astronomy, teaches at the university. So this coming Friday, he said he's going to come in here. Am I in politics? No, I'm in English hub. He's going to come in politics server at 8 Eastern time with this guy. So be there, be square.
Nice.
Yeah. CB with the
He's always on point, man. That couldn't have been
Yeah.
more on point.
I don't know why they think they can wave the PhD around like it's going to do something.
Dude, I know that. I told the guy, I'm like, I'm just going to warn you ahead of time. He isn't going to know anything about this topic. He's going to just be just as lost as you are. He's going to come in with Eratosthenes. He's going to come in with, he's going to research it 10 minutes before he comes here. You know what I mean?
You know what PhDs are? They're pretty hot dumb. That's what they are.
Dude, I can't believe you guys didn't hear the other night, man. This dude.
No, I think I spoke to him after. He had like a female kind of voice a little bit.
His name was Maxos.
Did he have a female kind of voice? Like it was high?
I wouldn't say that. Yeah, it was a little high pitched, yeah.
Yeah.
But he also he had an accent. He wasn't in here, it was in the politics server.
Yeah, we spoke to him. He had one of those Swiss or something. I don't know, something like that. Yeah. We were speaking to him too.
Yeah. So, because I had to leave, I was like, he started. I'm like, you can just go to curve calculator. He's like, no, I'll do it myself. And he's sitting there on mic, like, sine data. Oh no. Try right-handed triangle. I saw. He says freaking babbling on and on, like, bro. Okay. While you do your
Well, Sonny,
calculation, go talk to one of these other guys. Yeah, Sonny was talking to him. Yeah, Sonny
you know
started
what he
talking
did?
more.
You know what he did after that?
No, I haven't listened to what happened after.
He didn't swear the mile.
No way. Maybe he wasn't a PhD. I was pretty convinced he was because I asked him what his dissertation on, and he said right away what it was. And then I asked him, okay, what instruments were used, and he went like right away without hesitation, just went right through it. So either he had that shit in the, maybe he's been asked before. That would be pretty much. They don't usually fool me as far as that goes.
He did all that math to not square the mile. And then
That's
Sonny
cool.
was like he just like this dude that posted that dumbass when he got the specular reflection, whatever he did with it. This dude screenshots and posts it to where like for 30 minutes they're trying to explain to him, no, look, this is what you did wrong. Look, it's right here. It's right here what you said. Yep.
Yeah, I had a real hard time keeping that dude on evidence, man. He made all the silly. You'd have to believe everybody is going like that's where you're going, like a sociological argument. You're supposed to be a PhD in physics. Like everybody's relying on you, and they point to you as like, if you talk to a PhD, they would. And now you're making a sociological argument, same stupid argument they would make. Why would they lie? That crap. Just silly. He said, why wouldn't any other scientist do it? And I said, well, why don't you do it? He was like, well, I don't have time. Like, yeah, okay, maybe that's the reason. I mean, the dude was cooking himself. I didn't even have to cook him. I'll post the audio up. I already clipped it. So maybe I'll put it on YouTube or something. When this place is dead, I'll play the audio or something.
Yeah. He was terrible.
Like 2 PhDs now in a week, and I'm seriously unimpressed. But, it does. I've been saying probably for like a month and a half now that we need better opponents. The likes of McToon and all those doofuses, they drag us down. No one's ever going to take us seriously if we're skipping rope with those guys. I'm not double dutching with those guys. I want people, the actual people that are relied upon, that everybody says, well, talk to a PhD, talk to a scientist, talk to this. Okay, I'm going to show you we talk to them, and they're just as ignorant about this topic as you are.
Does a PhD mean you teach, or you just got a PhD? Like, are some of these guys claiming they're teachers, or they just have a PhD?
Yeah, what does PhD stand for?
Piled high and deep, or pause?
Yes, piled higher and deeper.
Well, just like Myron did like a campus debate yesterday, and I realized a lot of people would come up to the mic and be like, so like, what's your credentials? Like, and so it makes sense why the Globers would come up and be like, so like, do you guys talk to PhDs? Like, they think that the credential is the thing, Like it is. Myron was like, do I have to be like a mathematician to say 2 + 2 is 4? Credentials are not the end all be all.
Yeah, I always
Yeah,
went with
definitely not.
I always went with poor, hopeless, and desperate, because most of them are, right? They're racked up with hundreds of thousands of debt for all their education. You know, it's a sad state of affairs, but they've got all the accolades, so at least they got something.
I mean,
No, you're right. They're poor and desperate, man. I've seen a lot of stuff like PhDs on YouTube going, "This is the dumbest thing I ever done," because they invested so much time and effort into basically nothing. You know what I mean? It's like the juice wasn't worth the squeeze.
Because most of them, all they can do is teach, right? After that,
Exactly.
so if there's no teaching
You're not
jobs
even supposed.
open,
You're not
know?
even supposed to get a PhD unless your dissertation is on something new and novel. It shouldn't be rehashing something that already happened. It should be
So they-
it should be new, like a new discovery.
Huh?
I understand that. Which is they can't hold up to that standard, obviously. But they can't talk to us because then they wouldn't have a job, and they can't have at least the prospect of a job go away with all that debt. Damn, I feel bad, man.
It
And they're
depends
dumb.
on it depends on their level, right? So if they're like an associate professor or something like that, or a post grad, yeah, they could put themselves in jeopardy. But if they got tenure, like you can't be fired. You can pretty much say whatever the hell you want. But that takes a while. You know what I mean?
yeah, they just wave it around. Oh, I have a PhD, and like it seems like people bow down to that. They're like, oh wow, you must be like so advanced. So you're just so far ahead of me. Like, so I'll just like sit down and listen to what you say. Yeah.
Me and Mary Mom were actually talking about this, like the difference between a PhD and a master's. Like PhD just takes like so you have like your course requirements. In my experience, people with masters are more competent in their expertise than the PhDs are. And I think it's because masters have to take more of that particular um, subject, say electrical engineering. They have to take like 6 courses at like the what's called 300 level. Whereas I think the PhD only has to take 4 of those, and then they take 4 of an upper level. But the upper level is very particular, meaning it's like a subset. So their knowledge isn't broad; it's very narrow in a very particularized part of, like, say, electromagnetism. Right? They'll be experts in like the magnetic moment of the electron, but they couldn't frickin' wire an outlet.
Damn.
Dude, check this out. Say you had an electrician show up at your house in a PhD uh, in electromagnetism. Who would you have wire your house?
Not the PhD, definitely not. I mean, even Will Duffy was talking. He did that little final goodbye to flat Earth or whatever, and it's like he was asking somebody,
Please
"Where?"
hope he's not lying.
He said, "How come the flat Earth doesn't have any PhDs?" And the guy, I don't know, well, they bring on the weirdest flat earthers or what, if they're even actual flat earthers. He's like, I don't know. You guys have them all. I'm like, what does that even matter? We probably do have PhDs. Like, I mean, I don't know anyone directly, but
Is there PhDs in Globe?
I mean, they're claiming there are. Freaking Mr. No Hands being one of them, I guess. Are there any flat Earth PhDs that you know of? Not that that really matters, though. I mean, that was a
Yeah.
stupid. Yeah, that's a dumb
Yeah,
question.
there is.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. John D.
Oh yeah. The guy was like, I don't
There's
know.
another one too.
That's a good point you make there, Duffy.
Oh, Mike
Oh,
Heffron.
come on, bro.
Mike Heffron. He's Dr. Mike Heffron. He's I don't know, the Rob Parks dude. He might be on the fence. I don't know.
Parks.
Mike Heffron, the dude that hangs out with the ether lads. that did the Celestial Theodolite. You guys probably don't know about it. You guys ain't really following it. To be honest, I'm not really following it myself. But so he's a PhD in physics. There's a possibility that Jay Tolman has a PhD. Possibility. But he's probably got a master's in something. Masters is, in my experience, they're more competent than PhDs. Their knowledge is broader. But at this point in time, PhDs is more about money than it is about competency. I mean,
It's like
the entire academic system is like they want everybody to go into college. So the more people, you know what I mean? You're not like in the past, you would just get an elite pool, but now it's just like they push everybody into college. This is just a money making enterprise at this point.
It seems like it's a lot for clout too. Just to
Well, that's what
say,
it is.
people hear PhD and they like literally get down and start bowing down, like kissing the ground and stuff.
Dude, I've heard I'm a PhD. I've heard,
Oh yeah.
I've heard women with like I got 3 PhDs and 2 masters. I'm highly educated.
I'm a
You
PhD.
talk like a freaking monkey.
I'm a PhD.
Like you got 3 PhDs and 2 masters and you're chimping out.
Yeah,
Dude,
like that.
it was a lady on CNN. She said, I got 3 PhDs and masters. I'm highly educated. She was saying the stupidest stuff, dude.
I'm a PhD.
Literally the stupidest stuff. PhD in what? Social work? Women's
You know who
studies?
Underwater.
you know, I don't think we watched or paid attention enough. But wasn't the woman that Witsit and Kai debated credentialed? Like I would like you to play that debate, if we can call it
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
the debate when it was like 2 versus 2, and it was Kai and Witsit versus some dude who was stupid as hell.
Oh,
And this
yeah, it was
woman,
a guy and a girl. I remember that. Yeah. I
and
didn't
she
watch
was
it. I don't know.
actually yeah, she was very cool, very chill. Wasn't She wasn't an anti-fighter. She was just somebody who got picked on the fly, I guess, for her credentials, and was having an honest conversation. Now, one of the things that they talked about is the moon, and she said something to the effect of, "This might be hard to believe, but this is what we think." Something like, you don't have to accept it is a belief or something like that. And I was like, look at how honest that is. That's like, yo, like, here's the person that actually is credentialed, and she's kind of saying we don't know, and that's a good point. I if you didn't watch that, go ahead and watch that. Yeah, again, yeah. Yeah, can we play this on the bot if no one's talking? Unless
What
someone
are you,
has a question.
what are you playing?
Debate. I'm not sure if it was this one though. Clipcore, can you confirm? Can you give me some detail on this one? Yeah, or I could just watch it or whatever.
Do we have any Globers? Going once? Going twice? Play the video.
like the truth of water. You have liquid water on a surface that is flat, horizontal. You require a certain pressure to have that water in the liquid state, and to have the pressure, containment is required. So you have a few things, a bunch of things put together to be able to have one thing in the first place.
Oh, I'm curious about that actually. So in the bottom at the bottom of the sea, right? Is there more or less pressure than at near the surface?
More, right?
He said gas pressure, bro. Yeah.
Sorry?
He said.
Oh, did you say gas?
Sure.
Gas?
Not liquid. Gas. 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 Not liquid.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the further you go, the more water is on top of you, right? So like it's heavier. So there's more pressure.
But liquid doesn't have the degrees of freedom that gas does.
Yeah, of course. So, but do you think that it doesn't work like that with gases? Like gases don't weigh on each other?
Can't work like that with gas. Can't work like that.
Well,
They'd have to be pressing on themselves. They would have to do. Hold on, Cheap. They would have to do work on themselves for that to be the case.
Work on themselves. Wait, sorry. Can you tell me what the difference is?
In the second law of thermodynamics sense, they'd have to do work on themselves because pressure is a surface. It's the force on a surface. You don't have a surface. So gas would have to do work on itself.
Don't have to be physical. Right? Like surfaces are just imaginary. Like you need to.
Wait, in the same way that you have like if you're at the bottom of the ocean, you have pressure from water. Why wouldn't you have that for gas? Like, just speed of gas.
Because
like
liquid.
if you like. Sorry, I don't mean to.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer this question. So liquid, though to you it seems like it flows and it's a fluid, it's actually interconnected. It has intermolecular bonds. So water, for instance, has dimers. So we think of it as H2O, but that H2O is in alignments, right? There could be,
there are forces. There are forces between.
Well, they're called dimers of water. So they're different structures of water themselves, and they actually interlock with each other at the molecular level. So they don't have the degrees of freedom that a gas does. Gases go in every direction. They're not bound.
No, but if you bind,
this is because of the polarity, relative polarity of water molecules, right?
If the molecules bind together, right? Basically, what's happening is that you're basically, I mean, not exactly, but you're kind of having the degrees of freedom of the entire sea. Let's say, whatever the lake that you're working in, right? You're not, but you still have a lot of degrees of freedom, right? I mean, you have fewer. You're correct about that, but I guess I don't understand why that would make it not have a pressure for the gases, but have it why a layer of gas doesn't create a pressure just like a layer of water does on the one underneath. I just don't get that.
Okay. Pressure is defined by the force exerted on the walls of a container.
Well, but
that's the definition.
Okay, but then if that was the case, then the liquid also wouldn't have, because there is no container, right, for the lake or the sea.
Gas pressure, dude. I don't know why you keep going to water.
Oh, you didn't say gas pressure. You just said pressure, so that's why I said that. So there's a different definition of pressure for a gas than there is for a liquid?
No, there's different dynamics.
No, I understand different dynamics, but you mentioned the definition.
You can have water pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Water is in a container, right? It's contained within the ocean. It's not contained within the ocean.
But then also the air, you can say it's contained within the atmosphere. It's the same thing, right? So they're both not contained or both contained. There's no difference, right?
This is a great academic discussion, but all this is resolved by experiment, and no one can demonstrate gas pressure without containers empirically.
There is proof.
Good. The interruptions are just nonstop and getting annoying.
This is a new one. Saucy just interrupted the conversation. So Saucy, just mute yourself or be muted. Just wait a few minutes before you can comment.
So regardless of whatever theory we come up with or hypothesis about where gas should behave, it ultimately will be decided by experiment. And no one can, experimental means show gas pressure without a container. They can talk about it. They can't actually demonstrate it.
What about I guess I'm curious because what is the difference with the water? Like, how do you demonstrate water pressure without a container?
You can't.
You cannot?
No.
Okay, but then by that logic,
what are you talking about? It's in a container, the ocean.
Because you said no, but if I so an ocean is kind of like just like a big valley, right? Like just roughly. So like you can also have a valley, right, full of air, right? So are you saying that in that valley, then air would have a pressure?
No, it'll have a pressure.
Isn't one of the limitations of thermodynamics, though, that it only applies to closed systems? So would the second law of thermodynamics apply here?
Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics dictates.
So what's the conclusion, guys?
But the second law of thermodynamics is only true for a closed system, right? Air isn't a closed system.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify that the second law of thermodynamics has nothing to do with this. The second law of thermodynamics is about entropy. This is not. I think you're thinking about maybe the first one.
Sorry, yeah. Either way, the laws of thermodynamics are bound to closed systems. They don't apply to open systems.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
They apply to all systems, open, closed, and isolated.
Yeah. Because otherwise you couldn't do thermodynamic, right? And we do thermodynamic. Like you do require equilibrium. That's usually true. Like you require equilibrium because otherwise, like
doesn't equilibrium itself require a closed system?
In some cases it would be true. It kind of depends. But to be clear though, I don't think we have invoked any law of thermodynamic. Like we're just talking about the definition.
So you can have an open system that's in equilibrium.
An open system that is in equilibrium, I think so. Yeah. To be honest, I'm not sure about that. Let's see.
I don't think you can. That's why I phrased it the way that I did. Well, this would be a more accurate way to phrase it. I think that they're equivalent truth.
No, but my question is that like the laws of thermodynamics are not involved in defining pressure for a fluid, right? A gas or a liquid. And so basically what I'm just legitimately curious about is like, why do you see a difference between the way there is pressure at the bottom of the sea and there is pressure at the bottom of the atmosphere? Right? To me, those two things are just the same. And I do agree that gases work a little different than fluids. They're not the same thing. Yes. But as far as pressure is concerned, to me, they work pretty much the same. So I don't understand that part.
Well, water falls down, gas does not fall down.
Well, yeah. For example, like have you ever?
So gases have a kinetic energy, and that kinetic energy dictates that they move in all directions. Now, these gases are not taking little parabolic arcs, and they're not. There is no. Hold on. There is no gravity in the kinetic theory of gases whatsoever. Does not exist. Because if it existed, that means that gravity would do work on a thermodynamic system and cause it to increase in temperature, pressure, or decrease in volume.
Have you ever lit a smoke bomb?
Yeah, also just for the record, isn't the pressure at the bottom?
Like when you light a smoke bomb, the gas falls down. Why does it do that?
Exactly.
It's smoke or particulates.
No. But yeah, smoke, you're right. Well, I mean, I'm not sure about right because they kind of works.
Your carbon particulates, it's not carbon gas, dude. That would have to be 10,000 degrees.
Okay, but then there's lakes in like Africa or so that are like full. Basically, there's a layer of CO2.
So with the water, dude.
No. But I'm a winemaker, and like when I make wine, basically like there's a layer of CO2 that forms right on top of the wine as it's fermenting, and you can tell.
The CO2 is heavier than the air above it, right? So it falls to the bottom. Just like if you use like argon gas to preserve a wine, right? Exactly. That argon gas is heavier than the air, regular air around it. So it falls to the bottom and it prevents the wine from oxidizing.
Right.
Yeah, so if a gas takes up more mass or has more mass per space, like there's more volume and it's like the molecules are tighter, it's going to go lower. As the molecules spread out, they go higher. This is why when things are hot, they go up, and when things are cold, they go down. This works in fluid dynamics and aerodynamics as well. And then it separates in like solids, like molecular density is separated. So like at the bottom, it's like really tight. at the top, it's really loose. So like the higher you go in atmosphere, molecules become vacuous. There's more space between molecules, and molecules actually bond differently in higher atmospheres.
But why though? Why do they get more rarefied as you go up?
Well, because everything's separated by that dynamic frequency. So like it's just layering. I don't know exactly why it is. I guess it's like just the states of matter and how they're organized through whatever medium we're in.
But I think that the explanation is just that again they have so the lower layers, right, of the atmosphere are pressed upon by the upper ones, and so that's why they get pressed together, right?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think that's what's going on. I think whatever is going on, basically, I think, well, I believe in certain things about the periodic table. So before that's separated into whatever it is by however much energy was added to this system at one point in time. Now I think now that it's a complete system, like in Tesla Forces, once the self-assembling wires reach the negative, energy's firing through the system, and now the assembling wires will start degrading over time. So now that I think it's a closed system and the circuit's complete, now I think it's degrading over time, and everything is trying to get back to equilibrium and fade off into tohu wabohu. So basically all the dynamic frequency in the periodic table, which gives them their atomic number and construct and separation, is going to like basically fade off. So like basically, the space-time fabric ripping stuff, I think that's going to happen. I think like molecular bond is going to fade eventually.
Okay, I'll be honest.
I don't endorse any of that.
I don't know how that connects with the rest that we were talking about.
Well,
okay, yeah, that's how I get why
everything's separated by its density. So everything's trying to reach a certain point. It's trying to organize itself so it can get back to equilibrium. Right now, the universe is in chaos. We're living beings. It's a living universe. It's in chaos and random disorder. It's trying to get back to nothingness, I think, okay, now. I think we're tending towards that.
So this is just to clarify, right? So you would agree that the general, I guess the consensus understanding, right, of physicists about that disagrees with you. I don't mean it in a derogatory manner. I just want to know if you think that you are telling me physics or you think you're telling me something.
I think some from the 80s might. I think most, if like we went to the 80s, would probably disagree with me. But in 2025, I think I could find at least 5 or 6 that would agree with me, probably.
Physicists, you mean?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, can you? I mean, I would be very curious if you could find one.
So would I. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, I would love to know what some would have to say about that.
Okay, I guess.
Wait, does everybody know that we're on a Flat Earth Discord? Like, I mow grass, just to let you know.
My last question would be then, so I think people think here generally that gravity does act on liquid molecules, but it doesn't on gas, or do you or are you saying that it doesn't act on either? Like that's just like
Wait, sorry, I missed that. Can you say that again?
Oh yeah.
It doesn't matter what we think. It only matters what experiment shows.
No, okay, but like, what do you think experiment showed? Right, that's my question.
No one can demonstrate that gravity pulls down gas, dude. In any experiment, so I can get that gravity can hold gas away from the vacuum, which is what you're claiming. Hold on, dude. Hold on, bro. So what people are claiming is that there's gas on Earth that's being held away from the vacuum by gravity. Okay, if that was true, then we could be able to do it. We should be able to do a small scale experiment where we can demonstrate this is true. But no one could do that experiment. No one could demonstrate it. Like, it's not possible. So there's no experimental validation of the idea. It's just an idea that people have.
No, I see what you're trying to say. Like, it's hard to create a source of gravity, right, that is large enough that you could see that. And I agree with you.
Well, you can do it on Earth, right?
I got one more source you can check.
Hold on, I could take a vacuum cylinder, right? that's in vacuum, and I can insert a little bit of gas in it and see if all the gas gets sunk to the bottom and pulled to the bottom by gravity.
Right, which it
But
does.
I
but the
know
problem
when you
is-
guys can
No,
double
it does
check,
not.
actually.
Does not.
I
You have a
have
closed container that's a vacuum. You insert gas, it'll reach thermodynamic equilibrium throughout the entire container.
No. But thermodynamic equilibrium is not a doesn't mean that the gas is spread out evenly, because in fact the gas will be more dense at the bottom. It's just that the amount by which
You're just saying that. You're just saying that, though. Show
No,
me.
but you're saying that it isn't, right? So it's I'm asking you to show me that it isn't.
That we know that when we insert gas to the vacuum on the surface of the Earth from experiment, that it distributes evenly throughout the container.
I mean,
It'll
No, I
reach
mean-
the same temperature, right?
no.
Same
it
temperature,
doesn't.
pressure, volume?
It's higher. No, it's higher temperature at the bottom. I mean, that's why.
Okay.
That's why the Earth.
Why are you saying that, though? Why are you?
Because-
What is the basis? Are you saying that? Theory
Well,
or experiment?
Both.
Both.
Because
Okay.
yeah.
Who did?
For
Who did?
example, you know that-
When was this experiment done?
Oh wait, so you're saying that it was never done? That's a different claim. Because
No,
before
no.
you said that it was done, but it didn't show those results.
You can do this yourself, dude. You can literally just make a vacuum chamber.
Well, but then people must have done it.
You think so?
Well, I mean, you could do it, right? I mean, you're on the Flat Earth server, so you must have done it and checked.
Well, Radwin did some vacuum. When Radwin comes back, if you're come here tomorrow morning, then he's done a
Okay.
bunch of vacuum chamber tests. He probably did this too.
Okay. Huh.
I've just personally never done any vacuum chamber tests. I do know that gas in a vacuum typically distributes evenly.
I mean, approximately yes, because the Earth is a very weak source of gravity, but you can tell that there is a little bit more.
But we're going to do it on the surface of the Earth, right, where the gravity is the strongest.
Yeah, for sure. But but it's still very weak relative to the kinetic energy of the gas. So basically, the particles of gas, are going in all directions, and although they are slowed down a little bit, pulled down by the gravity, still the gravity is not doing enough work to slow them down a lot. So you will see a little bit of concentration at the bottom, but not as much.
That's a great idea, but we have the molecular kinetic theory of gases, and there is no gravity in any of the formulas.
No, I guarantee you that. I mean, I've studied that.
If you say it's in there, I'm going to call you a liar. Okay?
No. I mean, I'll show you.
I'll post the text. I'll post the textbook right now.
Sure.
There is no little g in any of the formulas.
Wait, but you have to be careful. Like physics, the way physics work, right, is that we simplify things. And so, for example, if I have to look at, let's say, a tank of gas, right?
You don't need to tell me about physics. I took physics in university, 2 classes of it, physics 1 and 2. You don't have to tell me about physics.
Well, I have a PhD in that, though.
You have a PhD in physics?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool story, bro.
Yeah. So if you take imagine Stony.
From where?
I shouldn't dox myself.
Okay. What was your dissertation on?
Dark matter, direct detection of dark matter, direct and indirect detection of dark matter particle.
Your PhD thesis was, or doctoral thesis was on direct detection of our dark matter. With what instrumentation?
Well, so for the direct part, we proposed using a solid state detector, basically a salt. Made of thallium.
Gallium arsenide.
Thallium in that case, and basically we propose that if you detect it with electrons, if you consider the target, right, of the detection of the dark matter detection being the electrons rather than the nuclei of this thing, you will gain more visibility into a different area of the parameter space of the dark matter model, so that specifically models with lighter dark matter than the usually studied ones.
Okay.
And India, you should know better than to ask the PhD about their dissertation. They can go on forever. No, but it is interesting. Like
You know what up?
Hey, when did that take place? Just
right after I left you guys the other night.
Really?
Remember Sheepdog was like, it's kicking off in politics?
Oh, this guy was in there? Was a PhD?
Oh, yeah. So You just got here right in time. So it's probably like halfway through. This is where he just like. It's pretty funny, though. It turns into nonsense. You want to listen to it?
Yeah, it's almost like the crescendo, yeah, of the.
Oh yeah. You gotta. You'll see.
I know what you probably set a trap, is what it sounds like. You set a trap for him. He looks like.
Well, I mean,
right into it.
Not yet. It's coming.
We got Zolo too.
I don't have to set a trap. He cooked himself, man.
Zolo 2 was trying to chime in. He thought it was a live chat.
I mean, we can leave it on pause for a minute. If someone wants to spurg out for a minute.
Yeah, Zolo 2.
Sí, it's solo as Han Solo and Tium. Solo Tium.
Yeah. What did you want to say? Did you thought it was a live chat?
No. Yeah, but I was just listening at the moment.
Did you want to comment on what you were hearing?
I didn't hear that much. I was just trying to set up the Discord, so.
Okay.
So I am listening at the moment.
Good.
Just that.
Yeah, if you want to just let it roll, Indio. I just thought maybe he wanted to say. He thought it was. I heard him like chime in like.
It's about halfway through. I think there's like 25 minutes left, 20 minutes.
Cool.
But I mean, that was just the foreplay.
Oh, you coming in with the good stuff, huh?
I mean, you got to see where he goes, dude. It's pathetic. It's actually, I don't know what's more pathetic. Shit he says or the other guy, the Witch.
They're on par?
No, you have to ask because it's just like a shit. Not as far as like Googling it goes, but there's a lot of people that fake being a PhD. They don't even know what a doctoral dissertation even is.
Got it. I get it. No problem. So, but yeah, I think that okay. Actually, maybe let's drop that topic specifically. But so is the contention that basically because you cannot demonstrate gravity at the level of I guess gases and something like that, therefore the model that we use for gravity is not valid? Like I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how that bakes into the flat Earth. I guess that's the part that I'm trying to figure out.
Well, probably not going to like this, is that outer space vacuum can't exist because all the air, since it can't be held by gravity, would fuck off into outer space, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, yes, if there wasn't gravity, that for sure that would happen.
But that's the thing in contention. Does gravity, whatever that is, little g in this case, does it make gas molecules take little parabolic arcs?
I think it does. And can't you tell from the pressure differential in closed containers?
Right.
But the Earth is a dynamic system. It's not static. So you're always going to get a pressure differential. And our contention is that gas is created at the surface of the Earth, which shouldn't even be arguable because this is where we have gazillions of chemical reactions happening every second of every day.
Sure, for the commercial.
And I could get into some obscure papers published on it where they empirically measured this, but I'm not gonna. Probably wouldn't believe it because it comes out of China. So, and they publish, they're not. I wouldn't say they're as rigorous as the West in publishing shit.
So, if gravity doesn't act on, let's say, gases, but I guess what explains like why stuff falls down? Like how do you?
Nobody knows the reason for that.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, like that's another thing. Like, what experiment could we do to demonstrate the cause of a falling object?
But so science doesn't usually.
No, it's not. This is a commercial, buddy.
Okay, science doesn't necessarily bother itself with causes. Like usually, what the first thing you do in science is to create, recognize patterns, right? So basically, being able to make predictions and predictions.
Kinematic models.
Yeah, it can be a kinematic model. It can be a dynamic. It can be anything really that helps you make a prediction. Like if I see X, I will then observe Y. And so now I don't know if that's necessarily a cause, but what I can do is make a prediction, right? So the model of gravity, right? Even if you have, I guess, criticisms, right, about that, as long as it makes correct predictions, that's sort of a success, right? And of course, you will say that it doesn't make the correct prediction, so that's fine. But
no, I have no problem with the predictions of the model. Toby, you're hot mic'd. Hold on a second, Toby.
Oh shit! I am sorry, guys.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So the thing is, when you go into the realm of models, you could have multiple models for the same phenomenon that make the same predictions. How do you know which one is physically real in that case?
So in my that's a philosophy question. In my philosophy,
I know.
yeah. In my philosophy, they're equivalent, and so they're both equivalently real. It's just a different representation of the same, and I'm just going to end up using the one that is simpler to work with.
Okay, awesome. So you know Maxwell's equations, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So his equations actually are a mechanical model of an ether. A mechanical model with little tiny balls that roll against each other. They're originally 20 quaternion equations, but they were, by I think it's Tate and Heaviside. They were turned into a vector form.
Sure.
Anyway, it was originally it's technically a model of the ether, but nobody believes in the ether anymore.
Wait, so why do you say it's ether though? Because
that's what it was. I mean, I can post screenshots from his book.
Well, sure, you can do that. I can read them, but I guess it would be easier if you just explain
he made a mechanical model, so he has diagrams of what the ether's doing, right? Little rotating balls that roll against each other, kind of like incompressible gas. It was more like an incompressible fluid made up of rotating spheres, and when the spheres rotate in a particular way, that would make a current.
So to be honest,
this is how he modeled it. And it's accurate, right? It makes the accurate predictions, but is it physically real?
Well, so it's been too long for me when I looked into that last, but certainly, right? Okay, let's assume for a second that there is a way to formulate Maxwell's equation that goes through some medium called ether. But it
was the way they're formulated. It's the way they are now.
Yeah, I'm saying let's assume that that's the case, right? But as you just said, there's also another.
We don't have to assume it, though. I don't like you saying that. We don't.
No, because I haven't checked it in a long time. That's what I'm saying. So I cannot confirm it myself.
It is the case.
Well, that's fine, but I cannot concern myself. That's what I'm saying. So but you do agree that there's another formulation that has electric and magnetic fields, right? With equation, right? Yeah.
Then that's how they use it in electrical engineering, which is also different, right?
Correct.
Which is using imaginary numbers like -J and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So we have multiple models, but Maxwell's model was the mechanical model. They can't possibly be equivalent. Can't possibly be.
But that's the part that I don't understand. If the two things have been derived from one another, then they have to be equivalent. Otherwise, some mistake was made.
One is abstract, one is mechanical. It's a dynamic mechanical model. The same way that you make a machine with gears and pulleys and stuff. That's how he modeled it.
But again,
that's how they.
What I don't understand is that if that thing is equivalent to the one that we have nowadays, right? With
equivalent in what way, though? Equivalent in result,
equivalent, right? Meaning that if you put the same inputs, you get the same outputs.
Yeah. But they're not. But that's the only part that's equivalent.
Oh, but to me, it's the
epicycles is equivalent to Kepler's model, which is equivalent to the Tycho Brahe model. Correct. But they all model something physically different.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think Tycho Brahe's model, for instance, had the sun and moon orbiting the Earth and the planets orbiting the sun?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
It's circular orbits.
No, I know. But the point is that, in fact, that's exactly why the phrase epicycle is used, right, in common language. We mean when you are saying the same thing, but just with more details. So if the two models predict the same position for the planet Neptune, whatever, right? I'm picking something at a certain amount at a certain time. Then the two models are completely equivalent, and it's just that one of them is more complex and contrived than the other, and so probably we shouldn't use that one.
Okay, so when the only equivalence is in from the perspective of a viewer on Earth, that's where it appears to be. But the way it is in in Euclidean space, they're not in the same position in Euclidean space.
Yeah, in which case they're not equivalent. Yes, I agree.
So, but my point is that yes, we can make models that make predictions. It doesn't make the model and what happens within the model, right? Whatever presupposition, hyperbolic geometry, spherical geometry, 30 fucking dimensions, whatever the case may be, doesn't make all that stuff physically real. Yes, there's like an infinite number of models for freaking any arbitrary data set.
Yeah, but I mean, my philosophy there is that science is not in the business of what's physically real. Science is in the business of making predictions, and like as long as all the predictions work, you keep the model. And the moment the predictions don't work, right? And we have a lot of examples in history, right? You have to get a better model.
Amy, you catch that?
Dude, this. Oh my!
Did you catch him say science is not in the business to determine what's physically real?
I can't. Dude, and he's at the PhD level. How do these guys like even operate at that level? And they're saying this. Like, what rhetoric is it that they have to learn that this is the way that to?
Dude, he keeps digging, bro. He keeps digging. He hits rock bottom and starts digging.
I don't. But I'm saying though, professors and people that are teaching at the collegiate level, why are they saying that? How can that make sense when you do tests and do experiments? You know, you do tests and experiments. Then what do they say when they do tests and experiments? What's
why they're always talking about models? That's why they're always talking about models, AVs, because they're in love with this idea that hey, as long as the model works, then we don't need to prove reality. The model works. Until the model stops working, it doesn't matter.
That's great, but you're talking out two sides of your mouth when you're saying that science is, and then he says, well, it's not experiments, it's just, using models. That's not, and then on the other side, you're going to be testing and doing experiments, and he's like, well, that's science too. Well, which is it? Are they all science? Well, you don't have a definition. You lose ground when you're just trying to make it very convoluted. People don't know what science is, and it switches to whatever your preference is. Like this guy, and I put it in the text, is like, how did he decide which model he tossed out, and what was the deciding factor for that? Like, why did he say, okay, I know this model doesn't work, I'm going to toss that out, like, and then the other models we won't pay attention. Like, what? Even using his models, like, how is he, arbitrarily making the decision, like which one's going to be the right one? What? How does he know?
The right one is the one he learned the equations for. The ones he didn't learn the equations for, those are wrong.
Subjective, right? Just isn't his own interpretation.
Completely personal preference, like your favorite color.
This is stupid, dude. Like, that upsets me because like he's not teaching people how to think. He's just like, well, you got to do it the way I'm telling you to. You're like, no, why? What's the?
Listen, that again made me think about it too. I wish I would have thought of it at the time, but I want to play the rest of the audio and then we can talk about it. Because he, like I said, he starts digging.
I was just going to say, you could tell with his dissertations on dark matter. Yeah, he's not too into experimentation and reality.
Yeah, woo-woo, right?
It sounds purely utilitarian.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no problem with that. If you just because this is what Copernicus said, is that they can never know the true causes. He wrote this in the Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies that, as long as they can predict where the planets are going to be from principles of geometry, that was good enough. And that they can't actually make a hypothesis or know the true causes of their motions.
Yeah.
And that was fine. They're dealt with, this is like, dealt with in a purely utilitarian way. So that's fine. But when people start running around making claims that X causes Y and Y causes Z, then that's where I object, because you have a model, and maybe within the model X causes Y, right? But when you start reifying the variables, that's where we can run into the philosophical problem of now you're making claims about reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you, but I think the disagreement between flat Earth and globe Earth isn't just model, right? It's really a disagreement in terms of like the prediction and the observations, right?
Yeah, just observations that are inconsistent with the Earth being a globe of 3,959 miles. So many, in fact, that like, for instance, there's a laser test that was done, but they took a laser, 1.92 meters. It is done like Isomere, which is in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's done like Isomere in the Netherlands. They took a laser, it's done 5 times, 3 times. One weekend, and then 3 weeks later they did it again 2 more times to verify the first through. Anyway, so they took a laser, they shined it across 40 kilometers of the lake, and they picked up the laser on the other side at 1.5 meters. The Globe Earth predicts that the laser should have been 127 meters in the air. So this is off by 2 orders of magnitude. It's not even a close call. So what are we supposed to do with observations like this? Say that some magic happened 2 weeks, 3 weeks apart?
Right. So that's why I usually don't like to kind of talk the physics of this, because like at the end of the day, right? And it's something that I think we already went over some other time, but at the end of the day, you need to, like, in order for that to be the case, you need to believe that basically people are in some type of, people call it conspiracy, whatever, but they're agreeing on hiding these facts. Right?
That's a sociological argument. It's irrelevant.
But that's what but that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the scientific part is not really relevant and important. What's important is that you need to believe that there is a level of agreement.
No, I don't.
Well, but okay.
You don't need to believe anything about what people do.
Okay, but then, that's interesting, because then why would people have not then immediately said, oh my God.
They don't know. They're like you. They're like you, like everybody else in this chat. You don't. Okay, let me ask you. How do you know the Earth's the globe? Not you personally, not how you think somebody else knows you.
Yeah, well, mostly because I've dealt with a bunch of like different models where,
we already covered the model thing, and we dispensed with the models aren't real. So I'm going to ask you again, how do you know the Earth's the globe?
1 second. Being not real doesn't mean that they're not accurate, though, right? You know what I mean?
Who cares? We're trying to figure out what the Earth is, not what some prediction of some phenomenon. We don't care about that.
No, we disagree, because that's not what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out which model is correct, and the model with the globe is.
Well, that's what you're trying to do. That's not what we're trying to do.
I'm not sure that's true.
We're not trying to make a model. We're trying to just figure out what is, right? If you want to know, like, if a black swan exists, you go look for a black swan, and if you find one, it exists. If you don't find one, it don't. Right.
So why do you depict it as flat? Why do you dictate it as flat? That's a model.
No.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, right, 100%.
To some degree, in some respects, you could call that a model, because flat is an idealized.
In some respects, just factually, you can say yes or no. That is a model. Flat.
Okay, no, it's not a model.
Well, I would agree. I think I agree.
It's a descriptor.
Yeah, but I mean, your
scientific models are for phenomenon. They don't deal with what is. In fact, the shape of the Earth isn't even a scientific question. It's a question of geometry.
Flat's not a shape either.
Yeah, it's not that either. So this is really simple.
Wait, hold on. I'm actually curious about this meme. Can you explain?
But you still haven't answered how you know the Earth's a globe, because you think that there's a whole bunch of other scientists that know the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
So you're a scientist. So how do you know?
But to be clear,
because you're the type. Hold on a second. You're the type of person. You got a PhD in physics that people appeal to, that they know the Earth's a globe. So I'm going to ask you, for everybody that relies on PhDs in physics to know that the fact that they know the Earth's a globe. How do you know it's a globe? You personally, not how you think somebody else knows.
I understand what you're asking. Trust me, I do. I'll make a very quick premise, and then I will directly address it, which is like, you could ask the question, how do I know that dark matter exists, right? And I did a thesis, right, on dark matter. And the answer I would give you is exactly the same for the two questions. And it is, that's what I learned. That's what all the models and all the books that I've learned agree and harmonize with each other. That's how everybody in the field has agreed. So it's a sociological.
No, let him finish.
I would have said it's a necessary antecedent.
So check this out. All what you told me you know is about the scientific literature. You haven't told me anything about how you know the Earth's a globe.
That's fundamentally true. No. But you're right, and that's actually exactly why I was saying that the science is not that important. I think the sociological argument is way more important because
no, it's really not.
Here's why. Because we do know those things because of the agreement of the literature. Like I have to trust. At the end of the day, I'm an idiot, right? I'm not going to be able to go and.
You're taking a long way to say I don't know the Earth's a globe.
No.
Yeah, I'm brainwashed.
I'm telling you that, like, in order to know anything complicated, right, about the world, or we could talk about linguistics, right? Like, in order to
it's not complicated.
You need to but that's the thing. It is very complicated, and you need
no,
to
it's not.
So you need to.
No, why would you think it's complicated? Why would you think curved versus flat is complicated? It's like third grade algebra, third grade math, dude.
No, but it isn't.
No, yeah, it is. Look, it's real. Listen, is curved versus flat a dichotomy?
Well, it depends on how we define flat and curved.
In a traditional Euclidean sense.
No, but you mean flat in as in a surface? It's a flat surface versus a curved surface?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So you can't have a ball that's flat. It has to be curved. Correct. So if you can figure out whether the surface of the Earth is flat versus curved, it's very simple. If it's flat, it's not a ball. If it's curved, it is a ball.
No, I understand, but
it's no more complicated than that. This is part of the problem is people trying to make something that's simple complex for no reason.
But the question I have for you is how do you figure? I know that it's not complicated to say it, but what I'm saying is that it's complicated to figure it out.
What's complicated about it? You can't trust your own eyes.
Because it's a very, very large sphere. Very large.
That's a very large sphere.
It's too biggie.
Wait, I don't get it.
How do you know it's a sphere?
No. If you assume the flat model versus the spherical model, they are hard to tell apart because the sphere can be made very large in order to kind of.
Oh, the globe predicts its flatness.
No. I don't get it.
We hear this all the time. To be all due respect, we hear this all the time. We hear this Earth too biggie. That's what we call it, Earth too biggie. Oh, you can't tell the difference. Well, you know that the horizon's supposed to be 3 miles away for a 6-foot person at the beach, right?
No.
Okay, that's where it's supposed to be. So the horizon distance should be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer site in feet.
Oh, well, I don't know that.
Yeah, so it's very close, right? And in 10 miles, the Earth is supposed to drop down. Its drop of the surface should be 66 feet of drop.
Yeah, but
That's
unfortunately...
what, 20 meters? 20 meters of drop in 10 miles? The Earth is way smaller than people think it is. What they say it is. 3,959 mile radius. This isn't our math. This is the globe math of what they say. The mean radius is 3,959 miles. So the 10-mile drop is 66 feet. Okay, the horizon is 1.22 miles times the square root of zero's height in feet. We have observations from 1 foot height with a camera of the horizon being 30 miles away when it should be 1 mile away. And these are not one off. There's a guy with a YouTube channel that's been recording this constantly 2 or 3 times a week from the exact same location going on 2 years now.
But India, the problem, what I'm saying is that, right, it's the same as you said before, right, about what was it? I forgot what it was. The lake one. So...
the laser.
Yeah, the laser one. So the thing is, again, so in order for that, so I have no way right now, right, on my 2 feet to verify that. And in order to believe that that's the case, I would have to believe that literally nobody who was there, who did the measurements, was like, hey guys, by the way, this is happening this way. And then other people were like, oh shit, really? So fundamentally, right, I have to believe.
It's hard to confuse 1.5 meters with 127 meters.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly.
It isn't a measurement error.
That's precisely my point. My point is that it cannot be a measurement error, so it has to be a conspiracy.
Conspiracy of what? The Earth? Who's in on the conspiracy? The Earth?
The people who did the measurements, right? They have to be somehow sworn to ignoring those results because it cannot be a measurement error, right?
Okay, I don't understand what you're meaning. Why would they need to conspire to ignore their measurement results? They measured what they measured.
Right. And so what a human would do, like in that case, is to say, "Hey, holy shit, the earth is flat. We have it all wrong. Let's go. Let's publish this thing." Right? They would immediately go that. But like, where?
I'll post the paper.
Okay.
It's more like a report than a paper. It wasn't like published in any journal or anything like that.
Does the paper say, and therefore the Earth is flat, or is it just the measurement? Because
it says your mom is fat. That's what it says.
No.
Because if it's just the measurements, then that's not what I'm talking about, right? What I'm talking about is like, did people go, "Fuck, the Earth is flat. Here's I publish it."
They just published the data.
But that's the part that that's the part that I'm not arguing, right? It's entirely possible that they saw data and they published it. But the problem is, like, why didn't they conclude, "Fuck, the Earth is flat," and I want people to know?
They did.
Oh, okay. So post that, but it has to say that. It has to say that.
Well, they're literally a group called FE Core. They started like a nonprofit to go do a bunch of experimental tests, like gyros and lasers. They actually did the laser test quite a few times. They went to Balaton. They went to another lake in Europe. So all these people are in Europe.
But these people are not scientists?
Well, they have degrees. They're not professional scientists. I'd say they're engineers.
Oh, that's okay. But then, see, the problem is that
why do they got to be scientists?
No.
Are they like some special group of people that have exclusive knowledge that nobody else has?
No, not at all. And I think everybody should be doing stuff like this. But that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, why didn't some scientists try to do that?
Why they need to be scientists?
No. You're not understanding the point I'm making. I'm not saying that they need to be scientists. What I'm saying is, imagine that actually, great example.
I just hold on. Can I say something real quick? Over and over again, you keep trying to make sociological arguments instead of addressing evidence. You must be the shit physicist. Because I'm pretty sure science is an empirical human endeavor, right? It's not based upon theory, logic, or anything. Ultimately, it's tested by experiment, right?
Wait, it's based on all of that. It's based on theory, logic. It's based on experiment.
Can you do science without empirical observation?
No. All of them are needed. All of them are needed.
They're not needed. All you need is the empirical observation. You don't need the other shit.
No, unfortunately, that's not true. So
can I conclude that things fall by just like picking something up and letting it go with my hand?
No,
do I need models? Do I need anything like that?
Yeah, you need
science means a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Okay, that's what the definition of it is.
Yeah, but I mean, in practice, to do that, you need to have sociology, you need to have theory, you need to have logic, you need to have experiments. You have to have all of that.
Oh, you need logic. I agree.
But the meaning of science is not the true thing. It's like feminism is the same as science in these days.
Okay, that's great. That's great. We're not deflecting into that. So, really simply, measuring something is not science. We're simply measuring the Earth. That's it.
I mean, it's part of science. I'm confused.
But science uses measurement. But measurement alone isn't science.
No, but that's okay. So let's go with that. But what I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to discredit the work of these people that you have in mind, right? I'm not.
I mean, this is I just gave you one example. There's a whole bunch of people that have replicated these laser tests.
That's totally fine, but let me tell you where I'm going with this. What I would expect, like it does, for example, in archaeology, right? There's some dude with a metal detector, right? They found something, and this person is not a scientist, just like an amateur, right? And they found something, and then scientists come along and are like, "Holy shit, you find this? Let me publish," right? So why didn't the same thing happen in this case, right? So why didn't the scientists say, "Holy fuck, that guy did an experiment with lakes. Let's publish that." And
why didn't you publish something? You know about it now. Maybe it can be you.
Well,
because the water is ruled by families, bro, and these families, they want everything.
Okay, so because
this is a senseless interjection or something.
Yeah, I just don't believe that it's going to be worth my time, to be very honest with you. Like, I think
maybe all the other scientists thought the same thing you think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's
You're asking me to read minds of people and why they don't do things.
I understand. I understand.
You know how you can find out? Hold on. You know how you can find out? You know how you can find out? You can just go test it yourself. That's how you can find out.
But I
You can
think
just prove it to yourself, bro.
Yeah, I probably maybe I could, but like the thing is, like, we're not getting younger, and I just have better stuff to do, to be honest. Like, I'm being honest here. Like, honestly, I just don't think it's a good way of investing my time, or anybody's, honestly.
It is a simple test that a fucking child could do.
But it's not that simple. It's gonna take at least months, right?
To shine a laser.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you don't even need a laser. You only need a mirror, technically. Right? You can take a mirror, reflect the sunlight off some distance, right?
Uh-huh.
Pardon me? What was it?
Don't you have to put it sort of across a lake or something like that?
Yeah, you could cross the lake, cross the ocean, cross the bay.
Okay.
Cross salt flats. There's lots of things you can do.
So, okay, actually, can you help me? Let me think through the experiment you're proposing. So
here's one. I'll give you an example. Another one somebody did. They went to the Salton Sea, which is an ancient lake that's inbound in California. So they took 3 mirrors. So they made like a triangle.
Sure.
And each person shined a mirror, reflected the mirror to the other 2 people, right? 18 miles in each leg of the triangle. Now, each mirror should have been 128 feet under the horizon, but they all easily saw the mirror.
I'm not that fast. Sorry, I'm very slow. So they have 3 mirrors, and then
there are 3 mirrors like in a triangle, right?
Yes, like the triangle is what, equilateral? What type of triangle is it?
I think the longest leg was 18 miles. I think the shortest was 13.
Okay, gotcha. And then somebody shone a laser from where?
Well, this was mirrors. This was the 3 mirrors.
Oh, I see. So there was no laser in this case involved?
Not in this case. They just used mirrors.
Okay. Keep going.
And each like, so, Vertex A shined a mirror at B and C, and B shined at A and C, and C shined at A and B. Each person saw the reflected light off the mirror. So, like I said, according to the curve calculation, even 10 miles is supposed to be 66 feet under the curve of the Earth. Put it this way: at 3 miles, right? Someone is supposed to be. That's where the horizon is, but that's supposed to be 6 feet lower than you.
But in order, okay, hold on. I'm actually sorry. I'm really slow here.
You can look all this stuff up on curve calculators on the internet, where you can just punch the numbers in.
That's fine. I'm rather being explained because I'm very, very slow. So, okay, there's 3 mirrors, and then basically
all we're doing is testing for curve. That's all we're doing, right? So, so I'll go from the beginning. Now, imagine you're on the top of the ball. Okay, we shine a light, and the light goes straight. The ball should curve away from that laser beam, light, whatever, right? Should curve down and away from it.
Yeah.
Right. It should not run parallel with the surface of the Earth if the Earth is curved.
Yeah, I mean a tiny bit, but it's not essentially not at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what we're testing: whether the laser gets farther away from the surface than at the starting point.
Okay, I guess the part that I don't get is why mirrors. Like, can't you just use objects? Like, if you have an object and you don't see it,
you want a bright light source.
Okay, sure. Okay, so then so then we can use some type of.
So you're not confused, and you're like, maybe that's the thing, maybe it's not the thing.
No, sure, not
pretty.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, so basically, what we need is like a surface that is as approximate to, I guess, quote unquote, a sphere or flat,
we use water because water is number one. Most of the surface of the Earth is supposed to be water, right?
Right.
And it's all connected. I mean, we call it 7 seas and the oceans, but it's just all connected water.
And so you're saying
flats also that only have a deviation of like less than 3 inches or something like that.
Well, we can do the math, right? So hold on. Do
you want to see demonstrations to do the math on that? Like, so we just get the step of, because we know
he's still he said he's a slow learner, so let's just baby step it with him.
Yeah. So all right. So what do we need to calculate here? We need to calculate, basically, given a certain height from the surface of the source of light.
Yeah, he just rambles on with his equations, and I leave. So there's nothing after that.
Dude, man.
I think like that, man.
But he told you the difference. He told you the difference between when he accepts it and when he doesn't accept it. He said, "Oh, when the model stops making accurate predictions." So as long as you could present him any bullshit that makes accurate predictions, he'll accept it as reality without testing
Well, that was
reality.
part of it. Yeah, that was part of it. The other one was as long as everybody else also agrees on it. So that was the other one. He had two criteria.
He gave up the ghost towards the end, and he was not able to refute anything that you said anymore. And he said, well, you know, I don't really know anything. Like, after all the discussion, because he came in with the confidence level of being able to, like, come in there with saying he was a PhD, thinking that was going to be some sort of, like, point to make, to say that because of that, you know, he'd be able to tell you how the Earth is a globe, but found out really quickly he doesn't really know, or what he thought he knew. I think that was like one of the important parts about PhDs that we speak to. They don't have the evidence that the Earth is a globe, and the appeal from the audience, you know, these guys that come in here and challenge us, is that, like, well, those guys know. I don't know, but the scientist knows. When you talk to those guys, they redefine what science is altogether. You know, so.
What's up,
Yeah,
y'all?
we need to start stacking clips. So, AB, I don't know if I told you next Friday night in Politics Server, there's going to be a PhD astronomer in there. So a kid came in there and he was like, I came in here and there was nobody in here. I brought this astronomer guy that teaches at my university. I guess we were over here in English Hub or something. So he's like, when are you guys going to be here? You're going to be here like in, he gave me the date. So I think it was the 8th or something. So 8 o'clock Eastern on next Friday night coming up will be he'll be in Politics.
Oh, I like it. Yep. Be great. What is he taking questions? Is it going to be an open forum? Are you doing 1v1? Like,
it wasn't, he just bringing them. Nothing was specified.
Okay, we should all
I warned him though, like,
calendars.
The guy ain't gonna know nothing. I warned him, like, he's gonna be just like you.
Well, the interesting thing is that we got to get somebody that these people who are considered notable in academia. Those are the kinds of, like, conversations we want to have, and versus like these trash mob, you know, level 1 guys that come through here.
Exactly.
And
we need better opponents, man. I've been saying this for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it proves a good point.
Oh,
Feel free to.
well, yeah, I mean, you're probably going to build on what you're already saying, so go on, because I was going to say something else.
Okay. Well, yeah, it proves a good point that, you know, for parents, right, that want to put their children into universities and all these things, what the paywall actually is doing, right? How much money you're paying to fork up this information. Apparently this guy has done all those courses, or that course in specific, paid this much money, and that's what he's spitting out. So it's a perfect example to parents, you know.
Did you see when
he needs a refund? That's what he needs.
Asked him what his dissertation was, and his response to that.
Yeah, that you're putting your children through a paywall to get that when you can just come here for free at 24/7 Flat Discord.
Well, the important thing is, though, right? Like, if they're not challenging themselves within whatever specific field they're in, they're not doing justice for that. It's memorization, dude. And then recalling that information and then repeating it back. Like, what type of critical thinking is employed there when you're doing only that? I mean, is that a hallmark of intelligence, just to memorize a large swath of information and then repeat it back? Or is it the fact that you can disseminate the information, you know, parse it out, be able to understand what it means, and then go through and, like, identify why it's important or not? Like that, dude. Like, if he was yeah, go ahead.
I think that overlines a bigger problem in America today, in the world, is it's a great topic to go into. Critical thinking versus appeal to authority, right? And I think that's the grander issue at hand right now.
It is, but people are going to reject it. I've seen it over and over, like, because I've explained to people, like, logical fallacies, and then they'll just commit one tomorrow. Like, they don't get it. because they'll make a justification for why something has to beg the question from like when it comes from an authority. So then they don't know when it's important and when it's not. When it should be absolute to a person not to commit logical fallacies ever. Or try not to. So anyway, it's interesting. I had just watched that debate. That is not the debate I was talking about, but I did watch a good chunk of it, and I'm not gonna lie. I thought it wasn't. I didn't love it. Like, you know, that, and I'm just judging it based off of if I would have done that myself, and I would have, you know, if I'd have done the same things, I'd have been like, ooh. I feel like as a whole, I think we've gotten so much stronger over the years. I believe it. Just listening to that, I'm like, man, I know I would have made that argument before, or I wouldn't have known what to say to McToon at that time, you know. But just listening to it now, I'm like, man, they don't have anything. Like, and the other woman that's sitting next to McToon talking, like, again, like they have no sense of how to no sense of the horizon is a measured distance or any kind of laser observation. Like they don't have that in their minds at all. Like McToon starts saying, well, we account for the refraction, yada yada yada, and then she just picks up and is like, well, he did explain it's measured by taking into account the refraction and blah 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 blah. She didn't even know that. I'm sure she was just saying what he's saying sounds right. Blah, blah. I was waiting for somebody to go, well, God, you know what? How far away is the horizon with refraction? You keep saying to account for it. How far is it? I know that's not the stance of a lot of people would have taken, but I'm just curious. They don't ever have an answer, and that's our point.
Guess who's
Yo,
back?
Elijah, it's very funny you bring that
Back
up.
again.
So on X, I sent McToon, so it's 100-foot camera height to a sailboat that's sitting on the horizon. It's 27 miles away. So the horizon's supposed to be 12 miles away. So I didn't tell him any particulars. I just gave him the height. I said, okay, here's the height. There's the sailboat. Okay, dead on the horizon. How far is the horizon away? You know what his answer was? So give me the refraction prediction for the horizon. He said between 14 and 47 miles.
Damn.
Between? That's what we're doing?
Yeah.
Between 14 and 47 miles is the horizon distance.
You got to live in the gray area
because
if you're a glober, bro. That's the only way that they can survive.
No, but he needs
It's a constant variable.
He needs to substantiate.
Constant variable.
Well, I did what you said. I think, like, okay, give me the refraction horizon calculation. How far is the horizon away? And that's what he gave me.
Ambiguous answer? In between here and there?
Basically, 200% freaking play area.
But what did he do with the math to do that? Like, to make it between that? Forget the between anything.
He probably took Walter Bison's calculator and just, like, manipulated the sliders and slid them all the way to one end and then slid them all the way to the other.
That's convenient.
That sounds about right.
It's convenient.
Yeah, well, they love that warm blanket of just being able to say, hey, no matter what, there's going to be so many unknown variables between the observation and the observer that good luck trying to calculate all the variables.
Well, yeah, it's a double-edged sword, though, John. If they say that, then they can't produce the evidence of how it was measured to be specifically the numeric value that it is, right?
Of
Radius,
course,
diameter,
of
circumference. So if they're making it more difficult for anyone to ascertain how they achieved that goal, then they are confusing themselves. Then how the hell did they even come up with those numbers? That's the
Well,
problem.
Time out. I think McToon made a.
That's when they start. That's when they start appealing to the space pictures. Real quick, sorry, that was.
Like, you about to piss me off real fast. So, I think McToon made a fair point when he was trying to tell Austin that Austin was strawmanning him, because it's not that he uses the horizon to get the radius of the Earth. I'm like, well, if you're not saying that, fair point. So it's not like the argument is they can't use the horizon. Yeah, it is, because whether you're on the ground or on the mountain, you're still looking at the horizon. So never mind. What the hell was I talking about? But the bottom line is, again, whether you're on top of a mountain or anywhere, he kept pressing Witsit to say, you have to account for refraction all the time. So when was it ever measured? You can't on the top of a mountain, if you're accounting for refraction. How do you do that if you as opposed to what? So here is what I'm looking at, as opposed to, how do you know where the hell it should be if you've never seen where it was?
What's like Al Biruni's observation? Yeah, did he account for refraction? There's a lot of missing data if people are going to say that.
Well, I think McToon, he doesn't. Even though he was pressing Witsit to stick to this clip that Witsit was like, you always have to account for refraction. I don't know where you got that from. So like, whatever. That's why, I don't know. It's a nasty taste in my mouth. I can't, like, I know what I know, so I'm like, Witsit won, but as a casual observer who's able to remember how he used to think and is just not, you know how you can be smart, but you can judge how smart your friends are too. So you know whether or not you're winning them over, whether you're right or wrong. Like, so I'm saying, I'm watching them, I'm like, this isn't good enough. This is not great. And then MC Tune's on top of that was just kind of.
Well, I mean, we've taken it lying down, them saying you have to account for refraction. Okay, here's the problem with that. One, they need to justify why we need to do that in the first place. And two, how do you even do that in some way that matches, empirical data? You know what I mean? Like, so let's imagine they can justify it. Okay, that justification is going to be in the form of empirical data, and then they'll have a model that matches the empirical data, so that you actually are accounting for it in a way that is justified, right? Like these are just two things, like, and they can never do that. But they just say it. It's just gobbledygook.
McToon is lying. Or like, because if
we gotta put the ball. We gotta flip it, dude. Like, that's the thing. We gotta flip it. Like, why do they get that free pass? Like, you gotta account for refraction. Why? How? Like, okay, tell me why, and then after you tell me why, you'll tell me how we can do it in some way that matches experiment.
But it's hard to fight it. That's true, but we got to remember that we got to fight Google, because as soon as people are listening to what we're talking about, they're gonna Google it. And when refraction comes up, it's like they're not there to ask you to help them understand that that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They're just gonna see it and they're gonna go, oh, they didn't account for refraction. Right here it says, but they're not even gonna look at the fact they're just like going 0.2 extra or something like that. I don't even know why Austin didn't ask him, because
I actually addressed that beforehand. I said, I'll tell them, like, I know what the textbooks say. I know what you're going to search on the internet. I know what that's going to say. But nothing you read is going to have any experimental data supporting any of that. And that's just the fact of the matter.
That's excellent.
Yeah, not everything Google says is true, man. Are you serious? Not everything the textbook says is true.
Yeah, the people find it hard to really understand that. Remember, I was still 19 years old thinking that Benny Hinn was legitimate and Creflo Dollar was legitimate and Joe Austin was legitimate because they're on TV, and if they were bad, the government would do something about it. Of course, you can't be on TV scamming people. That's what I thought as an adult.
Maybe heard that and blocked you in DMs.
Oh my God! Did you say Creflo Dollar, man? Oh my God, bro! You just like
man. My mom from what's his name? Something Pop, Peter Popoff, I think. Because she got like one of his little blessed water joints.
no, man, no. Oh my God!
She used to get letters and stuff like, "Ma, don't give them no more money." Anyways, you know what's crazy? Like I looked up on Google. I keep trying to look up the furthest distance to the horizon possible. But there's no definitive answer on what we're actually asking. But instead, all of this other, periphery stuff come up. Like I found this article on CalgaryVisionCenter.com, and it says the longest sight line on Earth. 443 kilometers straight line. First of all, listen to those words. 443 kilometer straight line journey from Pic de Finestreles. Oh my God. In the Spanish Pyrenees to Pic Gaspard in the French Alps. This is the farthest distance ever photographed on Earth's surface. Like, note the word straight line, right? That's going to come up from me later. So driving through the prairies can seem, no, I'm not even going to do all that. Blah, 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 blah. Driving is tedious. So I like to do things like wonder how far I can see the horizon and stuff. That's basically what he's saying. With no mountains, trees, or other blockades in the way, Earth's natural curvature seems to be the only variables in play. So after some simple geometry, one can figure out the horizon is about 4.7 kilometers away. Is that far enough to be impressive? If you think of standing on a start line of a 5-kilometer running race, and if the route is perfectly straight and flat, it is kind of cool that one should be able to just barely see the finish line from the start line. So I guess that's pretty impressive, but are there further sight lines on it? But first of all, in order to give his example, I don't even know why he put it on a flat surface, because that's what they say. They say we're standing on a flat slice, and after the horizon it curves. That's originally what they say. That's why the rhetoric changes like that. That's why it sounds so weird what this person is saying. If we include another variable in addition to the curvature of the Earth, which is essentially constant, and increase the height of the observer, we most definitely can increase our maximum line of sight. So he's talking about the furthest you can see by increasing your altitude. So see, all the examples above are limited by the curvature of the Earth, and that is why the horizon seems to be a limiting factor. But there are two additional variables in play that can allow for some truly amazing sightlines: the height of the target and the temperature of the air. The height of the target is intuitively obvious, as we all realize we can see Calgary skyline from way further away than 4.7 kilometers. So basically, they're just saying, obviously, you can see further if you're higher. The air temperature variable is not quite as intuitive, but it really is simple. Simply a real world example of a concept all spectacle wearers rely on daily: refraction. Refraction allows for light passing through a medium of different density to bend and focus in predictable ways. That's bullshit. Anyway, not the glasses part, but what they said afterwards. The medium in a pair of spectacles is glass, and the glass is shaped in either a convex or concave manner to help focus light in a person's eye based on if they're near side or the far. Light doesn't only bend through lenses, it also bends through air. If the atmosphere's density gradient is just right, it can actually cause light to curve along the Earth's surface, extending how far we can see. So, his example. How did let's see.
Just like the Goldilocks horizon. The Goldilocks
when he's talking,
refraction.
but see, when he's talking about refraction, he's talking about seeing things you normally wouldn't see because of the horizon. There's no talk in this whole article about the horizon moving. Now I know that Andrew Thomas Young will say it moves a little bit in distance, but that's not what this guy is saying. He's taking the pure sight line. He's take like straight like it. If you let me.
Yeah, no refraction to the horizon, and then everything behind the horizon is moving up and down. Right.
Basically, yep. So this whole refraction thing of light bends to your eye, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Funny, neither do they.
Like where's it like this? You can't anyway. So as a matter of fact, something else said with particulates in the air, you would be able to see the horizon closer, and then with like a clear day further or whatever. That was something else. But yeah, he's just talking, he's dead ass taking, he's just assuming like majority of the people on earth right now are just assuming that the horizon is a specific distance away, and then you may be able to see things beyond the horizon because of refraction. But they're not talking about the horizon itself, like moving 10 times, 20 times further because of air. Everybody understands that if you're a mile away from a building and you look through a pair of binoculars, it's not going to appear like it's 10 miles away.
Hello?
Hiya.
Is this room for discussing flat Earth?
Did you just come in, or did you hear anything I just? Because we were actually talking about like long distance.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm new to this whole server.
Oh, that's what's up. Okay, so we usually talk about like long distance observations, because the conversation is about whether or not level as an orientation is actually a straight horizontal line or curving. I don't know how orientation curves, but if that's the case, the only way to test that is convexity over large distances, or large enough distances, forgive me. Large enough distances to falsify the claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Or falsify flat Earth. Either way.
That's kind of cool. Thank you.
It goes either way, yeah.
Did he bounce, or is he still here?
Hello?
Yeah, I think he bounced.
You see, that's what happens when you kind of like, see what happens when you just straight up, this is what we're talking about. Either they're going to try to get you to change either they're going to somehow get you to talk about what they wanted you to talk about regardless. It'll never be about measuring the curvature of the Earth. So, but look at how he just dipped. Because if I'd have been like, what's up? He'd have been like, so how is the Earth flat? And then we'd have been like, well, whatever answer we would have gave, and he'd have been like, well, no, how can this? He asked one question and then
Yeah, Eli, but you don't know if that was the case or not, man. That scenario just played out the way it did because we don't know the unknown variables. He could have just been checking the room out.
He could have been. He could have been just checking the room out. You're right. Every instance ever in which we get to the point that the Glober is like, okay, let me crack these calculations, or okay, let me take in what you're talking about, they always leave, right? So I just started with that first, and he did the same thing that people typically do, right or wrong.
Yeah, but the outcome isn't determined. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I get what you're saying, but he could have been a slimy snake, and he could have just like been playing the room or what. I don't know. There could have been other things that he was interested in, but I mean, you did what you did.
Right.
He just dipped for whatever reason.
You had a fair point.
Probably dipped when he heard the word convex and didn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe he thought it was about something else. Who knows?
It's better not to assume. You're right.
Yeah. My mind reading skills are a little rusty.
I wish he would stop. I really wonder why he dropped. He sounded so
I mean,
interesting.
You know, I'd like to get a whole bunch of PhDs, and just like get a whole clip of nonsense.
Indio, that's just being greedy, bro.
Well, we got Professor Phil, we got Blitz, we got this guy.
Matthew.
Who else do we got? Rob Parks has said some dumb shit. We could probably clip that the guy Dave Weiss talked to. Matthew ain't a PhD. I don't think
he was trying to run interference. You know that, right? Like.
Oh yeah, of course.
I wasn't
gonna let that happen.
He does that, dude.
That spoke to Witsit was an astrophysicist. I'm telling you, that's a good clip. Not the one that was posted. That was trash. Another debate.
Yeah, there's Rob Parks, and then who's the other guy? There's another Tony. Witsit talked to 2 PhDs, so there's Rob Parks, and there's another one too.
Talking about recently, like just
no, wow.
Right. The team is not a PhD. The PhD brought a colleague along, yeah, or something like that. Because somebody couldn't make it, so he brought one of his people.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Someone that who was the guy? He brought someone from. Well, there's also Franco from X. Man, there's tons of clips of him saying dumb shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got like 7 right there.
You know what's crazy?
Brenda, double it up. Like we double it up, dude. If we get 15, that would be nice.
Brenda could be a PhD. I guess we just kind of assumed, but they kind of sound like Brenda, don't they? Like,
yeah. Brenda's got an LGBTQ in PhD. The B. That shit was funny this morning. The B contradicts the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. So, AV, you missed it. I was like, you know what debunks the LGBTQ?
Oh shit! Would you?
The B. The B.
Oh shit!
What does that mean?
Dude, you got risque in here, or?
Oh wait, can I say that? Yeah, I did. And that's not that bad. That's
you need to come over here to Frontline Unfiltered, dude, where you can just let your tongue loose, man. Because in here you gotta hold your tongue in here, bro. Like, you know what I mean? You got, the YouTube bot, just overlords, and you got the moderation. I'm like, oh, you can't say that, not in here. Over there, you can. But dude, that's a hell of a.
I know.
God dang, dude. You're on demon time, huh?
No, it's just, yo, you know who I got that from? Skeletor. You know the Skeletor memes that be going around? Like,
I haven't seen it, dude.
He's on demon time. Like, every time you see a Skeletor meme, he's saying something else that hit hard just like that.
Yeah, it's pretty spicy, dude. Like, not gonna lie.
Yeah, so I guess I got overzealous there because I was making a point to Indio earlier. Damn, you weren't here. Okay, so I'll say it. I think we're missing the special sauce on what makes Neos move the NPCs, right? Like that's just our situation. And being right never really helped anybody. Think about situations with your spouses. Think about that kid that was messing with you back in school. You know it was his fault. The teacher didn't give a crap. Like all the BS you had to go through, you knew you was right, but it didn't matter, right? Like I feel like we're coming at this the wrong way. And we've come at it the right way. I just don't think the focus was in the right place. I think that when we actually, the moment somebody's actually open their mind to listen, is when we're supposed to be dismantling stuff like maybe uh observations or NASA or this or that or the third. Like, but just coming out with axioms, we gotta go a little further than that and like grease the skids a little bit, in my opinion. I know that yes, even FED just, is focused on how the earth is measured flat, used flat, observably flat. But to me, somebody has to be the sauce in the middle. I'm sorry. And I realize the reason that me and Indio and anyone I've heard give like a personal observation hit hard is because you can actually force a bigot to stop being a bigot, because that is the one thing that they react to, attempt not to be when you call it out. So if I'm using somebody else's observation, they can just treat me as somebody a part of something. And then I'll be like, oh, let's just look at this observation. And it's still, to the audience, I feel like they don't feel like that person has to address me as an individual. Because if that person just goes, yeah, but all you flat earthers get your measurements wrong, they'll just take that. But if, let's just hypothetically speaking, if at least all of the mods had their own irrefutable black swan that they could defend on their own, our movement would, I don't know how much stronger. Just from that, like, why are there so many of us that are capable but don't actually have that on hand? Like, we have an idea, but we don't actually have the.
I'm going to push back on this a little bit, because that kind of like changes the burden of proof. You know what I mean?
It may, maybe it does, but like, if nobody's willing to look into what we're talking about, we kind of got to bring it to them. Like,
Yeah, certainly we should harp on testing it themselves. But like, I'm not taking on the burden of proof. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not going into it going, I got to prove a flat earth. Like, no, bro. The onus is on you.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if I do choose to partake in a debate that may be meaningless, or debate that may be useful, the strongest way to go for me and what I've observed for others has always been if they had their own observation. Because a person, if they just go, let's talk about this thing, and then that thing is hypothetical if they didn't even do it, that's far weaker than the person who's like, listen, this is what happened, this were my results, you can do it yourself. So I'm just talking about everybody being capable of doing that. I mean, because who's going to listen? I'm talking about people that I know. I can't send them somebody else's black swan. They're just not going to be that interested. They're not even that interested in me. Feel me? As far as this conversation goes. So it's like, this is something I did. If I'm that stupid, somebody should you could just take this and somebody should easily be able to be like, this is dumb. Except that won't be the case. They'll not be able to do that. And instead of some imaginary person that they don't know, you got more and more flat earthers actually putting the onus on them. It's just naturally the world would be, it'd be harder and harder for the world in mass to dismiss all the flat earthers. I just don't want to be dismissed anymore because that shit's whack. We keep acting like, I don't know. I feel like we can do better. I'm not saying we have to, but if we can do better, why not? I don't understand why in not even 365 days, 5 years, all the mods can't just for shits and giggles, one day out of those 5 years have gotten the Black Swan. And at least been able to have a testimony.
I agree with all that. I agree. We can always do better, no doubt. And we should. I mean, ultimately, we'd all have multiple types of tests. I mean, we'll get there eventually, I'm sure. But, you know, some people are landlocked or they kind of can't do tests.
Yeah, that's true.
They ain't doing no tests in Nebraska.
Nebraska's whack, yo. Gotta hit the coast.
Golly. I'm getting roasted.
I knew a girl from Nebraska. She's really cool to this day.
Yeah, after all of what CB's went through, I'm staying away from the fucking coast, dude. I don't want to get stung by no jellyfish and all that shit. Fuck that. Stingray, sorry.
Oh, you can come here where it's too cold to go in the water.
You got a lot of crazies over there where you're at, man.
This ain't winter.
It's like it gives you something to do, man. Just go out, walk around, watch the circus. You're always entertained. I tell you guys some story. Dude, there was some funny shit I saw during COVID. I'll just tell you a story. There's like this 6'6" black dude wearing a halter top and a mini skirt that was way too short, and his schlong was hanging out underneath it. And anybody that looked at him, he'd scream at him, "What the fuck are you looking at?" And he was like downtown crossing, which is like a shopping area, right? So this is like all these people just shopping, and he's just walking right through the middle of it, screaming at people, "What are you looking at?" And he'd like stare him down. I just laughed. He screamed at me like, "Dude, I'll kick you right in your schlong, dude. You should have wore a cup."
That's hilarious.
It is.
He had to know that.
He was tall and skinny, like 6'6", but like skin and bone. So it's just like hideous 6'6" Bellator with a mini skirt with a schlong. You could see like half of it sticking out from the bottom of it.
What are you looking at? God damn! Oh, fuck you think? Oh, first of all, we got. I keep forgetting where we at.
That's what I'm saying, man. We can't get risque in here.
Horrible, bro. Yo, yeah,
You
that's
can't
funny.
see that in here.
I'm sorry, y'all. I don't mean no disrespect to the English. My bad. I got to do better.
So, Avi, there's more to that. So I left, and then Sonny and friends talked to them. Like you were there, Elijah, right?
Yeah. Oh no, AV was there too. That
night? No.
That night?
AV, remember when dude he didn't square the number? Weren't you there for that?
No, I crashed.
No, 2 nights ago, AB crashed out, and I came over to politics, and that guy was in there.
Are we talking about a different day? I think that's what it.
I'm talking about not last night, the night before when we did a show that night.
The one you just played?
Yeah, the one I just played was the night before last.
Yeah, I was absent that time.
Yeah, dude didn't square the mile, bro. And then screenshotted it. And then Sonny is like, "Look, you didn't square the mile." And he did not get it for 30 minutes or more.
Yeah, I still got to listen. I did not listen to the rest of that, so maybe it's cool. I don't know. I know Sonny came in. I could tell that he was raring to go.
It was very good because it was the conclusion of what y'all was building up to. He was doing the math, and you had to go, and so you got to play a little more when you get a chance, and you, yeah, you're gonna be like, "There's no way, there's no," and that's why I'm like, "Yo,
Yeah, I'll go click right now.
Like, I want to take them down so many pegs. We should be globetrotters. You know, the Harlem Globetrotters. You know, that's what I mean. Which was played on a flat basketball court, just so y'all know. Just saying. So I was thinking, like, because, you know, we always have like some sort of, or at least there's a segment of us that has some sort of focus. I just figure once a year we should like get together and have that in mind. Like, well, what can we try to do as a flat Earth Discord this year? You know,
Meet up at Indio's house.
is there an amount of PhDs we want to have under our belt before the year's over? You know, this certain amount of observation, something like that.
Well, currently right now, me and Indio are on the hunt, so we're trying to capture the biggest Pokemon we can. So we're looking to see if there's anybody that's willing to take that challenge. Well, McToon, I offered him.
Mark Crispin Miller.
What was that, Eli?
I want to talk to Mark Crispin Miller. I wonder if he'd give me an audience. The guy that blew the lid, the whistle, and wrote a book on elections. You know, so election fraud, not voter fraud, but election fraud. And he works at NYU, unless they got him fired by now, because he came out with that piece he did. I forget but with who, but it was called Propaganda and Irrational Fear, that Taboo Conspiracy released on his channel. And it was about, you know, 2020 and all that. So I wonder if he would give me an audience or point me in the right direction.
That's interesting. Are you gonna?
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to contact individuals like that once they get to a larger group size.
No, he's been blackballed. They're trying to fire him because of that. So now might be the best time. Now I don't know if he'd be interested because that'd be the last straw, you know. Whereas I don't want to put the man out of a job, but I don't want to know what the conversation is either. For all we know, all of these professors want to help us. Or for all we know, if they heard what we said about the horizon, they'd actually take it more serious than a mixer. You know what I'm saying? We don't even know that they would have written because we haven't spoken to them. I guess we're waiting on Indio to play some more of that audio.
Well, he reached the end of that particular interaction. I don't know if he's gonna another one.
Well, there's more. He just said he played some more of it because that wasn't it.
Right now, I'm gonna clip it right now. I'm doing it. I'm currently doing it.
Yeah, take your time, brother. Just hurry up.
You know, I work with a bunch of Mexicans, and they'd be like, "Buncha, buncha."
Dude, that's how you got your name, Indio 007, bro.
Goddamn right.
Que eres
I love
un
those words.
indio. Por eso.
Dude, I got a ride home from one of them in a snow, like a absolute blizzard, and we had to go like up over a mountain. And this dude is just like, this car's off the road. He's just like weaving through stopped cars. I'm like, what the fuck? He was going to his second job. Dude worked 3 jobs like a good Mexican. So 2 full-time jobs and a part-time job. Fucking crazy. And I'm like, how the hell did you do that? He was like, oh, I used to drive demolition derby in Mexico.
Golly. Yeah, it's like the Mexican people, they try to outdo each other, man, like on who can have more work to do. Like how much manual labor you done?
If you think about it, you're either doing something or nothing anyway. Guess I'd rather be making money than not making money. No. Hard labor though? Nah, that's for the birds.
Word.
Not all your life. I liked it when I was young. It kept me strong, but not forever. Do you hear my point about the air around the earth? Like that movement in of itself, there's no measurement of that. I mean, you have the earth as you have gas particles that are not attached to it. So if it's traveling around the sun and is going in a direction, then how come the air on one side isn't measured to be different than the air on the other side, like the front of the ball and the back of the ball in this movement? What is the gravity pulling and pushing the atmosphere at the same time to make no observable effect or no measurable effect? It's an object moving. Typically, objects move through air, right?
Typically, yeah.
What's up, Jedi?
Not much, man. It's good to see you all. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, you were there the other night with the PhD Indio was talking about, the one who couldn't figure out that he needed to square the mile.
Was I in there for that? I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
And then he even posted it, and Sonny was like, look, right there, you didn't do this.
I guess basic mathematics isn't his PhD.
So I'd like to ask a question.
Go for it.
Okay.
So, like, what is the distance between Alaska and Russia?
What, like the Bering Strait?
Huh?
The Bering Strait.
No, I mean
that's the water between Russia and Alaska. What's the distance? Go look at the map.
Right, there's going to be a coordinate distance that's calculated and a surveyed distance. I don't know if it's ever been surveyed.
But is Russia next door to Alaska, or is Russia on the other side, the opposite?
It's next door.
Oh boy.
Why'd you ask?
What I'm trying to say that, like,
sounds like it.
What are you trying to say? Like, we're all done tonight.
Are you guys like flat earthers, right?
Yes.
God.
So, so if the Earth is flat, you can like go around. Am I right?
You can't. Sorry, you can't go around in a circle on a flat plane. Circles are two-dimensional.
No, but there is only one side, right? You mean you can go around the like the on the extremities?
I don't know.
You mean go around the extremities?
I've never been to the extremities to go around them. I don't know anybody who has.
Because, well, if the Earth is flat, how is Alaska next to Russia? Explain this.
How is, because Alaska is east of Western Russia. Sorry, Eastern Russia.
No, but this is from the globe point of view. What about the flat Earth?
No,
I don't get it. Don't get it.
I mean, I pointed it out earlier. Alaska is just across the Bering Strait from Russia. I think on a good clear day, you can point at one from the other. I think if it's icy, you can walk the distance. Okay.
I still can see the picture. I still can see the picture. Like, how can Alaska be close to Russia in this?
Okay, you ask that one more time, you're gonna get muted. You got the answer, bro.
Well,
they're right next to each other. You're confusing the map with the territory.
Yeah, there you go. The flat Earth is not. The flat Earth is not a circular map.
Not a map at all.
All right. Got it.
I'll reset a little bit and ask the same question. Watch. Must be a pregnant pause, yeah?
expecting fucking twins.
Jeez Louise. Is that all you had, dude? How can Russia be away from this place? That's weird. On a horizontal plane? I don't get it.
So I just posted the audio in the chat. Someone wants to play it or whatever. This is the guy you were talking to, Jedi. Yeah, you kept. It was the night before last. You're telling him to stop being condescending. Night before last for me, but probably morning for you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'll go and listen to it then.
Did you hear me talking to him before that? I don't know when you came in. Did you?
I don't, mate. I can't remember, to be honest with you. If I listen to the conversation, it might jog my
You're
memory.
trying to explain to him if you had a 1 mile long plane and your eye was an inch above it, that you wouldn't see the end of it.
Oh yeah. I remember. Was that the guy that you had the debate with?
Yeah, the Maxos guy.
Seriously?
No.
What, the hands man?
No, that's a different idiot.
Okay. Oh, different idiot. They all blend into one another after a while.
Piled higher and deeper, as someone said earlier.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go and listen to this.
I mean, you can play it in the box. We just played the one so that Maxos guy you were talking to and trying to explain, angle resolution to. Apparently, he was a PhD in physics that did his dissertation on dark matter.
No fucking. Really? Wow.
Yeah.
And these are the best and the brightest. Bloody hell.
Yeah. Well, our goal, we're going to start stacking these PhDs up like freaking cordwood.
Black hole PhD. That means much.
Yeah, it's like writing a thesis on Narnia. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm not going to go and listen to that now. It's like an hour and 8 minutes long. I'll check it out later. I thought it was like a clip or something, a minute at most.
Oh, no. So I talked to him for a while, and then he decided he wanted to calculate the distance to the horizon himself. So I didn't want to listen to that. So I'm like, I'm out, bounce. But there was other people in there. I didn't listen to it, so I haven't heard it either. Like what you guys. I only heard to clip it. I heard you talking to him. That's pretty much the end of it. And then Universe East came in, cock blocked, and he slipped out the back door.
Yeah, I might have a little listen to it just to jog my memory.
Yeah, mine with him was real good. He said, science doesn't determine what's real.
Huh? What?
Yeah.
What? Fucking hell.
Well, it was pretty good. He was saying all sorts of nutty shit.
Was he saying it seriously, though?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Because, sometimes they kind of use some kind of defensive act and put on stupidity or something. But okay.
Yeah. We were talking about models, and I said, I was giving them examples of like having multiple models for the same thing that the models, even though they have the like for the same input, they give the same output, but the model themselves are not actually the same. And I gave examples of this. And I said, how do you determine which one's real? And he said, well, science doesn't determine what's real.
Holy shit. That's crazy.
His argument was science just purely tries to get the right prediction in a purely utilitarian way, and it's not trying to tell you what's real. That's what he said. Pretty much paraphrasing.
It's not trying to tell you what's real, apart from the prediction. See if that's real. What the fuck? Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised anymore. We've been doing this for too long, but sometimes these people still say some stupid shit.
I know, right? I actually had to tell him, like, science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Like, we are trying to figure out what's real. Like, what are you talking about? The natural world's not real. At least he didn't go there. You didn't go to bring it in the jar, thank God.
Bloody hell. What was his name? Can you remember?
Maxos.
Sorry, say that again?
Maxos. Maxos.
Oh, okay. I'll keep an eye out for that name then.
Yeah, when I was talking to so many of the politics dumbasses tried to, with senseless interjections to try and divert into other crap, tried to divert into feminism, tried to while I'm trying to like cook this guy, and like every freaking, it had to be at least 6-7 people tried to like interject and deflect into something else.
Wow. Good. I like it when we trigger them, but we have to get the fucking mute button out. Otherwise
Yeah, Gemsy was there. I think Gemsy was on it, man. Gemsy was pretty good on it. I think it was Gemsy doing it.
Good stuff.
So the one I just posted is me talking to him, and then the first one I posted is afterwards.
Gotcha. Okay.
Got a live one on politics.
Oh yeah, spurg it out.
Yeah, it's hard to get traffic coming in here without the event, because if they don't see the event, they might not see the room. You should get tied up in general chat or chill chat or something. I think the vast majority of the people on this server start scrolling down and get caught in these events. Right now, there's a Christianity debate going on. So, yeah, maybe politics is the way to go with one of the boss or something right now until this event's over, and then maybe somebody can start an event in here.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm around, I will.
Another thing I was saying earlier was that we should do an event titled "Why Do We Say the Earth is? Why do we think the Earth is flat?"
Yeah, it's a good title. And then actually try to keep them on that.
Yeah, it's a British streamers party. I love those. Well, damn, Bev, I thought you told me this shit was gonna be lively and shit. Nobody's here. You don't got Peter. Peter's not here. The fuck, bro. All right. Well, thank you. Bev is a liar. And I hope you all are sitting comfy. I'm about to look for some other contributors. So calm down. We'll get to you shortly.
Why is everyone muted, if I may? searching. Okay, right. You've got to be careful of is this, though, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be fooled that because I'm thinking of this, my position is this, and then other flat earthers and my other colleagues may hold a different position, that's going to cause a divide, because it doesn't. And this is the thing when these kind of questions are asked, is that it can easily fall into, so the flat earthers are not all in agreement then, and then somebody's trying to sow a seed of doubt, of division. That's not what goes on, because we're all free to think and hold whatever position we like. But the main fundamentals are these. One, we're not a globe. We're not spinning. It's a flat earth. We're not hurtling through the universe. The earth isn't moving. And you cannot have this globe ball inside a vacuum without a pressurized container to protect the air. So you can't have a pressurized system without a barrier in a vacuum. You just cannot. These are the fundamental things that we agree on. So clearly the earth isn't a globe. Okay, so we've got to be careful when these questions are asked, because sometimes it may lead people to think, it looks like the flat earthers are not all in agreement in this and that. And that's fine if we don't agree on this one or that one. That's perfectly fine. At the moment, as we are only speculating, as now, the rules are in place that you've got to fill in documents, protocols, the place is being patrolled anyway. When you go there, you are restricted to where you can go. And where you do go, you're accompanied by the staff anyway for your safety. So you're not actually getting to the ice wall where you can begin to explore and investigate. You can't do it at the moment. The Antarctic Treaty is part of in 1959, came into act in 1961, 63 years ago approximately, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's why it's well, now I'm speculating, but you can connect the dots. It's very important for the globe enthusiasts to hold on to this idea that Antarctica is a polar cap island. Yeah. But you can't go there. I mean, if someone could go underneath through the South Pole up to the other side, then there would be no more talk of this thing.
Yeah.
But the only examples you get of that is some Nat Geo all women's team from 10 years ago wearing, astronaut orange jumpsuits, snowshoeing across, some footage. But but what's your response to that, Dave? Because I heard you kind of say, yeah.
I'm saying, yeah, I'm just listening. I'm just trying to get more information. And I have looked at Antarctica and the territories of everything, so that makes logical sense that you couldn't necessarily map out Antarctica with all of the treaties and all of the boundaries in there. So it makes sense.
Well, you've seen the names of the bases down there, Rockefeller and all the big names.
But I'm saying that, like, if the governments, let's say for a minute that the governments knew that the Earth was flat, they would have an interest in kind of perpetuating this globe theory, and so they would have territories to make sure that nobody else explored Antarctica, right?
Well, going full circle back to how this all started with the flags, their whole driving force of all of them taking over everyone's decisions and deciding to close down farms and tell you what you can wear, basically. It's under the guise of the Earth is a dying planet. Humans are out of control. We need to tell you how to live. And here's the new world order. And that depends on the idea that it's a globe, globalism.
Yeah, that's right. You will notice
all their ideas of scarcity and all this stuff is all on the idea that we're on a limited blue dot.
Yeah, and resources are running out, which is that's all a lie.
We are, and they are
running out of resource. We're not running out of resource.
That's what they're crying wolf about, to get everyone under one world order.
Yeah. We're not running. Let me tell you something. We're not running out of resource, and the number one resource that can help humanity.
No, Twanger.
Yeah, dude, that's just evolution.
Oh, stop the cap. Cry me a river.
I was going to say the number one resource that we could employ that's not being employed enough is hemp. hemp has 500,000 ways to be utilized, and we haven't begun to utilize it properly yet. So no, we haven't run out of resource. We're using chemically based resources, which are not necessary, poisonous, carcinogenic, and we need to stop that and move towards hemp, which is a natural resource which grows forever. That will never run out. As such.
Dude,
we can't. Can't kill it off.
Be comedy.
No, dude.
No, this is
according to legends here in the United States, the founding farmers were all hemp farmers.
No, I know hemp is a good resource, but I mean, overall, like this guy has his view of the picture is so minuscule. It's like so off base.
Well, I mean, who are you speaking to?
You, buddy.
Me. So now you're going to throw an insult there. Excuse me. You're the one that is off base. Ladies and gentlemen, let me put it to you. We have thousands upon thousands of uninhabited islands. So we haven't begun to overpopulate this earth that we live on. Now, the only reason why we're not using those other islands is because we have a system in place that is devaluing humanity's movement, right? It's trying to corral us into a technological prison, as my colleague said, the new world order, through fear. So they're putting these ideas that we're destroying the earth, we're running out of resource when we're not. And as I've just said, hemp hasn't begun to be utilized yet. And we have these islands that we could be growing this hemp on. Now, if we free up the economy and its devaluation, we can easily grow and survive. But because we put a price on something,
like right now, dude, like
you're interrupting me because I'm nearly there. You sound like a retard who's got his head up his government's
you
arse,
sound like a
and you can't think straight because you're constipated. So just let me finish. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to put forward is this: that it's because we're living in a system that's devaluing us and the earth is why we're not using this hemp to its maximum and letting it flow, basically. I'm not talking about smoking here. I'm talking about the industrialized use of hemp in our lives, which is far less carcinogenic and poisonous. I'll stop there for now. Don't call me a retard, mate. I'll slag you into your grave, okay? Silly ass of an American. Toxic maggot. But carry on. Don't be going down that road, sir. Don't even go down that road. You'll find that you'll be the last person. I'll be the last person standing. But carry on. Please carry on.
Yeah, Twango, we were talking to Dave.
Yeah, he was in here just rage baiting yesterday, so I don't know why he hasn't been started
yet. Yeah, I like Twanger, but he was doing his Greta Thunberg impersonation there. How dare you! You're poisoning the earth! You're stealing my childhood!
Yeah, she's right.
Evolution! I'm pond scum. I'm Greta. She's right. Clip it.
Yeah. We are not right, ladies and gentlemen. We are not running out of resources. Okay?
Yes, we are.
No, we're not. We are not running out of resources at all. Like I've said, we haven't begun to utilize the resources, especially hemp, that we have, which can be 500,000 different ways. We haven't begun to live on this earth yet. We're making mass.
Hey, Dave, this is a great example, though. Do you hear this guy, this Twanger? He's a regular in here.
Yeah.
And that's just what we were talking about. Yeah, the story. Exactly. There's certain parts of the story that are linchpins to everything. Antarctica must be a polar ice cap, antipodal to where they say Santa Claus's workshop is. It must be, and we're evolving, and the Earth isn't actually a sphere. Come on.
Is Fallen also a regular in here?
We live on a globe with limited resources, and they're running out. It's not controversial.
Yeah, it's your lie. Tell it.
Yeah. Yes. Those in control know that the Earth is flat. They know it's a flat Earth. They know the resources are not running out. Remember, they're running a deception here. Remember, the only area has its own flag that you recognize is Antarctica. That you actually see the shape. They're trying to sell you a shape, aren't they? Antarctica, the only continent that you see the shape of. All the others have a colourful flag. They don't actually show you the shape of the country. But Antarctica is the one. So that's the clue there, that they're trying to sell you something. It's not an island mass at the cap of the Earth, South Pole cap. It's not an ice cap thing. Definitely not, because we're not a globe.
Yes, it is.
Well, you need to prove that, sir, and that would mean you'd have to show curvature, ladies and gentlemen, which they haven't done in the last 10 years in asking every day of the week. They have lost every single debate, plus they have lost in a court of law twice. They have lost in a court of law. Couldn't prove the globe. This is how ridiculous it is. So the man saying it is. It's just desperate a plea, just a desperate outburst, drowning in flat earth truth, led by Jin CBR1. You haven't got a chance, sir. You just haven't.
I bet that judge was just loving that case because they probably see so many cookie cutters of the same case over and over. He just probably loved that one.
Yeah.
Jin CBR is like the guy in the corner that doesn't stop talking and has like delusions of grandeur. It's hilarious.
Unfortunately, that's stupid as well because, I have a right to speak. I speak concisely. I don't often offer up speculation. And when I do, the audience are listening clearly. They know that I'm speculating when I'm saying speculating. Outside of that, every word I say is fact. They can take it to the bank. They can write it in stone. Okay, what I say, because I don't lead them down the alley. I will always speak. You're the voice in the wilderness that is lost in the gale of Jin CBR1 and the flat earth truth. That's who you are. Remember what I said, ladies and gentlemen. 10-year loss. And if he has proof of globe, he would be proving it to shut me up. Shut me up with your proof. Please. Silence Jin CBR1. Stop me from talking. See? He's not even beginning.
It's interesting the hemp discussion really triggered Twanger.
Yeah.
What are you? Are you a big cotton representative, Twango, or what's going on?
Actually, I love hemp. I actually did a presentation.
He loves hemp.
Yeah, I did a presentation. I've given a presentation on the ethnobotanical uses for hemp, so I'm well aware.
Are you just jealous that Jin brought it up before you?
No, I'm just saying that's such a minuscule view of the whole picture. That was the point.
Minuscule view. Ladies and gentlemen, plastics, carcinogenic material that cannot be recycled. It is not recyclable. It is not biodegradable versus hemp. It's a no-brainer. Clearly, hemp is what we should be using, but it's been controlled. Part of the control mechanism. We have been held back easily 100 years, without a doubt. 100 years we've been set back. Okay, Henry Ford started it himself with his hemp car, hemp cellulose car, and hemp fuel. Model T Fords were running on bioethanol. Then you have biodiesel, cleanest fuels you can ever have. You can burn bioethanol on a teaspoon, and all you see is a nice, lovely golden flame flickering. That's all you see. You take the regular gasoline, and it's black soot. Black soot. The spoon is blackened at the end of the burning. And you've got smoke in your room. It's a no-brainer.
I'm all
the
about
Creator created it perfectly.
Renewable energy is the future. I'm with you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, but don't be insulting me, man. The voice in the back. I'm the man in the front.
Just let the free market dictate what inventions are going to be created, what fuels are going to be burned, people are.
No, that's the wrong view.
Using water. Oh, just let nature take its course.
Yeah.
No, let people do their thing. Let the guys tinker in their garage. The guys and gals.
Yes. Even Robert F. Kennedy Jr. stated it. Even Robert F. Kennedy Jr. stated it that nuclear power is the most expensive way to boil a kettle of water, he said. And remember, he also said that no insurance companies wants to insure it. So who ends up insuring it? The taxpayer. When it blows up and goes wrong, who picks up the bill? The taxpayer. There you are. So it's a loss, not a win-win-win. Quoting Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on his
the environment
speech.
Regulated. There's no doubt about that. corporations.
Right. So don't be saying we're wrong then.
That's true. Then your view is of the way things work is so minuscule that you need to sit by the wayside, stay on Discord, and make sure you don't get involved in any real change in the world because you don't understand how things work.
Well, that's where you're wrong, you see. You don't know me from Adam. Ladies and gentlemen, I gave 12 and a half years of my life as a volunteer youth worker. Children
now,
in England.
Jen,
yeah.
Why are you letting this rage baiter lead you down a path?
I'm not being led down a path. Actually, it gives me an opportunity to let the listeners know what kind of a person I am. That's okay. So I've got nothing to hide here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the man who gave 12 and a half years of his life to the disadvantaged people in London. Okay, it's called the 3 C's Youth Club. My name is Jin. They know me as Mr. Motivator. Address 141 Cleveland Street, London West 1. You go there, you will see my name in magazines where I've motivated the kids to turn their lives around. So the guy doesn't know me. You see, that's the thing. Doesn't know me from Adam. I'm not that guy he thinks I am. He is that guy who's making no change for the world. I've been in Japan 26 years. I've been responsible
for helping. You may be doing some projecting right there.
Who's that, me?
No, Twonger. I said that's a shame, Twonger. It's a shame that he's opened this can of worms right in the middle of work. Dave's asking questions and Twongo comes in here. Yeah, I don't know, man. Evolution. If you're evolving, Twongo, why the rage bait shtick?
Yeah, and I'm 63 years of age, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no rage bait. Barrington likes to. Just because you claim that it's rage bait doesn't mean that it's authentic, and you just want to think it's rage bait. It's authentic. That's why it makes you mad.
You're trying to get the whole conversation off course. When it turned out you agreed with hemp.
Yeah.
And that was the thing you decided to start chiming in and butting heads with Jen about.
Dude, my mic is muted. Go ahead and talk to Dave. I don't know why you're.
No, it's okay. That's fine, dude. I mean, what's the point? Why would you say that? Oh, just sit on Discord and do nothing. I mean, it's like,
what are you talking about?
I don't know. I mean, I could give you, a timeline of Jen's, at least his decades in Japan, and the guys obviously say what you want about Jen Twonger. The guy's obviously. Like he said before, he's famous in Japan. You're speaking to someone who is famous in Japan.
I don't believe it.
I'm not being facetious.
Well, no one's asking you to believe it. No one cares what you believe. We don't want you to believe anything. If you want to know...
Who cares? You're a nobody, Tonga. Sit down and shut the fuck up, Tonga. Just sit down.
Nice for you to chime in, T-Dub.
Fucking piss off, bro. Mute, on mute.
Yeah, please come to Japan and have a look.
He's a nobody. Move on.
Yeah, I don't even know who he is, but it's okay. The point is, he's a loser.
He's in bad form today. His worst form.
He's picked on the worst person he could ever pick on to try anything, because I take no prisoners. That's the thing. He doesn't know who he's dealing with. That's the problem. And like I said, I'm 63. Youth,
what the hell,
haven't begun to live, have never fired a weapon, have never defended their country. They haven't done that, have they? See, when I say defend the country, what I mean was I and my brother were in the what you would call the home reserves in the US. Okay, so we did 3 years of cadet life. I did 2 years of Royal Engineers life. My brother did 6 years of Royal Engineers life. Okay, the point is, we have been and protected the country called England. Okay, so there you are. That's just one side of my life. Brief, 5 years. The man hasn't lived, but yet he can throw out these accusations, or baseless claims is what they are. I take great pride in helping people stop smoking, for example, ladies and gentlemen. My female students, 6 of them over the 26 years, have been diagnosed with breast cancer, and they were considering having their breasts removed, and I advised them not to do that. Go to the Japanese doctors who have learnt from the West, chemotherapy. Go there, they will help you. They speak English as well, so you'll understand. Yeah, and then they shower me with gifts.
This time it was sort of left you wanting.
Exactly. So I'm just elevated to the highest height now that I'm a flat earther. On top of all that, who would think I'm going to be a nerd and a flat earther? Wow. What a turnaround. What a turn up for the books. Unbelievable. But anyway, yeah, you've always got the disgruntled little man in the corner, Tonga, where his name is. That's the one, because he can see that what we have to say to the public is uplifting, motivation, educational, informative, concise, correct. And they don't like that because we're not losing. We've been on a high for 10 years like a helium balloon, and we're not coming down, because you don't go back to the globe once you realize it's not. You look for the other faults that you've made, and you start to iron out and the kinks and creases in your life, and you move forward. Okay? That's what makes us dangerous.
You draw a map, you realize it's impossible, and then you go back to the globe where the map is actually possible. You can navigate on it.
There is no curvature to go back.
Welcome, Reductio.
Yeah.
At least you have a tie on.
Do you have a navigatable map, by the way?
Yes, we do. It's called the Alexander Gleason's map, and it works beautifully well, ladies and gentlemen. It's proving that the emergency stop-off points, when there's an incident involving an aircraft, every time they take an emergency stop-off route, you will note that the emergency stop-off is en route to the destination. But when you take this situation and you put it on the Mercator map, you will notice that the emergency stop-off route is nowhere near the destination. So you're going around the corner. So the map that I'm talking about, the Mercator map, clearly not useful for navigation. But yet the Gleason's map, Alexander Gleason, thanks to Flat Earth Banjo, who is a stalwart in bringing all this information to us, has proven that the AE map works, especially where flights paths are concerned.
You think flight maps can work on this? Right now, I can find flight maps or flight trajectories right now.
They're going to be flat, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he's going to present to you. Flat maps, not taking curved trajectory. That's what you're going to be looking at. Yeah. You're heading into my alley now, where I'm going to be bowling you down like a 10 pins and just striking you out.
Okay, how can the edges
once again it's strange. Once again, the whole flat thing is just glossed over. But what about this? What about that? It's really strange.
Yeah.
Well, there is problems with this map, right? I mean, number one is flight trajectory. You're claiming that there's a flight in the South Pole wouldn't take exponentially longer, which it doesn't. But on this map, it would, and so that's a problem. Number two is that the rim of this. Wait, before you jump down my throat, let me finish the second point.
Flights from the South Pole.
Sorry, there's two people jumping down my throat.
No, you have flights from the South Pole.
Yeah,
okay, the rim of this map as the South Pole in January would have to be lit up 24/7, right? It would.
What are you talking?
Sun.
What are you talking about?
It's impossible for the rim of this map to be lit up 24/7.
That's rubbish. No one said it would have to. Why would it have to be? Ladies and gentlemen, he's putting forward what we do not conflate to be existing. Saying, stop misrepresenting us and don't put forward what must be. What it must be is a globe. What it must be is a globe. The Earth is not a globe. That's what it must be. Okay? Your globe does not exist. Can you address that problem? Can you tell us how you know it's a globe?
Can you address one of my problems that I pointed out?
How did you measure the curvature of the Earth? Can you do that? Because the Earth must be a globe, okay? And it's not a globe. Can you deal with that, please? Go ahead. I'm listening.
You deny the 24-hour sun in the South Pole in January?
Yeah, I go out into the day, I see it, so I'm going to be denying that. That's not a problem.
Deny it.
Can you please
deny it?
Show us the curvature of the Earth, please? Where's the curvature of the Earth, please?
They flew flat earthers to the South Pole last year.
That's funny. Time out. Since you brought that up, what's funny is Whitsit's first tweet when he got down there was he was talking about all the long distance observations he was making.
There you go. It's flat. There's no curvature.
That?
Yeah.
Jeez, man, you guys cackling. It's just.
I'm actually not denying that.
First things first, the surface of Earth. If the Earth were a ball, first things first, dude. Reductio. If the Earth were a ball, the surface would be curving in accordance to this radius that's given, correct?
You're going back to the opposite. Why can I see it? It's too far. Address the problem at hand, and then we can talk about refraction.
You're the one who said too far. You're the one. Listen, you're the one who said too far. I said the first thing he tweeted was all the long distance observations he was making from down there. That's a problem.
Amazing how he conceded the flat Earth as well right after that.
Oh, dude, you're caught up in a weird soap opera.
Yeah.
I think he took his head out of the clouds, came back
and
to
I'm
the
not going to listen, for you to say that he can, that I think now you're mixing up Witsit and goofball Jaron.
Yeah.
You've read the cliff notes of this whole thing, dude.
Yeah, can you explain the 24-hour sun they saw?
No, dude.
No, we cannot.
Okay, good. You can't.
It's not important. It's not important. It's not important. As Earth is not a globe. Yeah, that's more important. The fact that Earth isn't a globe is your cataclysmic problem that you have. Orders of magnitude. That's why you run from it. It's like the third rail, as it was said. Touch it and you die. That's the problem, ladies and gentlemen.
Refraction.
The Earth is not a ball that is rotating.
We have refraction to explain
the universe at 19.2 billion miles per year.
He's made some sort of vague claim. How far can you see with refraction?
Depends on refraction. I mean, look.
So it's just okay.
If ducting was perfect, you could see
let me
your own
ask you
ass.
this. Let me ask. Excuse me.
That's
yeah. You could. If ducting was perfect, you could see your own ass. You could look all the way around the world.
Yeah.
Clip it. No. Just poisoning the conversation.
That's not what you said the other day. No, wait a sec. He gave us 12.4 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's what he gave us.
Yeah, that's it. Poisoning the world with that kind of talk. You can see your own ass. This is when they need to be ejected out.
Let me know when you're ready to explain the 24-hour sun in the South Pole.
Hey, the sick thing is he's saying that and actually meaning it.
I have a problem with that. That's not the problem.
Oh, that is a huge problem for your world.
No, it is not at all. That is not a huge problem.
It's impossible.
We don't look to the sun to know what's happening on the surface of the Earth. That it has no bearing on where we live as such, the surface of the Earth.
What's impossible is that your globe has no curvature. Right?
Yeah, that's what's has to be a globe.
Do you have a ruler? Did you measure that yourself?
Yes, we have done.
Show
me the ruler. What kind of ruler?
No, you show us the measurements of curvature.
6 mile ruler.
You show us the measurements of curvature. You show us the measurements of curvature.
Yeah, we have phenomena that we can predict eclipses.
You don't have any measurements of Earth curvature.
Accuracy.
Post-dicting is what you're doing.
When is the last time a flat earther predicted?
We don't make those claims. We don't make stupid claims like that. Of post-dicting, ladies and gentlemen. It's post-dicting. For when you see the pattern happening for years and years and years and years, I can say next year is going to be 2026. In 2 years' time, it'll be 2027. Am I predicting anything here? No, I'm not. That's all they're doing. They're post-dicting.
You're not, but it is funny, Jim. There's a guy named Shane, and there's I guess you call him like a glober who's really into the argument that the Earth's a globe for years, right? So and he made the same bet like Reductio is making, and he paid Shane, the flat earther, I think it was $1,000. He paid off respectably for doing what Reductio says cannot be done by a flat Earth. So.
Oh wait, so a flat earther has predicted a future eclipse using only flat Earth modeling?
That's right.
Okay, I thought you guys don't even assume a map, so how would you even begin to do that?
You can look into it. Yeah, but it's there for you to find.
And it's quite obvious, ladies and gentlemen. The young man doesn't seem to realize that all action that has happened on Earth from the day you were born, ladies and gentlemen, has always been on a flat Earth. For none of you know the Earth is a globe. You have no reference for it. You have no pictures, no experience. You have no personal data. You don't have it. So therefore, all action that you have seen on Earth, so-called predictions, have happened on a flat Earth, including the deception that's being perpetrated right now, is happening on a flat Earth. Remember, we're still asking now, 30 minutes, 40 minutes gone by, they haven't offered one shred of proof of their globe. 10-year loss. When you've lost for 10 years, how can you prove anything? Obviously, clearly, the Earth is not a globe. So they have to look to other things. That's when they brought our sun. Look over here, look over there, look at the stars, look at the planets. Don't look at the surface. That's what they're doing because they can't prove it.
And then to the point of a 6 mile ruler, I think somebody said, surveyors, they treat the Earth as flat for 100 square miles using differential leveling. You can get an auto level and do foresight and backsight and carry the straight line over distance, and you'll find that there's no drop of the horizontal over the distance.
Thank you very much for that. Excellent.
Reductio, the Suez Canal is 120 miles.
Level all the way.
It's a glorified ditch.
120 miles of it.
Yeah, no locks. Locks are used to elevate the water so that it will flow to get the ships to go up or down relative to a horizontal reference. So the Suez Canal.
Someone show me this flat earther who predicted.
He's just glossing over shit now.
I mean, an eclipse. Which flat earther predicted?
All eclipses are happening on a flat Earth. Now let's stop that. Now stop looking up. Look down, as we said. Can you please show us how you prove the
looking up?
You're looking up all the time. Look down on the ground.
Because you can't explain what's around you in the sky.
Look down on the ground. The ground. You have to measure the ground. Boom. You have to measure the ground. Boom. You have to measure the ground.
Okay, just keep your head in, I guess, in the sand then, and not even looking up.
Why are we looking up? I want to measure the curvature of the Earth. I'm not looking up.
Exactly, dude. Right. This guy's given up on trying to prove Earth curvature, and now he's just gone to the sky, so he can state his pseudoscience and unverifiable claims, and just say, oh, because we have some bullshit explanation, right? Therefore, I'm correct. It's really ridiculous, Reductio.
Yeah, it's an absurdity beyond belief.
So
the way that we would measure curvature is with a ruler. I don't have a 6 mile ruler.
You're completely ridiculously off on that. Okay, so nobody's ever done that. Okay, so what? Nobody's ever measured curvature. There you go. Thanks for admitting that. Right, but the characteristics that would have to be there for a globe in reality are not there ever. Ever. You don't have one single observation that matches up with the globe throughout all of history, and that hurts you.
I've mentioned them: flight paths, eclipses.
No,
assumptions are in there. You don't have empirical evidence.
Yeah, so you
can't prove a burning ball of gas in a vacuum. You can't even prove the space vacuum, right? And all of that as a globe is a prerequisite, which you can't prove in the first place.
Is this the vacuum thing? The non-understanding of gravity again?
You're claiming space is a vacuum. Go ahead. Validate the space vacuum.
Okay, when you say vacuum,
so Isaac Newton disagreed with mass attracting mass, by the way.
It's like my Dyson vacuum? Do you think that's
no, 10 to the negative 17 Tor vacuum, deep space vacuum. Go ahead, validate that, and then show us that you can have a water ball inside the vacuum with gas all around the outside. Because you can't do it. Obviously, you can't do it. It's even crazy to even suggest, even asking you to do it seems silly because I already know it's such a ridiculous request because it's a ridiculous claim.
Gravity. You can get like the weird physics.
That's all of that is you need gravity to have the globe. You need the globe to have your made up gravity, right? What is gravity, Neil deGrasse Tyson? Oh, next question. We have no idea what gravity is.
Yes, I have no idea. Next question. He says immediately. Well. That quick, literally. And he's forgetting that Sir Isaac Newton totally disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass anyway, so much so that he didn't want his name associated with that absurd idea, he said. He'll leave it for others to ponder. Okay? Don't call me because I'm not going to be calling you.
Did you understand gas has mass?
I understand that gas is omnidirectional, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I do understand.
Yep. So gas
particles travel in straight lines, right, between collisions or when they bounce off the walls of their container. Straight lines.
Yeah.
And you know how we could show that certain gases are heavier than others, and we could show them on a pressure gradient?
Because the Creator created it like so. That's not a problem.
Welcome to the globe.
That's not proving the globe, ladies and gentlemen. Again, note, we're moving into gas. We're going up again. Not proving gases do not prove a globe. Okay? So can you please stop that? Stop that right away. Thank you. See?
Stop proving
always trying to look up. Never concerned with the ground.
No, you're a weak anti-flat earther at this point. Like you're like a noob.
You're nothing, mate. You're lost in the gale of the flat earth truth. You're nothing. Lost.
You got a
Not
false
even a
sense of
molecule.
confidence. A false sense of confidence is what you have. You get absolutely wrecked in every single discussion, and you don't even realize it.
He gets smashed up on his rock of disillusionment. That's where he's at currently. Smashed up on the ocean of flat earth. Being mashed up on the rocks. The rocks of disillusionment.
Look, someone's got to keep the chat active with disagreement, right?
No. Well, fine, yeah, you can do that, but know that you're losing, though. It's an embarrassing position to take. You're making our case even better for us. Thank you.
All
You're
of the
being our punch
phenomena around
bag.
me perfectly
Thanks for being the
explained
punch
on my
bag,
worldview.
the roundhouse kick
Perfectly
bag,
possible on your
and the
worldview.
Mawashi Geri bag, and the Gingeri bag. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you said it yesterday, Reductio, and it's I just want I want you to understand when you say, well, listen, it all maps out perfectly on a globe. It's just a transposing of the celestial sphere to the ground. It should match up because it's the observations, right? Like you see the sun, you see it in the sky. It's at this degree, angle degree, and I'm going to map that all out. And you map it all out onto a sphere, but it's just a celestial sphere, so it should match. I mean, because it's just observed. That's not really the issue. It's just what is it? What is the basis, the foundation? What is fundamental for the well? What's necessary for that is the Earth to be flat, the horizon and the elevation angle, and then so on and so forth. So it's just like to reify that is the observation is the globe because the observations exist. It's not really differentiating.
Hence, they've lost for 10 years, ladies and gentlemen. Going on for 11 now. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's just like what I'm pointing out is it's just like a coherent, argument. Like well, this the Earth is a sphere. I have it marked here on my map. The map says that the star should be at this degree from this position. The star's at this degree at this position. Therefore, the Earth is the globe. And you're like, well, it makes sense. A lot of people say, well, it makes sense though because they're showing it to me. It's just abstracted from.
Yeah, but the gold standard of actually validating anything is to measure the surface in this case. You can't rely on what you're looking up there. That's not accurate at all. In fact, you'd have to measure it to confirm that what you're predicting up into celestial space is actually correct. You'd have to measure the surface of the Earth. You've got to consider it anyway in construction. Nobody does, ladies and gentlemen. No construction engineer, civil engineers considering Earth's curvature at all. Not even tunnel boring. They don't even do it. Railway tracks, building bridges. Earth's curvature is not considered at all on the surface where you live. But they're predicting it in the stars.
And if you go along into the argument, like as fighting against the flat Earth, you'll find a ton of ad hoc explanations as terrestrial refraction. And then the same guy who did the lunar eclipse bet that I was talking about, he's now going into the elevation angles according to stellarium using astronomical refraction and celestial refraction, which then would place the star where it's needed, but on a globe, but rather than where it's observed. But the ad hoc is that there's two different refractions now that put it where it needs to go on a globe. So I mean, you'll find these things come up all over the place where it's just reifying the globe.
Yeah. Actually measure it on the surface you live on. There it is. Today's modern technologies cannot do what Eratosthenes supposedly did. Yes. There's your anomaly.
Like another silly little example is that the claim, right? So the way that light may work over distance, like logarithm. Somebody brought up was it yesterday, spacing of light rays, as if that's a thing. But now the way it works, when you get further away, the angle gets so small you can't see. So it starts to just kind of merge this object. Say the sun, you get so far away, it seems to be displaced because now the angle to the light is so small. So another reification of that is now the Earth is flattened at the poles. It's just reifying it. It's just
yeah. Well,
you're so far away, it squishes down. So the Earth must be flattened at the poles, but still a globe. You'll find the ad hocs everywhere.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen. You see, desperate measures, band-aid, you know? Gaffer tape, ladies and gentlemen. Gaffer tape globe. That's what we're dealing with here. Note, the globers have gone very quiet. Back into their little holes where they came from. Whack-a-mo. Flat Earth, whack-a-mo.
But yeah, go ahead, Jen. Yeah, you're whack-a-mole. I'm just chiming in.
As far as I know,
Yeah.
though, I'm pretty sure surveyors in every single manual they actually teach them to account for curvature.
Yeah, they should to adjust to the celestial sphere. That's what they teach. That's what you got to find out what it is they're telling them to actually account for, and it would be the actual horizontal and vertical in relation to the celestial sphere, and which one they're correcting to. Like what is the ultimate standard? You can dig deeper and find out, or you can do what you know you can do to prove things. Like you can extend a straight line over distance. You can make an observation to falsify a claim.
What's the this is a new argument I haven't heard before. So the Suez Canal
is 100 miles long, 120 miles long, straight level.
Zero curvature counted for in its construction. Okay, but the sea is the same mean level on both sides of the canal.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Globe Earth.
No, you just flat smacked yourself, dude. You connected the dots via the Suez Canal's construction. It's a ditch.
Synonymous to level is flat and horizontal. It's not curve. Curve is not synonymous to level at all in any dictionary.
Okay, I don't know who
curve
that
is not level. Curve is not straight. Curve is not flat. It has no connection at all.
So what they were measuring was whether there was a practical elevation difference, which there wasn't, which is expected on a globe. Like I'm trying to understand how this is a flat Earth argument.
It's 120 miles of flat and level water.
Dude, if
you say level water, do you mean level with respect to the vector of the center of the Earth?
We mean level. All right, so you can do
No, that would be curved.
Okay, that's not how level is.
Yeah, imagine a plumb bob, which is a straight line, right? So it's vertical, straight line. You got A, B, C. A to B is 12 inches, right? B to C is 12 inches. A to C is 24 inches. That's the shortest distance between all those points. And now you've proven that it's collinear and lies within a plane. Right? So now you have the Suez Canal in the horizontal orientation. From beginning to end, both points are at the same elevation. A point at the middle is at the same elevation because A, B, and C all are the shortest distance between points which lie within a plane. It's provable. It can't be curved. The curve would be a change in elevation, which would change the distance between A and B and C, and then A to C.
Can I ask the question that all globers are wondering?
Why would they lie? No, I don't know. What's it? Yes, Jim.
So,
he'll
the question globers, and you might get asked this often, is like, let's say, at the end of your life, or like you die, you go to heaven and you look at the Earth, it's actually a globe. Like, are you going to think, wow, I sat in this like chat live stream?
Such a hopeless thing.
It's the dumbest question, dude. The dumbest question.
Yeah. Hopeless.
Yeah.
You're offended. You're offended by that. No, like engage with the
That's a dumb question. I am engaging. It is retarded. Well said, Jen.
Yeah, that's backwards.
Okay, but would your soul say that?
Silly.
When you're like looking down at the Earth.
Oh my god! Shut up with the dumb question, dude. Right? Ask a proper question if you want to ask a question. What happens if you die and you see a globe from heaven? Shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, no. I'll answer the reverse question. If I die and I'm traveling to heaven and my soul looks back at the earth as I'm about to meet God,
Yeah, cool. Yeah,
flat
whatever.
Earth, I'm going to think.
Oh my god, this is dude. Why are you
Narnia,
asking such a
angry.
silly question, dude?
I'm going to be
absolute
frustrated.
Narnia.
Notice how I engaged.
Yeah, but retardedly. That's not engaging. Is it?
You'll just tell him, "Oh fuck you, God! You made the flat Earth when I was living, and you turned it to a ball when I died, because it wasn't a ball when I was living. Truly, it wasn't a ball. It wasn't a belief. You made it flat. So why you changed it after I died? You'll have to ask him that shit, because you know that the Earth is flat. It's not just a belief that you hold. So when you see it ball when you die, yeah, it means that there's something that is related to dying.
Wait, like let's say you're on your way to heaven and you look back at and it's like a spinning globe. Would you think, oh my gosh, that's refraction? God, why are you showing me refraction?
It wasn't a globe when I was living, so something must change it into a globe, because in reality it wasn't a globe. So it's not just going far away from it. No. Measuring it, touching it, walking on it, traveling on it, that show that it is not a ball. So if you die and you see that it is a ball, must be the illusion that you have when you die.
But I mean, like, if you ask God, right, is it a sphere or is it flat? And God says it's a sphere. Would you say, oh my gosh, God isn't on the conspiracy too?
I will ask him to go back to life and check the Earth, and he will find that he will measure it like
to measure the flatness.
He will measure it like we did, and he will realize too that it is flat. So he will just change his mind. I think he's wiser than you, so he will
God will change his mind
that the Earth is a globe, like he believed, like you. So he'll change his mind and admit that reality of the Earth is not a ball. It is flat.
Well, I'm an atheist, but I mean, like, I'm engaging.
God, you'd be burning anyway. You wouldn't have time to ask the question. God would know you already. You're in the fire. You don't even get that close. You don't even get to mention the word God. You're in the fire. Boom. End of story. Read.
That's aggressive. I'm scared.
Yeah.
And I don't need, if you are an atheist, so I don't believe that God exists, you don't need to be scared.
How the hell is an atheist asking questions about God?
Yeah, that's
I can engage. I can engage.
I'm an atheist. By the way, guys, I'm an atheist.
So
yeah, I mean, there's some things that like when people realize, they're like, okay, this thing is true, like geometry or math. This is true, universally, and without a mind existing. And then they start to wonder, well, if the thing, God, that makes things true tells you it's not true, then would it be true? I mean, it takes you down a deep hole when you have to give up the globe. I don't know how it all works exactly. Then you start to wonder if I have hands. Like, do I even have hands?
So I might,
or if
I want to ask you the same question, but here during your life, before dying and going to God, and He asked you if you realize that the Earth is a spinning ball. No, here in life, can you check that the Earth is not a spinning ball and realize that and admit reality? Or you will just have to keep believing some nonsense, blindly believing bullshit.
No, you heard him say, I don't know if you heard him. No, he said it 20 minutes ago that if the ducting's right, he can look at his own ass in a set of binoculars.
Yeah, the truth does not change over distance. That's what universals are.
I don't know. It kind of made my day where the guy said, well, I would try to convince God that it's flat, and even if God said it was a globe, he would say, well,
yeah, it was a loaded question. If you're defining God as the thing that makes things true, all right, that God is what makes it true, that the earth is whatever it is, then what would you say to the thing that makes things true about the falsity of what they did? I mean, it's like a loaded question. That's why people said it was retarded right away when you asked it. Like, what if the truth was false? Like, what if the truth was false?
That's loaded.
Yeah. What if the truth was false? That's what you ask. In a way.
Well, it's like it's not implicitly loaded in that sense. It's like I explicitly stated, yeah, if, but I mean that's just like any conditional. So are you saying?
Yeah, but if an atheist is asking questions about God, they're just shooting blanks.
Like if somebody says, if it's wet outside, then it's raining, right? And then somebody says, okay, well, are you saying it's wet outside? You're loading the question, right? No, they said if.
What else you got?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like my task today is to try to understand the flat Earth map or the different kinds of maps that are proposed. So we got the AG one.
Maps are flat.
Yeah, the projections that you're going to be bringing up, right? The one that you just tried to pin on us, that's a globe projection, which is really just based off the celestial sphere. Right? All of those maps that you're going to bring up, they're just based off the sky in the first place anyway. And then that's converted terrestrially. That's why you would call it a globe map. Terrestrial sphere that was created from the celestial sphere in the first place. Which doesn't match up with reality when we go out and test for the curvature, right? It just exists as kind of like a coordinate system based off the sky.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if all this is true, then let's suppose we had it on a map. We could plot 2 points on the map and then actually look at what the flight times are, the average flight times in between point A and B, and then factor in how long it should take on that map. And if it's consistent with that map, then it's plausible. But if like this flat Earth map shows that the flight should take 4 hours and it actually takes like 30 minutes, that's very problematic because the map's just not accurate.
The thing that you're dependent on for this, even this thought experiment, is the shortest distance. And everybody knows the shortest distance is a straight line. And in order to even claim that this flight route is the shortest distance, which is a straight line, you're going to need a flat Earth for that. So that's what I meant by get to the basics.
You didn't understand what DJ said.
Yeah, about the celestial sphere, yeah. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, if you could understand what DJ said, he wouldn't talk about flat Earth map or a globe Earth map. There is no such a thing. There is just Earth's map, and those that you can find are derived from the sky. Just that. There is no such a thing as a globe map, a flat Earth map, a cube Earth map. No. Projections, map of the Earth, and the layout is based on the sky.
So, I mean, when you say map is like derived from the sky, do you just mean we take the North Star and then we take the angle from there to find any point in latitude? Is that kind of what you're saying?
The grid system that you use, that like that grid that you have in the map, so that's derived from the stars. That's derived from the northern star and the sun.
But the thing is, the angle from any area in the northern hemisphere with respect to the northern star is actually correct on a globe. Like that angle you can measure.
Remember what I told you? Remember what I told you? Yeah, it's just an observation.
You could do this tonight when.
No, that's where the globe was. That's where the globe came from that you're talking about. The imaginary globe, right? That's just turning the coordinate system, right, from the way they decided to conceptualize the sky, which is the celestial sphere, right? That's that converted into a terrestrial sphere. Do you know what I mean? Right? There is no such thing as that in reality.
Right, but
remember Reductio, when I said it was just a coherent system where they take the thing, the observation, and then they plot it to the ground. That's what he's mentioning as well.
Yeah. That's what you find in every projection. You draw the grid, those lines, you draw the grid and you put the layout of the map, the oceans, the dry land, and those things. And each grid that you will project, it will give you a different layout of that drawing that you put. So the oceans, the dry land, the islands, the continent. You can put that on a human. You can put that on a dinosaur. You can put that on a hot dog. Yeah, it will work like it worked in what I forgot the name. Google Map. Google Map. The layout was put it on a cylinder, and it wasn't even the correct layout. It was Mercator map, Mercator projection. It wasn't a correct projection. It was a projection that was modified after it was projected on a map. The correct projection is Peter's projection. That's the correct.
All right, mute. Kick this Naga guy. He's gonna act up. There he is.
So you could navigate on Google Map, even if it wasn't correct, because you're just navigating on a grid system. You can put that. You can take out the data from Google Map and put it on Unreal Engine 5. Just do that. Take the data. So take the link, the website link from Google Map, and put it on Unreal Engine 5, and it will lay out for you the entire map on a flat surface, on a flat map, and it will be in 3D projection, like having the houses, the mountains on 3D, like a topographical map with so much detail. You can do that.
Like if I told you, Reductio, there's some like I can't, maybe I won't give you the right numbers, whatever, I don't have it in front of me, but if I told you something like, well, there's 360 degrees in a circle, there's 180 degrees in half a circle, which would be a hemisphere, and then there's this many arcs, there's this many seconds in an hour, 60 in an hour, and there's this many minutes in a second, and then I said, okay, I got this system, and then I'm gonna use angles like just like on that 360, 180 degree protractor, and I'm going to then devise a system where I'm going to say, okay, I'm not going to actually know what a mile is, but I'm going to denote that a mile is like 1 arc second, which is like 60 of them in a degree, etc. Right? And I develop this system, right? And then okay, so I have the whole system. I just measure 1 degree, and I say that's 1 mile, right? Or 1 arc second, that's 1 mile. So now if I do 69 degrees, or 69 degrees, or 1 degree, not arc second, 1 degree, it'll be 69 miles. And then I just measure, right? Now that's my system. Now I just measure 1 degree of declination to a star, and I say that, well, if I measure that, if I move across the level surface, then that's 1 mile, right? I mean that's 69 miles, 1 degree. Now, okay, that's my system for measuring like distance, etc. And now I stand at like a starting point, let's say like a 0 point, like the equator, which would be 0. Right? Let's say I stand there and I measure as I move towards Polaris or south. I measure every 1 degree, and I just say that's 69 miles. I just say, because that's my system. So it's just self-affirming. And then you say, well, look, on the globe, the globe says that if I move 1 degree, I've moved 69 miles. I've moved 1 degree there, I've moved 65 miles. But it's baked into the math and the way that it was, abstracted, and then the way it was applied. So it's just a self-affirming. There's no way to differentiate. It's just reaffirming the math, reaffirming the methodology into a globe.
You're saying geometry begs the question on the globe?
No, I gave you the parts, right? So like who?
Yeah, but wait. Like, let's just simplify, right? So the angle of any coordinate in a northern hemisphere with respect to the North Pole and Polaris is going to be perfectly precise on a globe. Now, it's not even like the angle is actually just comes out as gibberish and not accurate on a flat model, right?
No, the angle, there's no model.
Angle's just wrong.
What angle? What?
I mean, I could show this math sometime, but maybe later today I'll come back and do it. But
you got to remember, flattened at the poles.
Essentially, just as a consequence of physics and geometry, right? Like, we have the angles perfectly lining up as a consequence of just being on a globe.
It's just geometry.
Show us that matches up with reality. Show us someone practically demonstrating that in reality. Go ahead. You won't be able to.
The Earth is a square.
Yeah, there's you will. Yeah, I mean, you will have issues with it. But what I'm pointing out to you, Reductio, is the argument which I've heard before is that the globe claims that when I go from this city to this town or whatever, that should that on a globe that should be 69 miles, and then I can affirm that by measuring a declination angle to a star that would reaffirm it. Right? That's the argument. Like, well, we have the map, right? But if the mile and the 69 miles is already baked into the seconds, the arc seconds, which is all measured from degrees to the celestial sphere, then it's just reaffirming what is into a globe. It's just saying, well, that's what you should get on a globe, and that's what we get. But the reason we get it, like I said earlier, necessitates a measurement of the horizon being parallel with eye level to get the degree in the first place.
There's some more problems that conceptually, if you actually think about it for 3 seconds, you'll realize are very detrimental to your cause, which is just that, okay, well, they used to say they don't allow people to Antarctica. They have guns. They won't let you there. They actually do let you there. Civilians can go there anytime, and even get jobs there. But not
really explore.
Number 2, where is the ice wall? Nobody's seen it. Nobody's observed it, and yet
no one's claimed an ice wall.
It's the boundary.
And we never said you can't go there. We never said you can't go there. We said you can't freely and independently explore it.
Yeah, but this is all around.
Where are you getting this information from that nobody that you've spoken to from 24/7 has ever claimed? Right? You've never heard anyone in here claim an ice wall or that you can't go to Antarctica. You've not heard anyone say that. Are you getting your information?
I don't want to get
some YouTube. Don't talk over me, dude. Just let me finish. Okay, so you're getting your information from elsewhere, not from us. Maybe from someone strawmanning us, perhaps.
Yeah, go argue with Eric DeBay or Dave Weiss or some other guy.
Well, let me clarify. So where is the edge, and how come nobody's seen it?
Don't know.
Okay, that's a problem. Number 2.
You didn't hear anyone in here claim an edge. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, dude. Right? How many times do we have to explain to you flat's not a shape? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. You are. When we test your claim, it doesn't match reality.
The shape of the boundary of the Earth, you mean?
No, we're not claiming to know that the shape of the Earth, right? Flat's not a shape. We're not claiming to know how big it is, what shape it is, or anything like that. Okay, you are. You're claiming all of those things.
Exactly. We're not attempting to provide some sort of replacement cosmology. We're not attempting to make a map. We're not attempting to do all these things you expect us to do. We're not attempting that. It's a description and a measurement and an observation of the surface. That's it.
It's just if you really want to reduce all the other observations that contradict that, that's detrimental. But
no, I don't care.
Can't you just measure the curvature to shut us up? You're not going to shut us up unless you show the curvature of the Earth. In order to shut down the flat Earth, you've got to present the curvature. Otherwise, you're going to get an 11-year loss. You've had 10 years loss now, every day of the week. We're now halfway through to the 11th year now. So good luck with that.
That's what I said earlier.
Yes.
So direct measurement of the surface contradicts everything about the heliocentric model. Everything.
Yes. Desperate, these people are. Desperate, man. Wait.
Yeah, but if I actually do play the game where we talk about how do things go over the horizon, you guys are going to say that's perspective or...
We don't play games. That's the problem.
We don't have to.
Suddenly all the confounding variables exist.
No. You have claimed a geometric horizon, so we're going to ask you to validate that, and you're not going to be able to. Simple as that. Right? What the actual horizon is just matches exactly what flat earthers say it is, right? It's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Okay, you claiming it's the geometric, physical, leading edge of a sphere based off the observer height, and it must be there at a set distance, physically, geometrically, according to the globe claim, right? The radius. right? You can't validate such a thing exists, right? We can replicate things appearing to be obstructed bottom up over small scale flat surfaces, and we can tear apart your observations of boats allegedly going over the horizon and whatnot, because they're all extremely weak examples that either have miraging effects that haven't been accounted for, or they have waves, obviously, choppy conditions, unverified observer heights, unverified distances to the horizon, really, really sloppy stuff.
Yeah. Or they're black swans.
There's only black swans, right? Even the one that they claim, they call it the white swan, right? That's another crazy black swan, right? You would almost have to have like a ducting style situation in the one they claim matches the globe, where they say that there isn't refraction, right? That one would almost have to be ducting level conditions. It's because the horizon should be at just over 1 mile away, but we're seeing the horizon at 6 miles away. It's a huge, huge discrepancy right there. Even in the one that the globers say, oh, look, this one proves the globe. It does not. You would have to have extreme conditions to even be able to have that horizon at that 6 mile mark on that particular observation. So you guys don't have anything, but like, it's not that you don't have anything, you don't have anything that's even close, like not even remotely close.
I mean, I don't know if anybody's broken the news to you guys before, but it's just the case. You can prove it, or you can just accept it as you see it. But that the Earth is, flat and stationary. It just is the case. It's not like a magic trick that you have to, it's got to be there somewhere. It's got to be a way to prove it. It's just not it. It's just not what it is, man.
Come on, Redaksha. Just accept it. Stop,
It's easy to accept it. Everybody knows when they're born. Like, listen, I'm going to go. I'm going to go in the pool. Yeah, the pool. As long as the water's not moving, there won't be any waves, and it'll be level. And everybody knows it.
Yeah.
A pool. Oh, you mean that has a specific depth, and before they fill it up with water, they measure the depth and they go, well, we want the water level to be here, and then they mark it on the side of the pool, and then they start filling it up with water, and they get it to that point. Yeah, and they can mark it all around the edges, and it'll be at that level when they fill it up, so flat and level. Yeah, like that.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, it's just straightforward.
It's only
Or
straightforward
like
if you ignore your observations.
Yeah,
and
or
only
like I
focus
said
on the
earlier.
ground.
Well, yeah, but that's what we do.
Or like I said
Ignore
earlier, you
observation.
could
Ignore
doubt it.
reality and observations.
Yeah, you could doubt it, and then you go to try to prove it. But if you're going to prove it, you're going to need geometry to prove it. And what you're going to, the way you're going to utilize that is you're going to need, you're going to need level to be horizontal and vertical to be perpendicular to horizontal to measure the globe in reality. But in order for those things to be true, the Earth can't be a globe. So it's a tough thing that you're asking somebody. It's like saying, hey, I'm going to go out to prove that there is no such thing as truth. That's pretty much what you're asking when you're saying go prove a globe, because you're going to need the truth to prove it. So you're going to need, straight lines to prove that there's a drop from the straight line over the distance.
And there are no straight lines, so you can't prove it, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Well, that would be what you guys. That would be in the globe world, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we're not ignoring observations in reality. We're pointing it out.
Also, gravity not a thing; it's just density.
What? Like when people say gravity, what they mean is like, well, is there a balance, right? So like if I were to get a scale, right? Like you're saying, well, like why is one thing over here weigh this much and go down, right? So if I got a scale and I put the same amount of weight on both sides of the scale, right? It would just, between the two weights would be a straight line. It's going to be a straight line, shortest distance between the points. And then they'll be balanced. Yeah. So, and then if you put more, if you extend the scale, that'll be linear. That'll be flat.
Well, actually, that is making me wonder, like, why? So the two scales, right? Why does one go up? Like, shouldn't they both go down? Actually, that's screwing with me. How does that work?
What are you talking about?
Like, shouldn't they go down, the two sides of the scale? Why does one go up and the other one go down?
In what situation? Sorry, I missed that.
No, when you have a scale, right? Like with two sides, with two plates. Why does one go up when the other goes down?
Well, because you're lifting something up and you're putting something heavier on one side than the other side. It's like absolute common sense. What are you talking about?
No, because I was
let me ask you a question.
Density too, right? It could be right a larger volume of something that's the same density, right? But you lift the whole unit up and drop the whole unit, it's all going to just fall down.
Let me ask you this, Maxos.
Yeah.
Is gravity pulling towards mass inward towards the center of mass?
No, right? Isn't it dense? It's density, right? It's not gravity, right?
No. I want to, because you're trying to disprove flat Earth, right? You're trying to say, flat Earth debunked. They don't have an explanation for gravity. So is your explanation for gravity?
Wait, that's not what I'm saying.
Gravity is pulling towards mass, inward towards the center of mass.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
It's not
and
what he's saying.
Only gravity would only work on a sphere because that's the most likely shape gravity would create.
He was arguing against. Well, he was critiquing gravity.
Right, and he wants to know why, like, one side of the scale goes up over another side of the scale.
I think what he was saying was if gravity is
weight.
Sheepdog, I think what he was saying was if gravity is working equally on all objects, then the weight shouldn't matter, right? So the balance scale, you put one thing on one side and one thing on another side, and it should just balance out.
No, actually, okay. So what I'm confused about is that so I think
because they tell us, right, that all objects fall at the same rate, right?
Right, but it's also because, like, isn't it like density that makes things go down? I thought, and if that's the reason, isn't it like
it's not that it makes it? It's not that it makes it go down. It's just that it is the case that an object of greater density than the surrounding medium will go down. That's just the way it is.
And so that's where I'm having a difficulty because, like, both things that I put on both sides of the scale, right? They both have larger density than the air around it. So why don't they both go down? I guess that's where I'm.
Or why don't they go left and right?
Okay.
Why is it only down? Right.
They would just balance if they were the exact same density and volume, right? The same weight, they would just balance. It's only if you have, like, you just say you've got like one of those scales, right? And you've got two buckets, right? And you fill one of them up with 1 liter of water and the other side up with 2 liters of water. Like it's the same density, the water, but you've got a greater volume on one side. Okay, so that's going to.
But the question is, why does the volume matter, I guess? Because I thought it was just density, right? Like, if you take a very large balloon that is low density, it's still going to go up, right? And vice versa.
Yeah. But look, the thing is, you've changed the situation by adding a scale that's attached to the ground, right? The whole unit is now like a mechanical device, essentially. Like, if you lifted the whole thing up and dropped the whole thing, it would all go down at the same rate. Right, it would all fall together, but it's only because you've set up a scale.
Right. But I guess I know how it works, like, in practice, of course. But I guess I don't understand the physics behind it because isn't it like? Go ahead.
Let me explain the volume of the helium balloon. When you have two helium balloons, one has a greater volume. The one with the greater volume is going to rise faster than the one with lesser volume of helium. Okay, because there's an imbalance there. Okay, so one will rise faster than the other one because of the amount of volume of helium. So volume is very important if you're looking for balance. And
but isn't it the density? Wait, I'm confused. Isn't it the density that determines if something goes up or down?
Well, if you're heavy, you're going to go down, of course. So the lighter you become, then the more likely you're going to rise up, of course. Yeah. So the lesser the density, the more buoyancy it's going to have. You understand? So like gas is buoyant. It may have mass, but it's more buoyant than a block of wood. Not buoyant, it's solid, it's dense. So that's it.
Right, but it doesn't matter how big it is, right? Like a block of wood is going to be as buoyant no matter how small or large it is, right?
You can look into Archimedes' principle with the volume being displaced proportional to another to get if you're wondering about the displacement relative to volume. There's formulas for that.
Yeah, the displacement of water. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, a block is solid. It's only going to be buoyant on water, but if you have it in the air, it's going to drop to the ground. But yet, I have a helium balloon with gas in there. That's going to be buoyant, less dense, so it's going to float upwards.
But how is it that the one of the two weights on the scale is lifting up the other one? That's the part that I don't understand.
Well,
like, of course, I understand.
Look, you've got a pivoting point in the. Hang on a second. Let me explain this quickly. You've got a pivoting point in the middle of the arm. Okay, so as soon as you put something that's heavier than the other, it's pivoting on that point. That's why it's going down. You see, because you're now messing with the equilibrium. Of course.
Right. No, I understand. Like in real life, I get it, but I'm trying to understand like the idea behind it. So,
silly question. If you understand, then you wouldn't ask that question. Sorry.
No, but I want to understand like the motivation, like the theory, right? So basically, because I think what people say generally, right, the globe people, like they would say something like there are forces, like so there's a force of gravity on one, and then the force is kind of gets kind of transferred, I guess, along the arm, right, of the thing, and then it pushes up on the other one, right? But like if it's density that actually makes things go down, then I guess there's no forces, right? So that's the part that I don't get.
Well,
you said it was real life.
Yeah, it's just the weight.
Yeah, you identified it as real life.
Exactly.
Yeah, the other thing is the story. Black holes at the end of it.
No. Wait, I'm what you're saying. Sorry.
I hear you, Max. I would just say look into the buoyancy formula for volume and the displacement relative to the volume. I get you're saying I see that it works. I want to know why it works.
No, but that's for one. So the displacement works for one object, right? But I'm saying specifically in the scale thing, right? Like what is the thing that makes the other? Like what is lifting the other?
It's the scale, dude. Take away the scale, and it's going to fall at the same rate. If you take away the scale, they're both going to fall at the same rate. So obviously, the scale is what's causing that. The scale is the cause of that observation effect.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is that. Yeah, but I understand that, like, what is the general pattern? Because when you have one object, the general pattern is that there's density, right? That is what determines.
Well,
like, you're not going to tell me.
Hold on, just let me speak for 1 second. 1 second. Yeah. 1 second, Jin. Okay, so we don't have a problem with things falling, right? We can agree on little g, but you're sort of saying that there's a force that's like either pulling that in, right? Yeah, that's what you're saying. We're not disagreeing that things fall at a specific rate or approximately a specific rate. Okay, you're claiming to know cause, right? You're claiming that there's a force involved or a pseudo force involved.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that the usual explanation, right, is there are forces, but if actually what we're saying is density, right? So I assume that, and maybe I'm wrong there, like, but I assume that there aren't forces, right, that pull things down towards the ground, right?
Well, we don't know that there's a force pulling anything to the ground. Hasn't been proven. So the reason why things drop down in a downward vector is because the medium they're in cannot support it
that's what I'm saying.
In the helium. So the helium goes up. That's it. Right,
and that's
right.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I'm saying, right? So that's the story I know, right? But then what is it that is pushing up the other side of the scale?
Yeah, that's just because you've got that pivoting point, like I've said, and you've introduced one heavier object than the other. So the balance on the arm now is lost. That's what it's showing you, that the heavier one is going to drop down because you've got a pivoting point now. That's why. Okay.
But yes, but what is the abstract
Such a
entity?
stupid question that you're asking right now.
Trying to science it too much. It is what it is.
The other fun proof is that if you don't have the pivot in the center, you're not going to get you're not going to get the equalness either.
No, I understand that, but it's like, okay, the general idea is like density makes things go down, and what's the other general idea that makes something go up?
Well, something's only like something can only be like if you lived in a like a not a vacuum, but like if you just removed reality, I guess, and all you lived in was like water.
Which you guys have done.
Well, I'm just saying,
Which you guys have done.
Thing that pushes things down. If it's density that pushes things down, it's also density that pushes them up. Now, things when objects are floating on mediums that they would otherwise sink in, that's buoyancy, because that's like
what I was going to go over with the troll guy was like if you just imagined like a universe where all that existed within that universe was water, right? That's it. And all the waters were the same. Like every little piece of water was A. Like so, it's just A is equal to A is equal to A, all next to each other. You wouldn't have an up or down.
Just,
so like
no, Tanks, just letting you know he's dipped out.
No, I know. No,
that's called tovu wabohu. The ancient Hebrews called it tovu wabohu. That's what like everything that makes up the periodic table, if it had no construct, polarization, or atomic number, all the stuff would still be there. It's just not pulled into anything by its density or dynamic oscillation or vibration or whatever frequency, whatever makes it bond, right?
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Yeah. Just with the other guy with the simple thing, like he was saying, well, density isn't a force, right? And that's then what is a force? Well, a force is like an interaction of two things. Well, if all things are the same, if all A is equal to A is equal to A, then there's no differentiations. There will be no quote unquote force. There'll be no interaction. So something has to be different than something to get a reaction.
Yeah, that's why I like to ask this question. Now, I'll address this to the whole room, the whole panel, Globey and Flat Earther. If I put an egg in a jar of water and I add salt until it has equilibrium with the water, so it's just floating there in the center, how fast do I have to launch the jar with the egg in it up in an upward vector to make the egg touch the bottom? And will it touch the bottom?
I don't know. I gotta get some pencil and paper out for that.
Well, no, it's at equilibrium. So you could launch it up as fast as you want. The egg will never be feeling the effects of that because it's at equilibrium with the medium that it's in. So as the water moves upwards, whatever force the water feels, the egg will also feel. So no matter where it moves in whatever direction, it's not going to really be affected. Now, if you stop or you spin the jar and there's physical contact with molecules and stuff, then that plays a small factor. But you can't do that. Like it's the same reason why, like if you're in if you have a helium balloon in the air at equilibrium with a weight in a van, and the van moves forward, the balloon's going to move with it because the medium inside the van is at equilibrium with the balloon.
Someone's been watching Action Lab.
Proper acceleration.
Yeah, they did a really cool one with the egg. Did you see the one Action Lab?
I like Action Lab and Smarter Every Day. They're both really good shows.
Yeah, pretty cool. Did you see the one they did with the egg, where they did what you said, right? They had the egg in equilibrium inside like a container, and they were like throwing it off cliffs and stuff, and it wouldn't break when it would hit the ground. It's really cool. Yeah, they make it like neutrally buoyant and put it in a container, and they're like throwing it from different heights, and the egg doesn't break.
Yeah, you know where I think they got that idea? I have a weird recollection memory, so some things will like create associative pathways, and I'll just remember them for some reason. Now, what that reminds me of is there was a Men in Black cartoon back in the day, and the aliens had a technology where they were submerged in a liquid inside a mechanoid robot. And that was the cockpit. It was like they were suspended in equilibrium inside a liquid inside this robot mech suit. And when they would crash or fall from a distance, they were unhurt or like unharmed because like they were at equilibrium with the medium, and only the robot got damaged. So this is like a concept that like has been in like sci-fi. It's been in like labs. People have been testing stuff with this, even for like airplanes and like certain stuff. It's kind of neat.
All I wanted to ask him was if gravity is a mass attracting mass pulling inward towards the center of mass, and that it creates a sphere whenever where's the curve?
Yeah, the troll was asking like, why down? Why not? Why does anything go down at all? What makes down? Well, it's in the definition, but yeah, if everything was the same, nothing would move. There would be no down.
And then he's like, why is it pushing up on the lighter thing? Like, really?
Yeah,
why is it pushing up?
I'm with you, no tanks. I'm with you, no tanks. When they start asking that kind of question, why is down, and why is up, I just say you've just thrown in the towel. When you ask that question, you've just given up your case, because nobody asks such a silly question. So you're going to ask that, you've lost your case. Okay, I don't need to answer such a question. Why is up, and why is down, ladies and gentlemen? Really now. You're going to ask that question.
Yeah, if Reductio is still here, no, he's not here. Yeah, that's another situation where if you want to affirm the globe, then you're going to have to even do away with up and down. There is no up and down. It's just a self-refuting, destroying. It destroys the possibility of understanding.
Yeah, that's right. You can't have hands. Remember, you don't know if you have hands. Yeah,
I'm 99% sure.
Yes, DJ, the hand situation is still alive and kicking.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I've heard the hands thing a million times, but the thing that these 99%ers, right, don't understand is, in order for you to make a claim on any percentage whatsoever, right, you would need to know the whole, right? So then, they're claiming they're 99% sure that their hands exist, but you'd have to know what the truth is, like what the whole is, to even put a percentage to it. So it's just arbitrary. Yeah. They're just saying there's just some arbitrary made up. It could be 1%. They don't know the whole.
Yeah, that's right.
Like if I were to say to you, I have 99% of the world's gold right now, I'd have to know how much gold there is.
Right. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the flat earthers are discussing, and again, you're learning the psychology of what makes the flat earther versus the globe earther here. That's what you're learning here. And we're showing you the anomalies and the flaws in their position, whereas we're holding a position of integrity here. That's what you're looking at. Yeah, we're the ones that are holding the highest standard of the scientific method where applicable, and integrity at all times. Please bear that in mind. Make a note of that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. That was Gin CBR1.
Yeah, they'll say...
listeners, just in case they miss something, let's home them in on that. Let them home in on the truths. Yeah.
They'll say, you say you know, but you don't really.
Yeah, that's really silly, that is, when they say that. I have feet, but I don't know I have feet. Is that right?
You have to know you have to know what hands and feet are, so you don't even know if you have them. You have to know them to not know them.
No, you can't prove you do.
Yeah. Yeah. When it gets to this level of stupidity, we've won, basically. They may as well just throw in the towel. Finished.
Yeah, their questions are just getting absolutely ridiculous. I mean, what have we had in the last hour? The balance weight question was completely ridiculous. The other guy saying, Well, what if you go to heaven and you see it was a globe? What will you say then, Fluff? Like, come
I know.
on.
Oh my God,
They're
come
desperate
on.
at this point.
What
They're
is
just
the
coping.
How you been, dude? I used to talk. I was JS the Mess on the Flat Earth, Gem Panda's Flat Earth Discord, dude. I used to talk bikes with you, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. Sorry. I haven't been years. Wild.
Yeah, no, I'm still alive, still kicking, still biking, still cycling. Yeah, everything's the same. How's everything with you, sir? Long time no see.
Not too bad, brother. I don't usually go over there too often. Now all my flat earthing happens on this 24/7 and the one in PNR.
Yeah, well, I was always a member of this server. All the while I was at Gem Pandas, you could say that this server sends me out to seek and destroy. This is home base, and I come back with the victories, shouting out, "I've been victorious!" And then tell them stories of what's been going on in Gem Pandas, or the medicinal mass media, or the other one, the Earth Awakenings. Yeah, so now I'm still doing the rounds. That hasn't stopped. Still destroying them in Gem Pandas. Yeah. You got to let them know that they're not going to get away with their deception as long as I'm alive anyway. Yeah. But it's great to have you
Well,
here
good
anyway.
to see you, bro. Good to have you, man.
Oh, yeah, great to have you here. I see you're going to bolster them now that you're in here. They've got even less chance of winning now. What a joke this is, ladies and gentlemen. What a joke it is for them. How can you lose straight for 10 years and still have the gore to be looking up instead of looking down? What is going on? Yes. And the absurdity with what are you going to do when you die and you see the earth is a globe? Oh, yeah. We've destroyed them completely. 10 years, you know. That should make you all think. Yeah, how can the team Flat Earthers win 10 years straight? Every day, not losing a day. Not losing a day's debate. And then when you analyze what the Globers have been doing, it's just ridicule. They've proven to you nothing, stuck with the narrative and ridiculed the flat Earth. Yeah.
Did you hear this new one? They're starting to say, "Oh, the moon is rusting. That's why we're seeing it go red all the time." It's like right up there with the sun's 400 times further away, but it's 400 times larger. It's an illusion.
Yeah,
They got the
moon is
theory.
rusting. That's absurd, isn't it? That it's rusting. The moon is rusting, ladies and gentlemen, rusting. I didn't think you could have rust in a vacuum, by the way.
Yeah, that's what somebody else said, and then they were like, "Oh, well, it's actually this thermatite or some kind of weird rock that can oxidize without whatever." They're weird, bogus conclusions. Like I'm gonna be like, "All right, so what are you gonna do when every time the moon rises, it's just red? What are you gonna do then?" And like, what about when the sun flickers? What are they gonna say when that thing flickers? If it flickers, what then? What are they gonna come up with? Mind blowing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the wildfire. The sun's flickering because the wildfires.
Yeah. Yeah. Wildfires on the moon now.
What's their excuse for the sun's energy getting lower, like throughout the day as it moves away? What is their excuse for that?
I haven't heard any excuse, actually. Not about that.
I'm sure if they did have an excuse, it would probably come out in some kind of David Attenborough accent. Probably. They'd send David Attenborough to tell us.
Lots of slow-mo footage.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit of a clear up from yesterday's misunderstanding about aircrafts and their trajectory. Okay, now we have this graph that was given to us by Quantum Eraser from an incident that happened, I think it was in 2018. I could be wrong, it could have been 2015. Okay, but the thing is, an incident happened with a Boeing 777 whereby it left Honolulu, Hawaii, on its way to its destination, and during the flight, one of the blades from the engine turbine, right, the turbine sheared off, totally wrecking that engine. So quick reflex from the pilot, shuts down that engine, right, and then the plane returns back to Honolulu. That incident lasted 2 hours. What I posted in the side chat is the graph, the in-flight telemetry data that is recorded by the black box, which is actually an orange box, which resides at the back of the plane. That's where they usually live, at the back. Reason being, when an aircraft crashes, usually the tail section seems to survive these crashes, and that's where they prefer to put the black box. And then it's orange, so that it's easily to be recovered when they're searching through the debris, okay? So it's actually a black box, but it's actually orange. Now, the in-flight telemetry data is the information that is recorded during the flight. All the characteristics of the flight from takeoff to landing or from takeoff to crash, okay? Right, now, the one we're interested in, the data we're interested in is called the pitch data. That means the angle at which the plane is flying during the flight. Okay? Now, the graph starts off from the left with a sharp, almost a sharpward upwards climb. So that's clearly when you're in your passenger seat, those of you who have flown, seatbelt on, the aeroplane taxis out of its parking area onto the runway and then begins to accelerate up to 200 miles an hour. You feel the vibration. It's very rough, a little bit bumpy as it's accelerating. You're being pushed back into the seat a little bit because you are. And then the plane noses up and the vibration's gone. So now the plane is in the air and it's climbing up and up and up to the allotted altitude that was given to the pilot, okay? That all takes around 15 minutes. So the graph shows that straight upwards going up until it gets to the allotted altitude, and then it levels off, right? And it levels off for a duration of time. And then at the other end of the graph is a downward gently sloping, downward gently. It's not the same as the start, because an aeroplane doesn't land nose downwards, does it? It doesn't go nose dive and then lands. It doesn't. It can't do that. That would be very uncomfortable for the passengers. So it has to land gently. So from like 20 miles out, it begins to drop altitude. Now it noses down slightly. It does nose down slightly. Remember, you've got passengers in there. You don't want to upset the passengers. So it noses down slightly, coming in, and then it levels off, noses down, it levels off, noses down, it levels. And that's what the graph shows, okay? And then as it comes near to the ground, the plane will always not land nose up. It doesn't land on the nose wheel. Can you imagine? The plane is coming in, all that weight, all that motion, and that nose wheel has got to take it all. No, it will snap that off completely, nose dive into the ground, crash, everybody's dead in the plane. So obviously it lands underneath on the undercarriage, those wheels that are underneath the wings nearing up in the middle of the plane. And the nose is up, bum down, and it lands beautifully like that. That's what the graph depicts clearly. Okay? But we have an individual yesterday, Northern Fallen, tried to misrepresent that. And I just thought I would tidy that up for you, ladies and gentlemen. This horizontal linear path at the beginning there, in the middle of the flight, shows that the aeroplane is not taking a curved trajectory, which it would need to do if it was following the curvature of the Earth. But no plane flies like that. All planes fly horizontal from when they've taken off. And the only time they deviate from the horizontal linear path that they're on is if they've met turbulent weather, where they may have to increase altitude, or when they're coming into land. Then they have to drop down from the horizontal, but they always land nose up. Go ahead, please.
Hey, so this chart has nothing to do with trajectory, bro. This shows flight parameters versus the time during the incident.
No, pitch data shows
you wouldn't be able to measure. You wouldn't be able to measure.
Yes, you would, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I mean. Here we go again. You know why you would notice it? Because you would notice at the left side of the graph, it's a continuous. You're interrupting. It's a continuous.
No, you said pitch data.
You're interrupting. You're interrupting.
What did you say about
ladies
pitch
and you're interrupting. You're interrupting. I want to speak. You're interrupting. Don't talk when I'm talking. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. On the left side of the graph, you're interrupting. Thank you. On the left side of the graph, ladies and gentlemen, you will see that it's a straight line, uninterrupted climb upwards, uninterrupted, right? But when you look to the right side of the graph, as it's coming into land, it's in waves. It's not smooth down. The line is not smooth. It's wavy. It's showing you the increments of drop and then leveling off, drop and leveling off, drop. That is the flight trajectory you're looking at there. So this individual is just trying to mislead you. You're misleading the public. Sorry, sir. You're misleading the public. Don't mislead and don't misinterpret the graph.
Are you going to talk over me like a little bitch?
Go ahead. You were trying to talk over me, weren't you, earlier? Go ahead.
You're going to talk over me like a little bitch.
No, you're the bitch.
You're actually saying at the very start, which he doesn't know what he's talking about. This dude's not air traffic.
There you are. See, ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't tell you where I am wrong because he can't tell you where I'm because I'm right. And he's the bitch, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse the profanity there. That's his words. He's actually a bleeding pussy of no use to any fucker. But again, I do apologize for this level of terminology. This is what you do when you're dealing with riffraff. You have to put them in their place. Shove a few tampons in your mouth because nothing but verbal diarrhea is coming out. You're going to need some tampons. Go to your mum and ask for some tampons.
Hey, Jen. Right.
Yeah.
I tagged you in some other interesting things about airplanes. Their angle of descent calculations when they're coming into land.
Oh,
They account for no curvature at all.
thank you very much. Beautiful. And that's very true. They don't account for curvature when they're coming into land, which they would do. And they'd be doing this from like 20 to 10 miles away. They've got to start to get that angle of attack. And if they get it wrong, they're going to overshoot. How do you land on a curving ball when you've got to land bum first?
And then they kill the passengers. They kill the passengers when they calculate this angle of descent wrong.
Yeah.
If they use the flat, horizontal, straight baseline, and if the Earth was curving under them, when they got to that where the angle meets up, they would be 66 feet below them if they were 10 miles away when they made that calculation. They would miss the runway.
That's right.
Passengers.
That's right, because in 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, which should be there, blocking their line of sight to the actual landing point. So you got it right. They wouldn't be able to see it. That's dangerous. And then don't forget, then the Earth has also got to be rotating as well. We didn't factor that in, did we now? Right, depending on where you are on the Earth. So if you're going to be landing in an airport in UK, it would be rotating at about 600 miles per hour. Anti-clockwise, west to east. But if you're at the equator, that's 1,037 miles per hour. Los Angeles, 870 miles per hour. So the speed of the rotation changes depending on where you're landing at which airport on that supposed globe. See, these are the things the pilots will have to factor in all the time. Glad I'm a pilot flying on a globe, that's for sure. Far be it easier to land on a non-rotating flat plane where everything just works simply as intended. Yeah. Notice the Glober that said I was wrong isn't speaking now, is he, ladies and gentlemen? I think he went off to get some tampons from his mum. Yeah. That's what they give you, verbal diarrhea. We are the champions, ladies and gentlemen, the flat earthers. That's it. So that's it, basically. Aeroplanes do not take a curved trajectory. The pitch data proves that because the aeroplane is flying horizontally on a leveled Earth, flat Earth. It is not flying over a ball Earth. If it were, the data would show that. These are just big clues, massive holes in the heliocentric model. Massive. Yeah. It was really heated yesterday. It got totally lost in the arguments. So we've taken the opportunity just to clean that up for you. Planes do not take a curved trajectory, which they would need to. And you would know that the plane is taking a curved trajectory because it's not going to fly horizontal, is it? And if that was the case, nosing down every 2 minutes, traveling at 600 miles per hour, you couldn't walk around on the plane because it's doing a curved trajectory is considered a dangerous move. The safest move is the horizontal flight itself. Nosing upwards to gain altitude is a dangerous maneuver. Coming into land.
That's kind of funny to think about the way you're saying it. As in that would mean that the entire flight you would have to remain seatbelted. Like, hey, everybody remain seatbelted for the entire flight. But only when they're nosing down to follow the curvature, they would be like, oh, you're safe to now unbuckle and walk around as we're landing. That's kind of funny.
It is, yeah, because you wouldn't get your drinks, your blankets, your magazines, comics, newspaper, soft drinks, alcohol.
Yeah, the whole ride would be you would be accelerating the entire ride except for landing when you're following the curve of the Earth.
Yeah. And imagine that for like 9.5 hours if you're flying from London to Japan, Narita Airport, okay? Now, the other thing you have to consider for the plane now is that maneuver for 9 hours, a curved trajectory, puts enormous stresses on the wings where it articulates with the fuselage. That would be the body of the plane, right? And then where the wings and the engine also meet, where they marry. And the same with the tail section. These areas would have, and the undercarriage as well. The doors that shut the wings away, the wheels away. These areas have to be closely inspected. Now, they don't do that when they land. You see the aeroplanes land at the airport. They park up. All the toilet muck is coming out. All the luggage is coming out. all the spent food and eaten food and stuff, that's all coming out, right? And then the next thing that's going in are the new toilet tanks are going in, right? The luggage is going in, of course. The new meals are going in. They're cleaning the seats on the inside. You might be lucky and see some refueling going on, and then that's it. No inspection of the wings or the engine. None of that's going on, and that would be necessary because the pilots who fly jet fighter pilots, and they're doing more G's and more tight maneuvers. When they finish their training, that plane is taken apart to check every nut and bolt and rivet, so that nothing falls off. Okay, so that's what would happen to the passenger pilot planes, and they don't do that. So the jet airliners, they don't undergo that kind of inspection. Remember, you're talking curved trajectory for 9 hours. The most relaxed point of an aeroplane's flight is when it's flying horizontal. Almost no stress on the engines and that, because it's flying horizontal. Bear that in mind next time you fly. Flat Earthers, bringing you the truth as you need to know it.
Are you open to questions?
Oh, we certainly are. Please go ahead.
What is it that keeps the plane in the air?
Okay, now this is an attempt to test whether or not we know our metal. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, the engine of an aeroplane, in the case of the jet engine, the turbines are rotating, which are sucking the air through. The air is then compressed in the compression stage of the engine at the back there, and then it's ignited, and then you get the thrust, okay? And then that thrust propels the aeroplane forward. And that continuous cycle keeps the plane going forward. Now, the plane accelerates up to 200 miles per hour. The wind speed flying over the top of the wing and the bottom of the wing is slightly different. That gives you the lift. And then you have your actuators and elevators that help you, and your flaps that help you to gain your altitude, and then you keep getting your lift because you've got that sustained thrust from the engines. That's how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite simple. I learned this at elementary school level myself. No teacher taught me, the book taught me. Thank you. I rest my case.
So would you say that the engines are propelling the plane forward and the angle of the wings is what is keeping it up, using that forward power?
Yeah, that's a combination thing, of course, because you need the thrust, and then you also need the wings to be at a certain angle to facilitate the lift and maintain that. But you only maintain lift being sure that the engine is still running. For if you shut the engine off, then you're going to start to lose lift, and then you're going to glide down. If you're a good pilot, you can glide down to safety.
So would you agree then that in order for a plane to maintain its current altitude, it doesn't actually have to angle up, it just has to angle straight and power its engines to a certain degree, is that right?
Basically, it has to maintain a leveled flight. And the nose is always 3 degrees. This is an industry standard, by the way. Nose up 3 degrees, okay? So the nose is up, and the reason for the nose up is to keep that smooth airflow over the wings so that the passengers have a comfortable ride and the pilot has good control over the aircraft. If he tried to fly dead horizontal, then he'd be fighting with trying to keep it up, trying to keep it. So you keep it up nose, and then that's that. So as long as you maintain the forward thrust on a leveled flight, then you maintain your flight, of course, leveled. As soon as you deviate from the horizontal, that means you're beginning to lose lift, of course, because you're dropping down, aren't you? Thank you.
That 3-degree nose up of an airplane as it travels forward is very similar, if not identical, to the 3-degree up from the front of a boat as it travels along the surface of water.
Well,
that's great. So my last question then is, when you talk about how the plane would have to be constantly angled down in order to stay with the curve of the Earth, that doesn't sound right. They should just maintain a certain level of power so that the plane is constantly falling slightly, but otherwise moving forward, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not get confused. The difference between a straight line and a curved line is different, isn't it? For if I run my hand on a straight line, I see it level to the end of the line. When I run my hand on a curved line, it curves up, and now it curves down again. So there's a different action there, different action. So you cannot travel horizontal and be on a curve. Impossible. So beware of those who try to deceive you that the aeroplane is flying straight whilst following a curved line. That would be impossible. The pilot must increment. You're interrupting here. The crescendo. The pilot must input increments of degrees to follow the curvature of the Earth. Has to. That is natural law.
And you show the relationship between the pitch data and descent, where the nose has to pitch down in order to descend.
Yeah, I'm not going to get embroiled and turn this into a crap show, ladies and gentlemen. So we have the Fallen. He was there yesterday. He totally destroyed the conversation.
Well, there'd have to be a relationship.
I'm not going to allow that to happen at all. You understand what I've said? A straight line and a curved line is
true. What you said,
and you're interrupting whilst I'm speaking. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, an aeroplane traveling over a curved surface, the pilot must.
If you could show.
Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I will now disengage in order not to turn this into a crap show. So you won't hear my voice for the next few minutes. Thank you. Don't call my name because I'm not going to answer you. Thanks.
Still as humble as ever, Jin. Good to see you, bro. Love listening to you.
As the question asker, the reason why I brought this up is that according to what you just described for how the plane stays in the air, the nose would never have to be angled down. The power would just have to be reduced slightly so that the plane slightly falls, but mostly stays continuing going forward. It would never have to angle down. The power would just be reduced, and the plane would fall slightly to adhere to the curvature of the Earth.
They don't do that. If you ask an airline pilot, like a passenger pilot, they say that they actually every now and then have to nose up to keep the plane where it's going. And, like, bro, just look up flat Earth pilots, dude. You'll find a whole list and a whole video compilation of pilots being like, oh, yeah, it's flat.
Well, so I agree they have to keep the nose up due to the angles of the wings and the forward thrust in order to keep the plane level. But they would never have to angle the nose of the plane down. They would just have to reduce power and the plane would fall naturally.
Well, they do to avoid turbulent, like air pockets and turbulent, like when like temperature variations happen in the sky. They do nose down for that stuff. Sometimes they'll go above it, depending on where they're at, probably. But even in those instances, they're probably best to climb above it, probably. I don't know. I'm not an effing pilot. RC needs to be in here. He's a pilot.
As a plane is flying straight.
I'm just responding to the point that I often hear flat earthers say that the pilots would always have to be angling the plane down if the Earth was curved, but that's not actually true. They would just have to not apply full forward thrust, and then the plane would fall naturally due to lack of power.
Is that what's happening?
No, probably. He's right, I think. Like, I think that would also work, probably.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. This is not the argument.
I'm not a pilot.
Well, yes. So you could, if the plane cut off the power to its engines just instantly, it would start to fall, right? And so if that's the case, the only thing they need to do to adhere to the curve of the Earth is just not power 100%, right? If they
Gee whiz. This is not the argument.
Yeah, and it's not true as well. That would interfere with the flight pattern, ladies and gentlemen. Pilots and the aeroplane keeps a constant velocity. They're not going to be messing around just to follow the curvature of the Earth. They don't do that, and it would be in the telemetry data. It maintains maximum thrust all the time. They have to, and they're flying horizontal. Dropping the acceleration of the engine slightly to follow the curvature, that would be registered in the in-flight telemetry data. The engine's power is dropped up, and that graph would be very zigzaggy and choppy. It's not happening. The only time they have to either accelerate upwards because of turbulent weather, they would climb above it and then come back down again. Okay, whenever that happens.
So what I'm saying is that they should be able to find a balanced amount of thrust that keeps the plane elevated while also allows it to fall over time.
That's not what you said a minute ago.
That's not what happens, ladies and gentlemen. That does not happen. That
So
again.
are you
I'm
saying
that doesn't happen. I'm saying this. That doesn't happen because it's going to put risk to the passengers and the plane itself during the flight. You maintain maximum thrust and you keep going. The only time you stop that is if you've met turbulent weather. Then you change your procedure and then you keep protocol. You don't keep accelerating, getting that sweet spot. That doesn't happen. You're playing with people's lives. The engineering of an aeroplane, especially a big plane, and it needs to maintain thrust. You don't keep thrusting down, thrusting up, thrusting down, thrusting up, just to follow and fall into this curve. That would all be registered in the in-flight telemetry data. It is not there. I know this anyway.
No. So I'm not claiming that I'm not claiming that they accelerate and decelerate. I'm saying that they find a balanced velocity that maintains their altitude, and the plane is always falling, but that forward thrust keeps it at its altitude. And if they reduce the thrust,
per second,
then the plane would start to fall.
How much is it falling per second to maintain level with the curve of the Earth? If you don't know, I'll tell you. It's 40 feet per second. That's faster than free fall of whatever gravity supposedly is. That's how much you account for. 40 feet per second of downward drop to maintain level with the curve of the Earth. That doesn't happen.
That's not that fast. That's pretty slow.
Here, I can give you kind of an example, because in elementary school we did this experiment with a paper airplane where we had a fan behind it that was blowing it, and the plane was able to stay floating stationary in the air because the balance had been found between the rate of fall and the rate of thrust. Do you agree?
No, disagree.
You've never seen that done before?
That's why I disagree.
What's the claim?
Never seen it done.
Good grief. What?
The claim is that an airplane applies forward thrust with a wing angle slightly elevated, which is what keeps the plane in the air. And it is technically always falling, but the forward thrust is what keeps it elevated.
Yeah, well, you would need the plane to eventually become inverted.
No, there's a balance.
Yeah, if the Earth were a ball.
No, so this is why the nose is slightly pointed up.
If a plane's flying from JFK to China, where it would land, it would be inverted from how it originally took off. And you're talking about gliding.
China.
No, I'm saying that the plane is constantly falling just a little bit, and that's why the nose is slightly pointed up. It has to be pointed up.
Inverted from that.
So
no, it's
he has a claim
throughout the trip.
That's fine. Just provide the evidence for that, please. Don't just make the claim. Please get us the data.
Bro, do you know how slow you'd have to fly the plane to get that effect, bro? Planes don't fly at that speed. Okay, they go fast. They don't thrust. They don't play with it. They don't find a sweet spot. They thrust and they go forward and fast, bro. But if they did that, yeah, they would end up landing or going down. But they don't, and you would have to go really slow for that to be a thing, dude. Planes are designed to get lift. The air moves over the wing faster than it moves under the wing, and it creates lift, or vice versa. I don't know which one it is. I'm not a pilot. But, like, you can look these things up on YouTube, see little pictures on Google, and it explains everything. You got little diagrams. So, like, you'd have to be going, like, 50 kilometers an hour to do that, or something. You said 40 feet per second, is it? Do you know how slow 40 feet per second is? I can almost run that fast, bro. I can almost get that downhill on rollerblades.
That is downward. To maintain level with the curve of the Earth, the plane would need to drop down 40 feet per second.
Yeah. Look, it doesn't matter if the plane was rotating, it would show in the data.
No, I'm not saying that the plane is rotating. The plane stays.
It would have to.
Dropping down 40 feet per second would be.
No, I'm saying it doesn't.
40 feet per second would mean that it's basically.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Because the forward thrust and the loft reach an equilibrium point, which allows the plane to stay stable, and the flight is calm. It's
It
constantly
wouldn't
moving
matter
forward and
how
following.
you're saying it does it. The rotation would show in the data, and it doesn't.
What
Okay,
rotation?
well, also, bro, what we're saying is yes, that is physically possible, but they don't do that. They travel at like 300 to 500 kilometers per hour, bro. They don't travel that slow to do that drop that you're talking about. It doesn't happen. It's not reality. But if they did pull the thrust back, yeah, they could do that. But then it would take you a million hours to get anywhere where you might as well drive. You could drive somewhere faster than that. So no, it's just not practical. And
Which is
40
why the angle that the nose is pointed up is just slightly above zero. It's only 3 degrees.
Right, and to maintain that, if it was flying over a ball, the plane would have to rotate.
The rotation you're talking about is the plane falling slightly as it travels.
Oh my God.
Right,
Oh
and
my
it would
God,
show in the data.
Does anybody in here deny that the plane is constantly falling during flight?
It would show in the data. It doesn't.
Is the plane
Hold on a
constantly falling during
Nuck and
flight?
Nuck and Futz, you need to go ahead and prove that, please. Get me the citation that says the plane is constantly falling.
I would deny it because
Well,
they
no,
have
it is
altimeter.
falling. Yeah, it's trying. Yeah, I get that. It is falling, but it's adding thrust and getting lift, so it doesn't fall from the sky. I don't know if that's-
Define what in the hell are we doing here? What in the hell are we doing here?
And the thrust is what
Holy shit, hold on, everybody calm down a second. When you say falling, okay, are you saying that it is descending? Define falling.
Falling means if it didn't have any sort of forward velocity, it would fall out of the sky and reduce its
Fucking shit. No kidding. Yeah, but we don't have that, do we? It's not falling. It is being propelled through the air with the lift effect, and it is maintaining an altitude, so it isn't falling.
Right, so the lift that we get from the forward thrust is canceling out the loss of altitude due to falling.
Duh. So it's flying horizontally level straight?
If my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bicycle, bro. You're an idiot.
Heretic. Hold on, heretic. So the plane is flying straight horizontal, yes?
It's flying level with the center of the Earth.
Oh, okay. Well, I just need the expression data for that. That's what I need. That's a claim.
Well, we can talk about gravity if you'd like.
No, I just want you to get me. I just want the data that says that there's an instrument showing us that instead of this plane flying level, it is apparently level is equidistant from the center of a sphere. What instrument is going to be telling us that, by the way?
The altimeter.
The altimeter is showing you its altitude according to
height above sea
level.
So
is the height above sea level. Correct. So sea level is flat horizontal.
Sea level is a specific area on the surface of the Earth, and altitude is measured from that point?
Yes, flat and horizontal. Yeah, flat and horizontal. That's correct.
Okay. No, level does not mean flat and horizontal.
Everything is measured against. Oh, okay. Well, then just give me the citation that says otherwise.
You want the definition of level?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, level is equidistant from the center of gravity. I'll go find it for you.
Okay,
which
so
just
I
the
know that
citation.
you denied that the plane would be inverted eventually. Why were you so afraid of that? It's absurd.
There's no such thing as inverted in space, by the way, but yeah, I mean...
Oh, okay, I'm talking about, I said, from where it originally took off, from JFK to China, it would be landing upside down from how it took off. And he was like, no. Now he's saying that seems to be what he's saying now. He knows it sounds absurd.
Yeah, it's that mechanical gyroscope inside the attitude indicator that's the true globe destroyer. That would be inverted upside down if a plane really flew halfway around a globe when they landed. But it just shows that maintains a straight level flight for thousands of miles with no deviation.
It depends what you mean.
The guy was arguing globy presup. He's a globy presuppositionalist. He's a weirdo, dude.
I've never heard that term before. That's funny. But yeah, I mean, with respect to the center of gravity, it would, as long as you're staying at the same altitude, it would remain level the whole time. But with respect to its original starting point, if you use that as the vector, I mean, that's what you're doing, which is a mistake. But yeah, you could say it's inverted once it reaches the opposite side of the planet.
It's funny that you said that. I'm a flatty presup, so I know what you meant when you said globy presup.
Yeah, it was like
there he is presupposing Earth to be a planet. It's weird. The brainworm.
Hey, if you can't lay your presups aside to debate a point or straw man or steel man, like it's like, dude, you're not going to accept the information. Like if you're like, all right, well, flat Earth is a flat disk floating through the space that I'm not able to let go of in a solar system that I won't like it's so weird, dude. Like they just have to like let go of stuff, and they just won't because they have a narrative and a direction they want to go in, and they want to like corner you into their weird belief system and argue from that parameter. And it's strange. It's like, just simmer down.
Well, like I laid it out to Reductio earlier. Like if the Earth's going to be a globe, then you're going to require then it's going to necessitate a straight line and the drop from the straight line. The thing that we actualize in reality for a straight line are things like vertical, plumb bobs, water levels, etc. Now, if you're going to do the same thing with up and down is going to be in relation to a straight line. So you're going to be up or down relative to a straight line, which is parallel to another straight line. So if it destroys the definition of up and down, whatever it is that somebody's putting forward, like well, up and down is in relation to a center, then it's just going to be presupposing that and not being able to really differentiate from it.
Yeah, so in a scientific context, level means always perpendicular to the direction of gravity, which is always towards the center of the Earth.
Pseudoscientific.
Just go ahead and give me the citation and put that in the side chat, please.
Well, I mean, I already posted an article explaining it.
I want you to, just go ahead and post the citation, please. I don't see any articles here.
Yeah, also
we have an article.
There's no proof of the center of the Earth. Like, what are you talking about? That's presuppositional.
Yeah. Another presupposition. So within your article, now you're presupposing something. That's great, Nuck and Futz. You're batting 1,000 today.
Well, yeah, so like in a heliocentric globe Earth paradigm, level means perpendicular to the direction of gravity.
I don't need presuppositions without evidence. What I need is an actual demonstration of this.
Yeah, or else you're going to
and a citation.
That's how we define level. That's how we define level.
Okay, so those of you who decide to presuppose and imagine the Earth to be a ball, that's how you define it. Everybody else defines level as having no point higher or lower than another.
How do you define higher in that context?
According to a horizontal plane, like everybody else, the surveyors, everybody.
Right, but if the Earth were a sphere, then higher would change depending on where you were measuring it from, correct?
Oh, it's a good thing that the Earth's not a sphere. That's why height and level is all according to a horizontal plane. So we don't have to worry about if the Earth was a sphere, since it's not, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Go ahead and prove it's a sphere.
In that case, why does the nose of the plane always point up? Shouldn't it just point?
No, don't ask a question. Just go ahead and prove it's a sphere.
In relation to what would that be?
Where you're claiming that the Earth is flat, and yet planes have noses pointed up.
You're claiming it's flat. You just said that the nose is up. According to what?
Sorry, no, I don't believe the Earth is flat. You believe the Earth is flat, right?
No, you told me up. The nose is up. What is that up according to?
According to what would be.
What is that in relationship to, Nick?
According to what would be considered horizontal from the center of the plane.
Horizontal. Oh, center of the plane.
Right. So my question is, if the Earth
so the plane has
if the Earth is flat, then why is the nose always pointed 30 degrees up from horizontal?
Well,
You're roboting. Yeah, so the plane stays aloft.
Yeah, if we were on a globe, the nose would be pointing down to go around the curve.
Well, if the plane is pointed up, then you would not say that the plane is flying level, would you?
Dude, if level wasn't horizontal, you wouldn't be able to denote up or down. In relation to what? The center of the plane establishing 3 points A, B, C, collinear in a straight line. You need the Earth to be flat to even claim up or down.
Right, so my question is, the plane is not flying level, correct?
Yes, it is. Its orientation is pitched slightly above horizontal, but its trajectory is horizontal.
No, I'm talking about the plane itself. You just said that level means that no point is higher than any other point, which means that the plane is not flying level. Because
Its orientation is pitched above horizontal, like 2 or 3 degrees, between 1 and 3 degrees. Its flight is horizontal level.
Well, but you would have to agree that the plane is not itself level, correct?
Its orientation is not level. It's above horizontal, above level.
Thank you. Okay, that was all I wanted to ask. So if the surface of the Earth, a flat Earth, is level, then the plane must be flying away from it, correct?
No, it's not flying in the direction of its pitch.
It's not doing a loop, dude.
Okay, so if that's true, then in order to adhere to a
have you ever flown a paper airplane?
It should never have to dip its nose
It would
down
have to rotate,
to adhere
which
to
would
the
show
curve.
in the data, which it doesn't. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Listen to my question. In order to adhere to a curved surface, based on what you just said, the plane should never have to
rotate.
dip.
Correct.
Why do you interrupt me? Are you afraid to let me ask my question?
Because that's the takeaway. That's the main point.
No, my question is...
All you have to demonstrate is that the
in order to
airplane is
adhere to a
rotating.
curved surface, the plane would
It would
never
have to rotate.
dip its...
Correct.
The plane would never have to dip its nose below horizontal to adhere to a curved surface. Correct? Never have to do that, right?
What is he asking now? Oh my gosh, dude.
You have to agree with this. You have to agree with this.
Yeah,
what was it again?
Insufferable.
If the Earth is curved, if the Earth is curved, the plane should not have to dip its nose below horizontal to stay with the curve.
That's how planes fly, genius.
Therefore, whenever a flat earther asks,
the Wright brothers.
When a flat earther asks if a pilot ever has to dip its nose down to adhere to the curve, that is a dumb question, isn't it?
Why?
Because the plane is naturally falling already. It doesn't have to angle itself down.
Yeah, we just need the data to show this. You haven't provided this. These are all claims you're making.
All I'm asking you is to agree that
you don't need to ask me anything. I'm asking you to provide the data. You're making a claim. Support it with data, please.
I'm asking you a question.
We don't agree.
The plane should not have to angle its nose down to adhere to a curved surface.
Here's the problem, bro. You're making claims. You need to support this with data. You understand?
I'm asking you a question.
You're not making a claim. So you're not saying that the Earth is falling and flying along with the curve of the Earth. That's what you're not claiming that then.
My question is very clear.
He's making a smart argument. It's just, bro,
if the Earth is curved, the plane should not have to angle down to adhere to the curve. Yes or no?
Why not?
Because it's already falling.
Okay, so give me the data that shows you it's falling.
We just all agree that it is falling.
It's not falling. It's flying along a horizontal path according to the altitude.
If the engines were cut off,
the data that we have,
altitude.
Yeah, but that's not the situation. The engines are running. The plane is not falling out of the sky. That's the point. You're saying it's falling. It's descending. Is it descending?
No, I'm saying that the engines are keeping it
It's
from losing
not
altitude.
descending, so it's not falling. Okay, so it's not falling then.
It is falling. The engines are
Oh, it
keeping
is
it from
falling.
losing
Great.
altitude.
Do you have the data that shows me it is falling, please?
Yes. Drop any object from your hand right now
I
and
want you
watch
to
it
show
fall.
me the data, Nuck and Futz. I need you to show me the data, please.
Drop any object from your hand right now, and you can see the data for yourself.
Listen, Nuck and Futz, all I need you to do is show me that the object is falling.
Asking for the data for proof that something can fall is fucking ridiculous. I'm not gonna
That's not what I asked. I'm going to shut you up. I'm going to get the thing that I'm asking for. Nuck and Futz here is saying the plane is actually falling, even though, according to the data that we have, it is flying horizontally. So what I need is for you to show me that it is actually falling. It is losing altitude. Go ahead.
No, there is a difference between descending and falling. Falling means you are experiencing a force in the downward direction, which the plane is always experiencing.
There's no force involved in this.
Really? So when the plane engine's cut off, what would happen to it?
Downward force. What downward force?
Gravity.
Gravity? Gravity's not a force. It hasn't been since, what is it, 1915?
Oh my God.
So we can all agree that if the plane engine's cut off,
no,
it would start to descend.
From this point, gravity has not been a force since 1915.
Gravity is still a force, dumbass.
Okay, well then get me. You are an Einstein denier. Hold on, we got a new idiot. Nuck and Futz is done. Who's the new idiot? Who's the one claiming that gravity is a force? They're an Einstein denier. Who's the Einstein denier? What a coward. You come in and say, gravity is a force, dumbass, and then run off?
Yeah, there's the dumbass for you. He's a dumbass, isn't he? Right there, coward, dumbass. He's frightened of getting muted and banned. That's what it is.
Hey, I sent you a friend request, Jin.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so Nuck and Futz. So you're going back to Newtonian, are you?
For these close range conversations, absolutely. Newtonian gravity works fine.
Okay, so this would be cherry picking. You're going to use two versions of gravity. You're going to exclude one and pick the other to support your conversation. That would be cherry picking.
No, I'm not excluding either one.
Oh, okay. So then why is it that Einsteinian, the one that has superseded the, mass attracting mass, why are you abandoning that?
I'm not abandoning that.
Okay. So then this is time-space, right? Space-time, a conceptual medium.
Space-time as a manifold, yes. What about it?
Okay, I need two things from you. I want you to show me how this is a force, and then I want you to show me a sample of the space-time. Those are the two things I want from you.
Right, so under an Einsteinian or general relativistic view of gravity, it is technically a force that is being applied to space-time.
Okay.
It is not being applied to mass.
Please. Citation, please.
Well, I mean, that's the general relativity paper. You want me to link that for you?
Sure. Yeah, just give me the citation from that.
So you've never read Einstein's paper on general relativity?
No, I just want you to give me the citation, because you've read it apparently, and you know exactly what's going on. Now there's a force involved. Great. Show me that from his paper. This is a force.
Yeah, so mass causes space-time to curve.
No, I don't need you to run your mouth, Nuck and Futz. I need the citation. What you just said, I want the citation for that.
Okay, I'll go get Einstein's paper. I'll link it for you.
No, I don't want the paper. I want the citation. You understand what a citation is?
A link to a published article?
No, it's a quote within a source that backs up the claim that you just made. So I want the quote within the source. So I want you to get that out of Einstein's paper and show it to me. It could be a sentence. It could be even a paragraph if you want to, but I need the citation, not just the source.
Oh, okay. So you don't want the whole paper. You just want one.
Yeah, like I just said, I don't need you to repeat it. Get the thing that I asked for.
Stop.
Okay, and just to be clear, So just to be clear, I want the citation that tells me exactly what it is that you just said about the
You
force.
have to fucking mute everyone who disagrees with you.
There's the coward. Here we go. Hey, mighty, mighty. You're a mighty coward.
He's gone. He ran away.
What a baby.
Sunrises and sunsets make 0 sense on a flat Earth.
Okay, so where do you want to start with this? Are you saying that the horizon is a geometric edge of a sphere that the sun is going below?
Don't start with that.
Is that what you're saying?
No, don't change it.
Well, I'm asking you because if you're saying this only works on a globe, then since it only works on a globe, then apparently the horizon must be a geometric tangent edge of a sphere, correct?
Explain to me how sunrises and sunsets work.
Oh, I'm not going to give you an explanation. I don't need to. That's the funny part. I don't make a claim about how the sun sets. See, the thing is that you ran away from the claim. So tell me how it works with the globe. Then show me how it works.
You have no idea yourself. You're just.
So why are you running away from your claim? Did I make any claims about the sunset? Excuse me. Did I make any claims about the sunset?
I asked you to tell me.
Did I make any claims about the sunset? Did I? Did I make a claim about the sunset or how it works? Did I do that?
It makes no sense on flat Earth. I know.
Okay, so then you're saying it does make sense on a globe. Does it make sense on a globe?
It does make sense.
Okay, great. So what is going on with the sunset? Tell me about what's going on. Tell me what's going on. Help me with the explanation. What's going on with the globe and the sunset?
I know how it works.
Oh, you be a coward. Don't run away from the claim that you just made. You claim the globe makes the perfect explanation. Now you're being a little bitch and running away, aren't you? You said I'm a bitch because I didn't tell you how it works, even though I didn't make a claim about it. But now you're making a claim about it, and you don't want to tell me how it works. Isn't that interesting?
This is not the flat Earth room. This is like the sophistry room.
Okay, so you're going to tell me how the globe explains the sunsets. The claim that you just made, right? I thought the globe explained it perfectly well.
It does. This is just sophistry.
Okay, so tell me how it works.
No, this is like communist.
Now you don't want to do it.
You guys are just
You don't want to do it. I'm asking you to show me how the globe explains this. Tell me all about it. Is the horizon a geometric sphere edge blocking out the sun now?
Answer it or we will put you in the gulag.
Put me in the gulag? You're a fucking dork, dude.
You're being annoying, dude. That's what you sound like, bro. You're being
Eat my dick.
There it is.
Is that what you call that? I bet that's quite a big problem or a small problem in your life. That thing between your legs that you call a dick.
All right. We're not going to go down this route. All I need is for this guy to help me understand how the globe explains a sunset. He's not going to do it, though. He's going to run away from his claim, guaranteed.
Bro,
Yep,
this is just a whole like sophistry.
I'm not going to do it. You guys, sophistry. Now, sophistry is the excuse as to why the globe can explain the sunset, right?
This is like a call center. You just have your fucking sheet you're reading off of.
Whatever ad homs you need to bring into the conversation to run away from the globe, not explaining the sunset.
Flow chart. We get it.
It's a fair question, Mansky. All he's asking you is to steel man the globe's position on why the sun set. It's. I'd like to hear it. It's a fair question.
Come on, guys. You know how this works.
Yeah, you make a claim. How does it work? We show that it has all kinds of presuppositions baked into it without any measurements, and then you run away from that too. It should happen pretty quickly. You're going to have to get started, though. How does the globe explain the sunset?
H-E-L-I-O-C-E-N-T. Okay, thank you. Got it. I had it right all along.
Jin, you got a hot mic, bro.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Like, does it make sense on a globe? Like, if it's the case that something makes sense, does that mean that there's like a reason or a justification for it? So if it makes sense on a globe, what's the reason or justification for a sunset?
All right, none of us are going to know anything until we can all like go into space and see for ourselves.
Space? What's space? Is it a vacuous area?
Okay,
Low pressure? 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum? Is that what it is?
Dome.
Full of stuff?
To reach the top of the dome.
What dome?
Bro, do you have any of your own beliefs, or are you just like sitting back? I'm just asking
Well,
questions.
you're bringing stuff up that nobody here brought up. What dome are you talking about?
Yeah,
Maybe if you
just
ask,
don't know about anything, do you?
maybe
You
if you
brain dead or
ask,
something?
Yeah, I must be brain dead.
Sorry.
That must be it. The brain dead guy is asking coherent questions about things that you're bringing up, but you don't want to talk about them all of a sudden.
Bro, I can't have a conversation with a retard that just doesn't know anything about anything.
There you go. All the insults you need to bring into this, I'm asking you about the dome that you brought up. Tell me about it.
What's space? Dome? What's a dome?
Yeah, I mean, you're bringing stuff up. I'm asking questions. Do you not want to talk about the things that you're mentioning, or do you just want to bring them into the conversation and ignore them? What's your point?
My point is, you're impossible to have a conversation with because everything has to like devolve into define it, source, define it.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? That's a bad tactic. Asking for definitions of terms that you're using. Wow.
No, because you just get into the weeds of definitions, and it's just
it's not really weeds. We kind of have to agree on terms. That's how conversations a lot of times work. In fact, in contracts, they really have to define their terms. So it's very important that we discuss words and their meanings, like semantics. Words and their meanings. Yeah, that would be stupid.
Man, you're just a genius, aren't you?
I know. I'm wiping the floor with your dumbass. You want to run away from terms and their meanings.
Yeah, in your cute little clubhouse here, you're definitely wiping.
I know. Isn't it great? We got this little clubhouse, and every Glober that comes in here gets their ass beat because they don't even know the definitions of the terms that they're using. It's awesome. I like this clubhouse.
This is like the fucking schizo clubhouse.
Sure, yeah. Add some kind of adjective to it. Make yourself feel better about getting your ass kicked. Okay, so I guess we're not going to know what space is or what the dome is that he brought up. Cool.
Apparently, we don't even get to find out what a sunset is.
Yeah.
Sunrise, sunset. What's that?
Well, we're asking for you to have the globe explain it. Remember, you said that the globe explains it. I'm sure there's no presuppositions baked in either. That's impossible. Okay. Knocking futz. Did you get that citation?
I posted the entire, or actually all of Einstein's papers for you. You can read them yourself.
Right. So now, within the source about the claim that you made, is there a quotation that reinforces this force that you were talking about?
Well, I thought you didn't like cherry picking.
It's not cherry picking. What I want you to do is find for me the quote within the source that supports your position. Now, I mean, of course, I wouldn't want you to cherry pick and exclude something else that refutes that within the source. But you can just go ahead and quote for me what that supports the claim that you made.
Okay, so you want me to cherry pick in this case?
No. So you don't even know what cherry picking is.
You're asking me to go find one specific quote within an entire paper, and that's all you want. You don't want to read the whole paper. Isn't that cherry picking?
No, it's not cherry picking. You should read the definition of cherry picking. What you need to do is find a citation within the source that supports the claim that you made. This is not difficult. Now, if you're going to fail to do that, then I'm just going to leave you on mute because now you just want to obfuscate and you don't want to get the citation that supports your claim.
Well, I mean, I'd love to talk with you about general relativity.
No, I would love for you to get the citation. Yeah, no, just get the citation. That's going to help us move along in the conversation.
Yeah, I provided the whole paper for you.
All right, so it's a elephant hurling fallacy.
Yep.
So no more elephant hurling. All right, we got reductio. Reductio, do you want to talk about stars again today? What do you want to do?
Sorry, what was the fallacy? I was listening. Also, I wasn't speaking. I got muted for some reason.
I didn't say anything about you committing a fallacy. I don't know.
The other guy.
Are you confused?
What was his fallacy?
Elephant hurling.
Okay, I'm just gonna look this up. When a debater starts to amass huge quotes accumulating to a large amount of evidence supposedly supporting their position, but without demonstrating
this
that it
case-
actually does support the argument. Okay.
Right. So he just dropped the entire, Einstein's paper from 1915 and then didn't talk about it at all. Although he did say that somewhere in that paper there was one specific thing that, kind of supported his idea of gravity being a force, but he didn't want to get me that citation. He just hurled the entire document and said, "You go read it."
Well, presumably it's there or it's not. Like we can.
Right.
Pull it up. Where's the link?
So I want him to find me the quote within the source.
I call it the paper doll fallacy. That's what I'd name it. It's like a Japanese movie throwing a paper doll that turns into a distraction for you to run along and play with. No thanks.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to be here or not, right?
Intellectually
If
lazy
you want to make
just throw
progress.
an entire paper at somebody without showing the paragraph that you want someone to read. It's just intellectually lazy.
Yeah, I think I agree. It's good practice if you're citing something to cite why you're citing it and point to the line that you're citing. But, I mean, can we do that with his... Where's his link? Was it plot or prot?
Yeah. Also known as Nuck and Futz.
Okay, okay, this is like scanned images, so you can't just like plug this into... Or can you get all the images at once and just... Full text. Oh, nice. Okay. So what are we trying to find in here?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him. Something about gravity being a force, even within Einstein's paradigm.
Okay, I'm going to find it, but I hope he's still here when we get the quote so we can make some progress and move on from that.
Okay.
While I'm searching, I'm wondering, so do you guys have any idea how far Polaris is, or do you not take a view on that?
No. I don't even know what Polaris is other than a light in the sky. Nobody here is making a claim as far as distance is concerned.
I think stars are sonoluminescent acts in the medium. It looks like sonoluminescence to me. That's what it looks like. Electrical sonoluminescence.
Okay, so they might not even be objects, or they might not even be celestial objects at all?
I have no idea. Yeah. It's a light in the sky.
Okay. So on a flat Earth, you can't get 0 degrees at the equator, 45 at 45 north with respect to Polaris, and a constant 1 degree per 111 kilometers all at once. Yet all three are what we actually observe. So you don't get the east-west.
Would that necessitate that Polaris would be a geographic location and an actual object?
So it's the angle between yourself and Polaris.
Okay, the angle. So when you get an angle to Polaris, you can't get a 45-degree angle to Polaris from the surface of the Earth? Is that what you're telling me?
Not at the 45-degree north, no.
So why do they call it 45-degree north?
Because the Earth is a globe.
Oh my gosh, dude, that's so ridiculous. Why do they call it 45 degrees north?
Because that's how geometry works, and that's why the angle matches up with the globe and not the flat plane.
Okay, so show me how they get the angle to that star. I'm just curious.
Okay. 1 second.
Why do they call it 45 degrees north? Because that's how geometry works, and it's a globe.
You can use a sextant is best, or you could use like a nanometer with very good leveling to get, which is a way to get time in UTC, your longitude, and your eye height above sea level, and then you get an altitude to Polaris that way.
Terrific. So we got a Mariner sextant. We're on a boat. We're in the middle of the ocean. We'll get the topography out of the way for this. What does the sextant reference to get its baseline?
You count, you apply atmospheric refraction correction always.
Really? Okay.
And then you apply.
So I'm just asking, that wasn't what I asked for. Wasn't what I asked for.
Well,
what does it reference to get its horizontal or its baseline? To get the angle?
The geometric horizon.
The geometric horizon. Interesting. So there is a geometric horizon. Is it at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
Yeah, but you have to apply again.
Oh, it is.
Atmospheric refraction correction always.
What is the atmospheric refraction based on?
Pressure, temperature, scaling.
Incorrect. In the formula, what is it based on?
The Bennett form is the one standard mariners use.
A quick question. What about at night or in the fog or bad weather when a geometric horizon is not visible?
I didn't know that there was a geometric horizon.
Reductio made a claim that there was, so.
I know. And then he said there isn't because there's refraction. So he said there is, and then he immediately contradicted himself with refraction. So now it's not geometric.
But what's funny is to get 45 degrees at 45 north, you actually get on a flat plane, you don't get 45 degrees, you get like 26.6 degrees. It's really funny the math comes out all wrong. I tried to do the math today, and...
So you're saying that the latitude points are wrong, where it says 45 degrees north? There's not a 45-degree measurement to... What do you mean tried it on a flat plane? When isn't a sextant using a flat plane to get the angle?
Where do you get the latitudes from?
Well,
that's what I'm asking you.
Being that it actually only works on a sphere.
Well, I know that you're saying that. What I would need for you to show me is that they're getting an angle from a sphere. I just need you to show me that.
.3 points. The sextant, 3 points.
Hayuka.
take a look at it, please?
Hello? Did the call drop? Is anybody in here?
Okay, just on the Einstein points, back to that. It looks like Einstein treats gravity not as a Newtonian force.
What? Yeah, what?
He treats it more of a free motion is straight inertial when the gravitational field components vanish, and departures from straight motion due to those field components, i.e. space-time geometry. Direct quotes from this paper, just for the citation: if R's vanish, the point moves uniformly in a straight line. Or these magnitudes therefore determine the deviation from uniformity. They are components of the gravitational field.
Okay, so where's the force at?
I didn't claim that, he did. You might want to unmute so we can respond to that.
Are you saying it's a force now?
No.
No, so it's not a force. So anyways, for this angle, where does the baseline come from? With a sextant.
It doesn't seem
with
like
the
Einstein
sextant.
said that in this archive that he sent.
That's fine. So you're not, claiming what he's claiming. That's fine. We'll move on to him later. But for you, this horizontal or straight baseline, the angle, that 45-degree angle, what is that referencing?
The geometric horizon accounting for refraction using standard maritime measurements.
Okay, so we have a geometric horizon, and then when all of a sudden it's not a geometric horizon, so we're using which horizon again? The geometric one, the one that's at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
Yeah, like if you took a exactly straight ruler, it would line up with your eye line down to the horizon and would be there. Now, because light bends and atmospheric refraction can affect what you can see and not see, you got to factor.
Okay, what's the atmospheric refraction based on again?
Pressure, temperature.
Dude, I'm not asking that. In the formula, is there an R in there? Is it at 7/6 R and then, to infinite values, depending on how you guys want to arbitrarily apply it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so where did that R come from?
It could get to super refraction, yeah.
Where did that R come from?
How did we derive 7/6R?
No, where did the radius come from?
The radius of the Earth?
Okay, where was that? Where'd they get that from?
The Earth is round.
So this is how you can show the radius R. That's the only.
Where did it come from, reductio? We're going to reductio to where did the R come from? Where was that measured?
Yeah, it's the only way that you can navigate.
I'm sorry, reductio. I just need to know. Yes, I understand. You want to affirm the consequent. That's great. Can you go ahead and show me where they measured the radius?
It's actually essential in the calculation.
That's great. Show me where they measured the radius of the Earth. I mean, if there was an R in there, they got it from somewhere.
If you're asking, did we go to the center of the Earth, stick a ruler down there? No, we didn't do that.
No, I didn't ask you that. I'm asking you where the measurement was taken to get that.
It's mathematically derived, as far as I know. I mean,
so it's only mathematical. So it's only conceptual. It doesn't actually exist in reality. Then
it's mathematically necessary. And
mathematically necessary now. Okay.
That's as far as I know. I mean, my knowledge is fairly limited on this. Do you have a different perspective on that?
On what?
On that.
On the fact that they're taking measurements from the surface of the Earth, and that there's a horizontal line between the observer and the GP of the star, and then they get the angle to that particular GP.
Holy crap.
Yeah, and that's how they learned how to navigate in ships.
Right. So in that case, they're treating the Earth as flat and getting an angle.
No, the angles wouldn't work on a flat plane. You have to factor in.
Well, you're just saying that I would have to go have you demonstrate that this is not the case, or just give me a citation for elevation angle. In fact, why don't you do that? Give me a citation of elevation angle, and this will solve the whole thing.
A citation for elevation angle, like elevation.
Yeah, because that's what they're taking. That's what they're taking.
Guy's getting destroyed. Now he's trying to change the subject.
I mean, look, like if you were to try to use flat Earth mathematics,
you just totally
there's no such thing.
Ocean, you would end up completely lost.
There's no such thing as flat Earth geometry or elevation angles or navigation or whatever you're talking about. I don't know. I have no escaping.
And the thing is, anytime asks you guys, how would you navigate?
So now you're just going to run away from the claim that you made. I'll tell you what, just give me the citation for the definition of elevation angle. That'll solve all this.
You see, this is just sophistry.
Elevation. When you say elevation angle, I don't know. I don't know what that. I didn't know that terminology.
Well, an elevation angle is what they take in navigation. It's also what they take to get, your latitude.
How are you so? How do you
go ahead and give the citation then?
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see if it's in my phone here or
it is an open challenge. To be clear, if you can show the mathematics for how you would navigate a flat plane from point A to point B, and it actually does work, I think the entire planet would be interested in that. But the reason why flat Earth gets dismissed is because it cannot be done.
Okay.
Yeah,
people aren't going to want me saying this, but it seems like the flat earthers here are more scientific than the people trying to come in and poke holes in this argument.
Hey, the guy that asked about navigation. The guy that asked about navigation isn't that done across the waters mostly? Water?
We're talking about maritime navigation, yeah.
I just put the elevation
that doesn't work on the globe.
You can apply it. I'm assuming you can apply it like on land as well, though.
Yeah, you cannot demonstrate that you can have water on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum. So that's the globe.
It's so weird how you will change the topic when challenged.
Well, I'm mentioning something because you're talking about water. That's on the topic. Navigation,
interesting
water.
Pivot. Very common move.
Remember, you couldn't answer the question. What is an elevation angle? You couldn't answer that. So,
it's like if you're saying, well, if we were on a globe, then the air would fly out of the sky and end up in outer space because of vacuum. Like, notice how you're not.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Please hold on a second. Why don't you actually look at the video that I posted about sextants on a flat Earth? It's only to scrub back just a little bit, and you will see it.
They simply don't work. They don't work on a globe.
I've just posted it there for
water doesn't work on a globe. That's correct.
Yeah. There you go.
Water flows down.
Yeah, you can listen. Spheres don't. Even spheres, like real spheres, don't work on the globe fantasy. When you grab a real sphere in the realist level, and then you grab water and you put those two together, they don't show you what the globers are claiming that spheres and water does. That's why they have to paint it with coloring. They don't use real water. They have to use crayons to paint it blue. And they say, look, that blue, that crayon, that's water. But no, that's not water. Because they cannot show you a sphere in a vacuum with water and gas pressure on the outside while spinning. That's why they have to show you cartoons misrepresenting what water does, what spheres are.
Mm-hmm.
They misrepresent everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm posting that video again.
Totally.
Sorry, Dempsey.
Multiple
the video on sextants is there again for you, okay? Sextants video in there for you. I've just posted it. Don't miss it. Sextants designed for flat Earth only, not globe. There you are.
Okay, awesome. But notice how this, in the first frame of his video, he's using the AE map that was disproven already?
It's the water is what we're concerned with, yeah? navigating on the water. It is not a globe. Flat water, flat
I will.
Earth.
I promise I'll watch this video unless you have a certain quote from it that you want.
No,
me
you
to
watch the whole thing. It's not long. The video's not long anyway, so you know.
Because
It's
I could
taken
go
care of.
away
how
for
this
10
works,
minutes
bro?
if you want.
Yeah, watch it later on. We don't have to watch
You
it
beat
now.
them, and then they switch the topic and tell you to watch a new video, and it's just like, this is pure.
No,
sophistry.
it's on topic. It's because he said about sextants not working on a flat Earth. He was trying to say.
I'm genuinely curious what the like misconceptions are in this video, but I mean,
No, there are no misconceptions. The misconception is this: that Earth is flat, but you're saying it's a globe. That's the problem. No curvature, remember. Let's get that correct here. You haven't presented.
Are you using sextants as a fucking like argument to justify flat Earth?
Oh, because they're only designed on a flat Earth. That's why. Yeah, exactly.
No, they are not using that.
No, are you, like is
No,
one of your,
no, they are
one of
not
your arguments?
The argument is surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
The surface, okay. But why is sextants a part of this?
Now question is if surface is curving or is it not curving?
Or is it level?
It's like sextants have nothing to do with either
not
because they were used to navigate the Earth. They were used to navigate the stars. It has nothing to do with the Earth. No, it has
Yes, they do. You don't understand that. They do.
It was made
because you're talking about in order to get an elevation angle, you don't get an elevation angle from a curved surface because then the triangle will be curved. All triangles are straight lines. You don't have curved triangles. There's your problem. You see.
Can I say my argument?
No.
Well, your argument is going to be poo-poo anyway, because you're not listening to what we're telling you. Did you not acknowledge that when you look at triangles, they are three straight lines? Not one of them's curved.
All right, let's relax. Okay, lady, go ahead. Just give her a minute. Go ahead, lady.
Go ahead. Poo-poo the place up. Get some tissue paper.
Her argument is going to be poo-poo.
Okay, sextants, this is why you're wrong. Sextants have nothing to do with the Earth. Sextants were made.
We use them.
Can I fucking finish my argument before you lot start getting your fucking tiny wieners out and start getting all thingy? Let me finish my fucking thing. Let me get to my point. Shut the fuck up.
Man.
All right, I was listening to your fucking dookie.
No, it was a fact what I gave you.
God. All right, if you lot knew your fucking history, if you lot knew your fucking science and everything, sextants have nothing to do with fucking altitude. You fucking junker.
Lady.
All right.
Al Baruni is the name, lady. Al Baruni. Shut up.
Do you know what a cross-off is? Do you know what a cross-off is? All right, this man that was shouting at me early on. Can you tell me what a fucking cross-off is?
It is. Yeah. What about it?
Do you know what a cross-off is?
What? Can you say that again, please?
A cross-staff. CROSS. Little hyphen.
Yes. Thank you.
Do you know what it is?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Carry on. Crosshairs. Go ahead.
Do you know what a backstaff is?
Explain to me how that.
I'll tell you how.
I'm listening.
They were like the precursors for fucking sextants, okay? Sextants have nothing to do with the fucking altitude. Do you know why? Because you're on the sea. They were used by sailors to navigate direction. You were on the sea. It was for north, east, south, west. It has nothing to do with fucking thingy.
Yeah, but the way they operate, can you explain? Hang on.
The only thing it did, it measured the angle of the sun.
One question for you. How do these sextants operate? How do you operate a sextant? Please tell me. Go ahead.
You want me to tell you how a fucking sextant operates?
Yeah, how you operate one, yeah.
All right.
On your boat.
So, you're telling me how does a fucking sextant operate, and you don't even know what a cross staff or a fucking backstaff or even a actual fucking disc is.
I knew what they were. I'm asking you a question here. You're the one that's saying that sextants have got nothing to do with the Earth, right? But we use them.
I never said they have nothing to do with the Earth.
Yes, you did. You said that. You actually said that loud and angrily. You said that. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to get you to do now. What I am trying to get you to do now.
Before I explain to you what a sextant is.
What I am trying to get you to do now is explain how the sextants work on the globe. Go ahead.
Yeah.
They use okay. All right. So you know how you have a sextant,
It works
mate?
the same as a cross staff, actually.
No. A cross staff is actually one of the designs that basically made way for a fucking thingy sextants to be
The
made.
same thing I said. So what
Yeah,
is the
it's the
purpose
same
of the
thing.
cross
Okay,
staff? The
a
cross
sextants
staff
it,
was a
it
navigational
uses those
tool
two
used
mirrors. Okay, it
I'm
uses those
sorry,
two fucking
you took too
mirrors.
long. I'm gonna do it myself. Yeah, thank you. I'll do it myself. The cross staff was a navigational tool used to measure the angle between the horizon and a celestial body. Same thing a sextant does. Now, that's the horizontal plane and the angle you're going to be measuring between that and the celestial body. So,
For the sextant, you lot don't even know like how all of these stuffs were made to be. You don't know when they were invented. You don't know what year they.
all of that's irrelevant. Ultimately, an elevation angle is the angle formed by the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on and the celestial body in the sky. Focus.
Fuck up. Your system is fucking failing you. No wonder there's so many fucking flat earthers. There's more flat earthers in fucking America than there is around the fucking globe.
It's amazing how I still haven't heard any.
And how is possible that geometry makes you so angry that you came to tell them
No,
all of this stuff?
I'm trying to. I love geometry. That's why I'm trying to. That's
Okay,
why I'm
if you
trying to
like
actually talk.
if you like okay, if you like geometry, let's look inside geometry. Let's see the size of the earth, how much you can see on the distance and everything. Is that all right?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, let's do that.
You want to use geometry as a fucking thingy? Let's go. Let's go.
Let's
Okay.
go. Let's type like
Circumference.
this.
What circumference? What is circumference? That is the first question I want to ask. What is
No, let's go to geometry. You said you want to go to geometry. Let's go into
that is geometry, you fucking idiot. Circumference is geometry.
Why you calling me idiot? I want to only speak about geometry. Why you so rude? Let's speak about
geometry. Okay, sorry.
Okay, let's speak about let's put it easy way. Let's put it like this. How much I can see with 2 meter height on the sphere, and it will give you the answer to Google. Let's go.
Mate, okay, all right.
No, lady. We are speaking. I will not swear. We will speak only about geometry.
I didn't swear. I was going to give you an answer.
Respond. Give him an answer. Go ahead.
I was about to give you an answer, mate.
Go ahead.
You asked me a question.
Just give him the answer.
Right? You're telling me, at like
Give
a
him the
certain
answer.
amount
If
of
that's
fucking
what you're
height.
gonna do, go ahead. Go ahead.
Listen, my mum's dead, mate. Thank you very much, though. She's looking down on me with very good fucking eyes. All right. You want to talk geometry? Right. You want to talk geometry? You want to talk about how you can see certain, like the horizon drop and the elevation?
Focus. He just asked you something. Now, listen. You want to ask about the circumference, almost 25,000 miles, or the radius, 3,959 miles. He's talking about geometry like the horizon distance. Now, that's a geometric value, geometric being Earth measured. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the answer to the question. Then you can go into reality and check. So that's his point. Focus.
You want me to focus? All right. So the flat Earth, it's you guys always be like, okay, horizon is always at eye level, right?
No, man.
No.
Okay. So what?
Go ahead,
so
Sasha.
what's at high level? Is it altitude? Is that what you guys are talking about when it comes to flat earthers? When it comes to horizon, what's your like debate?
Okay, there is a geometry. There is a
Yes.
geometry on the sphere saying with 1 foot observer height, geometric horizon will be on 1.22 miles. Okay.
It was a what?
A heliocentric model with a radius of 3,959 miles saying that with 1 foot observer height, you will see the geometrical horizon on the distance on 1.22 miles.
Okay.
Okay, we did observation in reality with the same height, that means 1 foot. We see the surface over the 10 miles.
Do you understand the ramifications of that? Do you understand what he said to you there? Because you're saying
Mate.
okay, but do you
Mate,
acknowledge what he said, please? Explain.
I acknowledged everything he said, but it doesn't make sense because there's a lot of like observable fucking evidence. All right. You go
Don't
okay.
segue. Focus.
No, you guys,
Focus. Don't segue.
no. I'm trying to make my fucking thingy because nothing you guys are saying is
So you have to speak about what he
making
just
sense.
said. Hold on.
Yeah.
So hold on. I'm not going to mute you this time, but just allow me
You're
to.
not gonna meet me this time, okay?
So just allow me to respond. Let's all just kick back and chill. Like this doesn't have to be a. You don't even know us, specifically me. You don't
I
have to
don't know
be
any of you.
disrespectful, right? So you don't have to be
I
disrespectful.
promise I won't be disrespectful anymore.
All right. So let's continue.
I'm just British, mate. We swear a lot. So if I do swear, I am sorry in advance for that.
All right. Then I won't take it. Then I won't take it personal. No, it's fine. Then I
Don't
won't
take
take
it
it personal.
personally. Like
I
if the
just
F
want the
word or
conversation to
if
close.
the F word comes out, it's just because I'm talking fast. That's
All right,
it.
now check this out. You said that maybe you didn't understand what he was trying to say, but ultimately it's fairly simple because, for example, if I were to tell you to YouTube distance to horizon, there's a few videos that explain exactly what he said. Then you have Washington.edu and pretty much every other, Google result. If you ask the same question, it will give you the answer. Now, if you look up a video between CFI investigators powered by Nat Geo, where they went
Okay.
to the beach with flat earthers, the globe earthers said that the flag of the boat would disappear because when they put the camera at a height of 1 foot, the horizon would be 1.22 miles, thus blocking the boat that would be 3 miles away from the bottom up. So his point does make sense. You just have to listen to what he's saying and then listen to the demonstrations and then respond in kind.
Okay. All right. So if we're talking about a ship, okay, you guys all claim like the horizon is eye level and like height doesn't matter. I'm guessing you guys. That's what. Yeah. Okay. Well.
It sounds like you got a lot to learn. No
I
offense.
don't have a lot to learn, darling. I really don't. But like, if you look, so if you okay, let's talk about how big a ship is. Say you have a massive fucking ship. All right.
Massive is an opinion, not a measurement.
No. Let me make my fucking point first before you interrupt. Learn some manners.
Before you make your
Let
point,
me finish. Let me finish my point, please.
everything I said had to do with the geometric value of the distance to the horizon. So I hope that your response has something to do.
Okay. All right. So you want to do distance first? Okay. Distance. If it's on a flat plane, all right. The horizon.
That's
If it's a
wrong.
flat Earth, all right. The horizon distance increases, all right, with height. But right with how the Earth is right
That's
now.
what should happen.
Sphere, huh?
That's what should happen. We agree with you. If it's a ball, as you get more elevated, you should see further. That's the mathematical equation that they're talking about. The 1.22 times the slow down. I know you're excited, kid. Just slow down. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that means every time you go up, you should see further. That distance is what we call the horizon. That's where it should be. That's assuming, of course, the ball with a radius of 39.59 miles. Please continue.
Okay. Okay. That equation, right? All the fucking okay. Oh my good God. Okay. You guys are talking about distance, right? What is no one
They're
going to
talking about where the horizon should be in relationship to your elevation.
Yeah, distance to the horizon, since the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere, so-called. That's what we're trying to test, because that's the claim. It's very simple.
Okay, but why? Okay. Oh my. Okay.
Why test the claim? What?
Okay. On. Okay. On a flat plane. Okay. The horizon should technically be to eye level, and the distance should always. So to your equation.
Okay, stop for a second. Stop, slow down. Whoa, go back. So, look, I know you're excited, but why are you telling us what a flat plane should... Stop! Why are you, a non-flat earther, telling us what a flat plane should or should not do? Shouldn't you be explaining your globe?
Oh, you want me to explain my globe?
See, the problem is, you're instantly trying to jump on the attack going, well, if it's flat, it should be doing this. We don't care. It is flat. We know what it does do. We're trying to tell you what your globe is not doing. When you're at 1 foot of elevation, the horizon, you know, where the sky appears... slow down. Where the sky appears to touch the ground should be at 1.22 miles. In that oil rigs picture, depending on which one they put up, if it's the original one, the horizon is beyond 9.41 miles. So what's the deal there? If that's true, and that's where the horizon actually is, that means your ball does not have a radius of 3959 miles. It's more like 259,000 miles. That's what that means. So what in essence it does is debunks the globe radius claim of 3959 miles.
It actually
doesn't. Do you understand that much so far?
It actually doesn't, because I know exactly which formula you're talking about.
Well, the horizon is not where it should be. Do you understand where the horizon is in that image? Yes or no?
I do.
Excellent. Where's the horizon?
Maybe stop being so condescending when you speak.
I'm not being condescending. Condescending for me is when I just start banning people for being idiots. So, please, a simple question. I know you want to sidetrack. I know you're excited and you just want to tell all these dumb idiot fucking flat earthers that they're wrong. I know you're super excited, kid. Step back. Take it. Just take a chill pill.
I'm 34.
Yeah.
I'm not 34.
You sound like you're about 12 and you're acting like it. So, in that image, simple question. Where is the horizon? In front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs? And I'll repost it for your convenience. Right there.
Oh, that one.
That one.
So what do we got? What do we got here?
Picture of some oil rigs, and I'm asking where is the horizon in said image?
Okay, well, clearly the one on the... Is that the right or the left? The one on the right is closer. The one on the left is farther off. And you can clearly see...
Okay, stop. I didn't ask... Whoa, shut up! I did not ask where the oil rigs were closer or farther. I asked where the horizon was. You know, where the sky appears to meet the ground, or where the sky appears to meet the sea. Where is the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
I was getting to that before a cunt interrupted me and told me to shut the fuck up.
Oi, listen here, you little British bitch. Shut your fucking yap, answer your questions, or fuck off. I'm not interested.
Every time I try to, you just keep interrupting me and you tell me to shut up.
Oi, because you're rattling on with shit that we're not interested in. Just answer the question. Where's the fucking horizon?
Tell us where the horizon is. Just tell us where the horizon is. Just tell us where the horizon is. Yes.
Fuck did this picture go? Wait. The horizon is in the fucking back.
Yay! It wasn't a trick question. Wasn't that hard? Okay, so now that you've had your meltdown and it's all good, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles. The reason we know that is because if you go through all the formula, the camera was placed less than 1 foot off water level.
You're talking about the Which formula are you talking
1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
Formula that
You don't do maths, do you?
Of course I know how to do maths. Thank you very much.
The formula that Nat Geo saw fit.
Is it the one with the square root?
Listen, the one that Nat Geo saw fit to use.
D equals square root of 2RH, where R is the Earth's radius and H is the observer's height. Yes, I am fully aware.
Okay, so what's the point in saying that? You already know that the horizon appears beyond the horizon.
What? Okay, but R, look at that. Look at the main thing is calculating this. Okay. Can I make my case as to why this equation does not support you guys? Can I make my case?
Listen, no, you can't. Because listen,
no, I can't. Why is this a debate? If I can't make my counter
It's not a debate. Hey, gorgeous. Hey, hold up for a second, Eli. Hey, Froggy. Talking through him is going to shut up. Talking through him is not going to make his story go any fucking quicker. Obviously, you don't want to listen to any of us. You've made that quite clear. Because every time someone speaks, you have this fucking inherent need to, I'm superior, I'm going to talk over him like you've gone through 9 husbands. He doesn't care about your life. Shut up. So you're talking now when you shouldn't be. That's the fucking problem. Shut your yap, listen to his explanation, and then respond. Okay? Do you understand?
Okay.
Yeah, mate. Okay, no. Let Eli tell his thing. Once he is done, you can respond to that. Eli, thank you.
So Nat Geo, Washington.edu, any source that you'll find that AI will pull up, they'll probably pull up 9, 10 plus sources will tell you the same thing. Who are you to say the formula is incorrect?
Okay. All right. Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
Get rid of this. Geometry. You said geometry. You remember?
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, everyone else shut up and let her talk to Eli.
Okay. Do you guys know about the shadow experiment?
So back to what we were actually talking about.
Okay, back to what we were talking about. Okay, it's D equals square root of 2RH. Do you guys know what the R is?
So hold on.
The R is Earth's radius. All right, don't use ChatGPT.
So back to what you saying the formula is incorrect. Every source we can says otherwise. The question is not what the R means. The question is, who are you to say that the formula that we're using is wrong? Who are you to say that the formula is wrong? What's your justification?
I posted a link to Washington State University citation in the side chat.
There's a link to citation Washington State. Now, why is the formula wrong?
Okay, the formula is not wrong. The formula of the D equals.
So if the formula is not wrong, that's how we derive the distance to the horizon. So seeing as the distance to the horizon is supposed to be 1.22 miles, and it's actually not. What do you think about that?
Care about numbers. You guys are talking.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know what you want to do, guys. She said she
Actually,
wanted to
Eli, I think the contention is the fact that we're using the formula, and as flat earthers, we should not be. I think that's more the contention there.
But the bottom line is, if we're talking about geometry, which is the measurement of the Earth, and we're talking about what distance to the horizon, which is geometry, Earth measured, to measure distance based on the assumption that the radius is 3,959 miles. Like, if she can't focus and start talking about that, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, she's anyway. Froggy's drunk. She has had a skin full of alcohol, because I can tell. You're drunk. That's why you're not able to focus.
Hold up, Jen, hold up. Froggy. Okay, Jen, hold up. Froggy. Your issue is we're using the R and we should not be. True or false?
What? I never said that, mate.
You've got an issue with us using the formula. Why do you have an issue with us using the formula?
Nobody has publicly stated which formula they're using. You guys are all just giving me
1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. No one's publicly stated it. That's the third time I've said it. Would you like me to steal your crayons and write it out for you?
There's a much easier way to say it, mate. It's just...
Well, there's a much easier way. How about I say it whilst I'm not being interrupted by rude little girls? 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's what we were using to derive the freaking distance to the horizon. Okay?
Okay, so you're at Istanbul.
Excellent. So what do you have a problem with? Now, the issue is, let's get back to the oil rigs. You said the horizon is where?
It's perspective.
In front of the oil rigs.
It's
in front of the oil. Yeah, well, I heard perspective. That doesn't mean fuck all. The reason for that is I just want to know. I just want to know in what position is the horizon. Number 1, in front of the oil rigs. Number 2, in between the oil rigs. Or number 3, behind the oil rigs. Where is the horizon in the oil rigs picture?
Obviously, it's behind because the fucking horizon.
Excellent.
Is the horizon.
That's great. Excellent. I'm glad you agree. I don't need the side story. I don't need to know about your last 4 husbands. Now, the problem is when you do that.
You know that.
Yeah, I know. And your attitude's not helping. Shut up.
My attitude is because of you.
Hey, child, no, your attitude was already here prior to me being in here. So don't give me your horse shit. So, the horizon, if you work... Okay, well, you can do it the old school way, or you can just shut up and listen for 5 seconds. What do you want to do?
You're saying shut up.
Good, I'll help you. The horizon, love, is supposed to be in front of the oil rigs. For some reason, whether you want to get that or not, I don't know. I don't know what your contention is with the formula. I don't know why you're having a meltdown. But the simple fact is, when you work out from the observer's height to where the horizon should be, we notice it's not where it should be. It's magically jumped behind the oil rigs. This is what we would like you to explain to us.
Right.
How can the horizon magically move? What's the dealio?
Right. Let me just before you speak, Froggy, this is what I asked you earlier on. Did you understand the ramifications of what Sasha told you? Because Sasha was the guy who told you at the very beginning, you know, the European guy who spoke. And I asked you, did you understand? You didn't understand. And you're clearly displaying that now, because the horizon is behind the oil rigs when it should be in front. If you're on a globe of the specification that you were given. Okay? So now explain what's going on. Why are we getting the horizon behind the oil rigs? Go ahead. Wow.
Okay. All right. Do you guys? Okay, you guys want to talk? Can I at least fucking talk, you cunt? Good God. My God. Can you not mute him for once?
I'll mute myself. Don't worry.
Mute yourself, please.
Back to the oil rigs, gorgeous.
Okay, back to the horizon debate. Okay. All right, we got you guys. Okay, so you guys are the linear formula. You guys don't agree with the square root formula, right?
We're not talking about the formulas.
I'm getting to the point of the argument.
The point is quite simple. The horizon, listen, the point is the horizon. Hey, listen here, shitstain. You fuck this. Right, listen here, you arrogant little British tartlet. I don't fucking care about the formula. You can use whichever one you like to derive where the horizon is. Pick your poison. Nobody on this panel fucking cares. But you being an arrogant little piss stain is not helping my temper. I already have a short fucking fuse, and most people know this. So, you can choose to be a complete fuckwit, or you can settle yourself down and be a proper lady like one should. I don't care which path you take, but I'm going to rail fuck out of you either way.
Well, also, listen, let me answer your question. We do agree with the square root formula if the Earth is a sphere. That's why we're going with it. That's why in Emotus Tollens, we would take the presupposition as true. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every distance to the horizon measurement must be no further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. In the photos you just seen, a screenshot from video, the horizon is not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, not Q. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere, not P. So we accept the formula in the sense that we can actually test that. I hope you understand, but I doubt you do.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. All right. I don't want to hear anything from that Aussie fella. All right. I'm done talking to
You
him. I don't
better
wanna
get
hear shit
used to
about
it.
him.
What's wrong? Please reply
What's wrong is
to Eli.
you keep
I'm not interested in your meta. I'm not interested in your meta. Please reply to Big Daddy Flurf.
Okay. All right. You guys still do follow the square root formula, right? You guys do follow the square root formula. Okay.
Answered your question.
That makes sense because the square root formula can be applied across everything. It doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or
We're not comparing flat or round. How can you not grab that?
Fucking finish, you twat. You're down
Let
under
me.
fucking kangaroo fucking twat. Shut up.
Oh yeah, that's fine. But listen, in this case, literally, if you look at all of the formulas that I pointed out to you and that may have been cited to you, it's literally specifically dealing with a tangent to a tangent point. So that's a line to the point of the sphere. That's a distance measurement, supposedly, that we can test. I don't know how many times I can say this to you, but we're talking about a tangent line meeting a point on the sphere and testing if that's actually happening. And it's not actually happening.
Okay. So what I'm getting from this conversation that I've had so far, okay, you guys are saying like the geometrical horizon dip is just predictable. Okay? But you guys are not looking at the factors because science and maths and geometry have a lot of fucking factors. Okay?
So all we're saying is the formula you're using
Can I at least finish my point? Before you
Let her finish so long as hold on. This is the last interruption. This is the last interruption. She can finish so long as the end of her statement has to do with whatever means she's going to deduce the distance to the horizon that we can test so that we can move on. So the end of your statement has to conclude with all these given factors that you fuckwits didn't include. Here's the actual distance to the horizon, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Okay. So if the flat is curved, all right. This is what you guys are claiming: the flat is curved, and ships or oil rigs. You guys are saying they should disappear, or are you saying that it should be flat that you guys can see it?
Don't you understand?
You're a delusional
use
woman.
that entire
All right. Let her finish so I can call her delusional because I didn't say anything like that. Did you guys hear me
No,
say
we
anything
didn't
like
say
that?
flat is
We're gonna
curved.
let
We
her
didn't say
finish.
that.
We're gonna let her finish so we can call her.
you guys are posting numbers.
Froggy, all we're talking about, we're just talking about geometric principles. We're trying to derive how far the horizon should be if the Earth is a globe of said radius, right? So if you use that formula that you're using, the horizon geometrically should be at a certain distance. But when we go into the real world, we find that it's actually a lot further than it should be. Do you understand that?
Okay, this is what I mean when I said the factors determine it. Okay, because you have factors like you guys have stuff like refraction. Okay, light. Okay, light bends differently when it's coming to Earth because of the fucking sun, right? This sort of like contours the image of objects, especially distant objects.
What's that have to do with the light coming from the ground from 1 mile away?
Factor. That is a factor.
All right, fine. Okay, fine. It's a factor. So what's the distance? Because you know what? Including the quote unquote. Listen,
those conditions.
Hey. You have to listen. Hey, you have to listen in order to answer my question. So, considering those conditions, what is the distance to the horizon? Considering those conditions, I know Andrew Thomas Young says so. In the Washington, is it Washington State? Well, Washington State pulled it from him. So we know if you Google it, if we're talking about standard refraction, you can even, I don't know, type in extreme.
I'm not talking about standard refraction. I'm talking
you said atmospheric. So atmospheric refraction is also the equivalent to standard refraction when globers say that the horizon is going to be
atmospheric refraction.
Listen, okay, all right, my bad. I'm not going to tell you what you were telling me, but I'm going to remind you that with atmospheric refraction, tell me what the distance to the horizon should be, and then cite your source.
The reason there is a formula is because there is always.
The reason there's a formula. Tell me with the variables that you're saying that we have to account for.
But you will not be. You should.
So tell us all the variables. So tell us all the variables.
You know how you have standard refraction. You got refraction, right? You got refraction on its own. You got refraction on its own. Why is there an entire study, an entire thingy called an atmospheric refraction? Because it puts.
Don't ask me a question when I'm not challenging what you're saying. If what you're saying is true, give me the distance to the horizon given those factors. You tell me right now.
You know what? I'm not going to come on here and debate you lot.
You should be able to do that. You should be able to do that, Froggy. Like, if you're saying you can chuck all these variables in and determine where it should be, why can't you do that?
The conclusion is she's effing around like every other glober. She will never give a value. In 10 years, no glober is ever given a value. All they can do is ask us a question, which has nothing to do with anything we ever say. Like,
that's right. So if you're just being honest with yourself, Froggy, you'd understand you're just saying things. You're not actually giving us a response to the question. If you think you can determine the distance to the horizon using these variables, just do that. And then we can move on from there. But you're just running in circles and circles. Like, you're not actually saying anything. You're just disregarding everything.
And I don't appreciate the drunken state that she's come in as well. She's had too much to drink. She's trying to hold it together and have a debate or discussion. And she doesn't even know the topic matter. Doesn't know anything about it. Just going on. Terrible. Terrible performance, young lady. Disgusting. Get yourself together.
Can I defend myself?
Get yourself together, lady.
Can I defend myself? I'm not
yes,
fucking
you may. Yes, you may. Go ahead. You're
Can
drunk,
I defend myself, please? No, it's just okay.
Your best defense, Froggy, would be to chuck the variables in and tell us the distance to the horizon. That's the best defense. We don't need to hear you mad as shit. Like, just tell us that. That's the defense.
Let me talk for longer than 5 fucking seconds, because I just had accusations thrown at me left, right, and center. So let a girl talk.
You're taking 40 words to say something that should take 10. Get it together.
Okay, I'm a fucking Oxford fucking graduate. I don't know where you lot fucking went.
That's a lie. No liar.
Oxford graduate, no way.
I am genuinely not fucking
You
lying.
sound like you're in the kitchen. Stay there.
Let's just hear it. Let's just hear it. Let's see if this answers it. Let's go. Go, Froggy.
Okay. Ever since I've come onto this call, the majority of everything that's been going on is I talk for less than a fucking minute, and there's someone biting down my fucking neck.
Again.
And then, no. If you guys want to enlighten people,
get back to the argument. Not about your meta bullshit. We're not interested.
No, because you said.
Oh my God, he's talking again, and I want to talk about shit. Get back to the argument.
Where's your esprit core? Where is your esprit core? It's not a problem. As an Oxford graduate, you have a esprit core.
I
Where
get
is
what
it?
you're saying, but you don't need all that. The bottom line is you're saying that the formula we're using is incorrect. In order to move the conversation forward, the only path is you telling us a number. Just a number. Give us a number to the distance to the horizon. Using all
Thank you,
the
Eli.
it's a number.
Thank you.
That's how much you should need this week is to give us a bang pow right in the mouth. There's your globe evidence right there. Here's the distance to the horizon using the right variables. That's what you should be giving us. Do it now.
Right. Go ahead.
Mate, I got unmuted. Thank you very much for that. Mate, I don't have a fucking maths degree. I don't care about the maths. All right?
Oh, it's crucial. The maths is crucial. That's the foundation.
No, stop.
Jin,
Listen,
hold up.
you're letting her rewrite history. You're the one that said you're cool with geometry. So now, since you don't want to do all the math and stuff, get props.
What's with this dogpiling? Let's just have like a one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
You want to have
Can't
a
say it's
one-on-one?
wrong if you don't give us a threshold.
Would you like a one-on-one?
I would like a one-on-one.
Would you like us to? Would you like us to set up a stage and everything for you?
Yes, please. Can you shine the spotlight on me too?
Yep.
Yeah. Can you follow the light? You know, when I start dancing and moving in the spotlight and on the stage.
Right. You start doing your religious glow dance. Oh, glow, glow, be real, glow, glow. Turn them on my heels.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little. Yeah, I'll do a little.
Dancing with the globe. Me and my glow. Yeah.
I'm really curious now. Can you unmute this froggy person and we'll see if she gives us the formula?
All right, so let's mute. Let's see. Who do we got to mute? Who's the person that was like, can we just, so we can just get back to Froggy? Oh, Twong. Oh yeah, okay, he's muted. Let's go back to Froggy. Froggy, give us a number.
Listen. All right, I'm going to
Froggy, give us a number.
Let me explain.
Froggy, give us a number using all the variables.
She knows. Yeah, I don't think she knows that she's muted.
No, she does. Yeah, give us the variables that know that we're missing. That you said that we're not taking into account, like atmospheric pressure. Give us the variables that will have us calculate the proper distance to the horizon. Go ahead, do that.
Okay, you got light. You got weather, because temperature inversions are also a thing. They also exaggerate the fucking effects. You got, so beyond the fucking, okay. I'm not going to be on Discord arguing with guys at 11 o'clock. I'm just gonna give you guys a little bit of like criticism based on the
Froggy, why are you getting riled up? Like it's not hard. You're just obfuscating. You're obfuscating from what we.
All right, I'm gonna mute you.
God.
I want to hear her spiral. All I did was ask her for the number.
No, not you. The other mate that was talking, not you, mate. Fluff, I don't know. Yeah, you've been nice enough.
No, go back to
you
your
have
previous.
muted me, but
No, I muted you again. Go back to your previous spiral. I'm not going to allow you to let other flat earthers who get on my nerves to take your attention away from this spiraling that I deserve. So, give me a number. Go on, tell me why you don't have to do that.
okay, I'm genuinely trying to make a good case. Okay.
Give me a number, including the variables that you said are necessary. Go on.
I genuinely don't know what you want from me, mate. I'm not going to start doing maths.
All right, that's fine. So I'm asking for the distance to the horizon. You're saying you're not accounting for all the variables. Sounds like you knew what you were talking about. So I'm asking you, okay, then how can we determine if the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere and geometry is Earth measured and the horizon is an Earth measured distance, the leading edge of a sphere, tangent to a tangent point, and we have all this atmosphere doing extra stuff. Just tell me where the horizon is actually calculated to be. Give me a number. Give me something.
Okay, if you guys want a number, maybe give me the number of the horizon, not the horizon, the distance to what you guys are claiming to be the horizon. Give me the actual numbers to go from to calculate it. Because all you're saying is give me a number, but you're not giving me the actual number.
Yeah, Froggy, the reason they want the number...
We can't, let's stop tag teaming. We already gave it to you. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You said that wasn't the right formula or it wasn't accounting for other variables. So just go ahead and use whatever you can to the best of your ability to anything you can to make a claim about the distance to the horizon since it's actually the leading edge of a sphere. Just do your best at giving us a distance to the horizon. Go ahead.
Okay. So you have the distance, you have the horizon distance formula, right? You guys all do that, okay? The line of sight to the horizon is tangent, yada yada yada, the square root, everything, okay? So on the flat earthers, you guys claim that horizon stays at eye level, and that distance scales linearly with height compared to us, where it's square root, okay?
I think I'm going to mute you here.
Okay.
Unless
The observed reality.
Yeah, I had to mute you. I'm sorry. I thought maybe you would stop, but you don't care. So no, let's not be a bigot. All right. So even though I know that the Earth is flat, you don't tell me that I think that the horizon is at eye level. That's dumb because how can something that the floor is a part of causing be at eye level? The ground is not at eye level, and the ground is an essential part of the horizon. I know that the horizon is not at eye level. They're not making an argument about what the horizon appears to look like, other than the claim that they say it's a distance. So give us a distance. What's the distance?
Am I unmuted? What the distance?
Yeah, because I had to let you know that no, we don't claim that the horizon is at eye level. So that had nothing to do with the distance to the horizon anyway. If the distance to the horizon based on the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles is incorrect, well, not incorrect, but we don't see things that way, then tell us the distance to the horizon given the variables that you say are necessary. Go ahead, do that.
And I'm unmuted. Thank you. Okay, so I'm guessing you guys don't all think that, like.
Are you going to give us a distance to the horizon? You're not. I don't think you're focused. Distance to the horizon.
Give us a threshold.
Can I at least start my fucking
Distance to the horizon? It's a number, not a dissertation. Please.
I also posted the answer for you, so you can cheat for Eli.
Not a dissertation. A number. Give us a number. Put a claim on that.
Okay, horizon distance formula. D equals square root of R, which is 6,371 fucking kilometers. The H is the person that is seeing it, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And D is the distance to the horizon. So there is technically no distance to the horizon. There is distance to horizon because what we're trying to calculate with the formula that you guys are all saying is based on where that person is. It's based on circumstances. It's based on where they are. It's based on weather. It's based on light refraction. It's based on everything. So you guys are saying, you guys keep asking me what's the...
Yeah, absolutely. So when I'm at Coney Island Beach in New York City and I'm looking at New Jersey, which is 6 miles away, and next to that, to the left, is the open ocean with the horizon further than 6 miles because Jersey is right to the side of it. Again, what am I missing? What am I not factoring in? Give me the distance to the horizon so I can go and check next time I'm at Coney Island.
I'm unmuted. the formula that you guys keep using is the.
Give us another formula.
Shit.
Whatever formula you want to give us the proper distance to the horizon. Give us a number.
Yeah, a maximum, a threshold.
Number. Thank you. If you're not gonna do that, what you said, if you're not gonna give us the number, which you said earlier, you're not willing to make the claim that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere. You don't even have a claim. You just keep running away from it. So I don't know how much longer you think we're gonna let this conversation go if you're not gonna answer the question. We're just gonna, call it a win, and we'll let you just babble on whatever you want.
Okay. Can I please finally speak for like longer than 20 seconds?
Is it a number? Because if you have a number that requires more than 20 seconds, more than 5, that's crazy.
Well, if I may, and it's pertinent, right? Can I just interject for a moment? Right. So conditions in our environment, right, outside in reality, there's only so many conditions that could possibly exist, right? So give us a threshold is what you're being asked for in the form of a value or a formula, because there can only be a maximum possible. If you're academic, right, then give us that.
Okay, you guys want a number. You want a number to the distance to the horizon, right? But distance to the horizon, you calculate it using the square root of 2RH, right? So how am
So
I?
in that 2RH, where is your additional factors? I'm using your formula. In the 2RH, where is the additional factors, such as what you mentioned earlier, refraction?
Oh God.
You're the one that said it, love, not me.
Okay, let me speak. For good God, please let me speak. Because you
So
guys.
2RH, additional factors.
Additional factors. You got refraction. You got the fact that
so insert that.
Oh my
That's
God!
the number.
Let me state more than one
Listen,
point.
hey, stop having a meltdown.
Please mute him.
As you make claims, we are going to question them. And I know, oh my God, it hurts. We are listening. We've heard enough from you. You've made the claim that there is additional factors. It's very simple. If that is a claim, then insert the additional factors into your 2RH. For example, with our formula, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, when people claim refraction, that 1.22 changes to 1.29. In extreme cases, it changes to 1.34. See, there's the number. That's how they account for refraction. But you're more than happy to go on with your stories, please.
If you actually let me speak without interrupting me, can you please not interrupt me? And I'll make
Did you hear a fucking word I just said?
I said everything. I heard.
You're not making a case. You're rebutting what the fucking number is. You silly woman.
Oh my God. Okay. So, anyways, moving on. We got the horizon distance formula, which you guys are using, but you're claiming that it's not. Okay. So we got RH, 2 times of that. Okay. It always depends on where you are on the earth. It depends the humidity, it depends on the temperature, and it also depends on what time it is. It depends on light refractions, okay? The line of sight to the horizon is tangent to the Earth's surface. If you guys want to use Pythagorean theorem, yeah, use that. Okay? The square root scaling is key, and it genuinely, you can't use it on a flat Earth. It always occurs on spheres, not flat planes.
Well, she's not even.
We also have
the tangent that you just
the
mentioned.
horizon drop angle.
There you go. She's not.
You guys,
I think what she's doing is fighting
horizon and
what
the
we're
thingy.
saying.
You also have the horizon drop angle. The horizon doesn't just extend.
I think she's on a script because she was saying this earlier, and it's like every time we let her talk, she just keeps going back to that. So like, She didn't even respond to you, bro. I don't.
Didn't even respond to you either, mate.
That's kind of sad. I don't know. I mean, this is all recorded. Hope it gets clipped.
Yeah, like she was at her wits' end. Like she's gonna start fucking sobbing or some shit.
Yeah, she doesn't know her model. She doesn't know the ramifications of all the numbers. That's why she doesn't understand that the distance to the horizon is going to be dependent on the height of the observer. She doesn't understand any of that. She just doesn't understand. She doesn't understand the radius. That's determining the distance to her horizon. It's a fixed number, and whatever the height is, the number that you're given, the distance to the geometric horizon. She doesn't understand that. She doesn't understand it. She really doesn't.
Just read it out. You just read it out.
She doesn't. She read it out. She doesn't understand it. She doesn't understand it. She read it out, but she hasn't processed it.
I'm just pointing out that what she doesn't understand, she literally just read out. We're telling her to a tangent point. I said that a million times. She just said that, and it's like, okay, that tangent. What's the distance? She's not doing it.
Yeah, because she doesn't know it. She doesn't understand it. That's why. And she says, you remember, she did say that the numbers don't matter. And then I said, that's the foundation. The numbers are the.
She knows where it's supposed to be.
If
it was at 1.2 miles, every Glober would be like, "What's the problem?" That's what the map says. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
They wouldn't be like, "What about the flat Earth?" They wouldn't be doing that. If the horizon was 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, they would be slam dunking that shit, and y'all know that.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I said she doesn't understand it. She doesn't understand the ramifications of the numbers and what they mean to her globe. She doesn't understand that. And she came in drunk anyway. So it's difficult for her.
And another
who all in here believes in flat Earth?
Hang on a second, dude. I was just going to point out that another funny thing is she read out a formula afterwards, right? Omitting some of the variables she was trying to factor in, as Matrix was pointing out. But even with that raw formula, without those necessary variables, she didn't even bother to fill in some of the variables with examples that would contrast with what you guys pointed out, right? So as to say, oh, well, yours is 1.22, but mine's 2 point something if we use the same height or whatnot. She didn't even bother to do any of that.
No, because she doesn't know the numbers. She just doesn't know it. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. She failed because she didn't understand. She's just coming in with a little bit of a script that we flat earthers have got it wrong, and and she's saying that even the idea that sextants, she didn't understand how sextants work. Giving her the name Al-Biruni, we're giving her history. She doesn't know. She just didn't know.
You guys come off as very insecure. She was mopping the floor with you guys.
Not at all. No, that's silly. That's a silly statement. You
can't let her talk for more than 5 seconds without muting her. It's kind of fucking gross.
You're silly. That's a silly statement you made there, mate. Silly statement.
Here comes the white knight. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, dude.
Yeah,
I'm the furthest thing from a feminist, but that was just that was gross, guys.
Okay, Minsky. So the white knight techniques, no worries. You can go ahead and fill in for her. Tell us what she was trying to say.
Yeah.
Not even. How long does it take to say a number? More than 5 seconds, you think?
You guys muted her every fucking 5 seconds. Like, what the fuck?
So how long
why
does it
even
take
have
to
this
say,
room if you can't debate?
How long does it take to say a number? Because we let her talk up until the point where we had to get to a conclusion.
You didn't. You muted her every 5 seconds. You wouldn't let her talk.
Yeah, because we had to get to a conclusion because she talked earlier when I heard her rebuttal loud and clear. Just because I didn't let her repeat herself for an hour straight, like maybe you do in your household with the females in your household, doesn't mean I want to sit and listen to a girl use circular reasoning the entire time. No, we got to a point where
without using the mute button. You're a coward.
Dude, you're a fucking coward, weak, dude. You don't control your household, bro.
Just keep pressing the mute button.
Meta. Let's talk about
the mute button means you win.
Yeah, wait. Why do y'all believe in flat Earth? Out of curiosity.
Reset. Because there's no distance to the horizon. That's his answer.
I want to reset. I'm new here. I'm just.
I already did it. The answer to your question is because there's no distance to the horizon, and they claim that it's a measured distance based on the size of the Earth. That's why.
Wait. Maybe I misunderstood. There's no distance to a horizon?
There's no measurable distance to the horizon. So, for example, they claim that the horizon distance measurement can be derived by 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, we tested that, and that's not the case.
Yeah, but she was right. You were giving her the wrong formula, right? I mean, like, now that she's gone, we can admit it, right?
Not according to Washington State University.
No,
Like
I put the
told you,
correct
I said-
formula in chat, and Professor Triangle saw it.
So you tell us what the formula tells you the distance to the horizon is for an
Sure.
observer.
I'm going to
Go
post
ahead.
it again, but it's 1.225 divided by the square root of 1 minus k
Okay,
times
what's
the
the
square root of
distance to the horizon? Just give us
feet.
that. Okay, what's the
Wait,
distance to the horizon?
don't you need to do
And if you want
advanced trigonometry to
one,
get
if you're looking at
accurate?
something above the
accurate
horizon,
numbers?
it's
So
different.
just tell us the distance to the horizon. That's the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet formula we're using. Right.
Yeah, that's the one right there.
If you have a different one, because you said you had a different one that's right, you tell us the distance to the horizon. So that we can go with that.
Here's the thing:
For a
you're not
1-foot
using
observer.
a standard maritime formula, right?
I think you're
okay. Reductio, based off 1 foot elevation, give us the distance to the horizon.
Okay, what's
a
K?
maximum, a threshold.
Tell me
No,
what's K value to plug
give
in.
us the threshold. Give us the threshold. What's the maximum K there could possibly be?
Oh, you want like 7/6? You want
What's
super
the
refraction?
maximum K there could be? What's the maximum that K could represent?
Didn't he tell us this before and it was like 12?
You
I
don't
don't think
have
he
one?
researched his K parameter too well before he came in with this code.
Because obviously the K is
Yeah, latch onto that instead of T-Dub's question. What's the maximum? Stick with that.
It's how you
Focus.
accurately navigate the planet around you.
Give us the maximum K value. Focus.
Is this Globetards can't give out numbers day? What's the deal?
Because the K is going to be dictated by environmental conditions, right? So obviously there's only a certain amount of conditions which could possibly exist, right? That's going to have a minimum and a maximum. So give us that maximum.
He's going to need to Google his cope a bit further, I think.
Wait, so y'all just don't
did this the other
believe
day.
every scientist on Earth?
Well, one sec, bro. We did this the other day. He gave us 12.4 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? And then we showed him an observation made in Canada across the surface of a lake from 3 inches high. And it exceeded that limitation that he gave us.
I think
I think you're cooked, Reductio. I think even your cope failed. Even if we just take that at face value and apply that, we can still obliterate it. I think you're pretty much out of options.
Yeah.
That's why
And
you're
then
not talking.
sorry to cut you off there. The guy with the scientist claimed there, look, we're not doing science currently. What we're doing is geometry, and we're trying to gain the distance here. It's got nothing to do with science, so please don't mention science. When you do that, it means you don't know what you're talking about, okay? That's what it actually means.
Yeah.
Don't mention
Yeah,
the word
every
science.
scientist on Earth is wrong.
Matrix asked a really good question. For Reductio. Using his formula, where is the geometric horizon for a 1 foot observer?
So, bro, he doesn't know his formula because we asked for K. We asked for that to be defined. Give us the upper limit. We'll just grant you all the K that you want to claim. And he couldn't even give it. So he doesn't have a formula. He's got an undefined, ambiguous. K is just going to be a variable that he can plug whatever he wants into to match whatever we saw. That's all he's going to do.
We're playing
It's
his
just
game.
a jail-free card. Yeah, he's going to put a wild card in there that he can just manipulate however way he needs to in order to make it look like what we saw.
Yeah, and we gave him
Well
the
said.
opportunity, and he still failed. So look, okay, and we're not doing science. We're not currently doing science, ladies and gentlemen. It's got nothing to do with science. This topic matter we're having right now has nothing to do with science. No science is being done. Okay.
And if I may, worse yet,
all right, that's an easy cop out, I guess. What the fuck?
Well, there's no science there. Tell me the science then, please. Tell us.
What are you talking about, bro?
So Vic,
variables. Dude. No, it's my bad. I'll let y'all
okay,
talk.
Vic,
No,
just
the
a quick
scientific
question.
method requires dependent and independent variables. Why don't you give them to us?
Thank you, India.
So,
welcome.
So just to simplify it, Vic.
Don't you like?
Which,
well, let me just.
Yeah, why don't you talk
Okay,
more about what you think a
wait,
bunch
when
of
you're
scientists
when you're
think?
doing advanced trigonometry, you're saying you don't need the
Advanced
proper.
trigonometry.
Oh, you're saying you don't need to do
You're
advanced
not fit to tie
trigonometry.
your
There's only
shoes. You're not fit to
trigonometry.
tie
There's
your
no
shoes,
advanced
dude.
trigonometry.
Okay.
That's why trigonometry itself is advanced for you.
Jesus Christ, dude. All right. Okay.
It's advanced for him.
Exactly. It's all advanced for him. There's no distinction between advanced trigonometry and just
That's
trigonometry
just
for
the
this
term
guy.
that they use for trigonometry.
Tying his shoes is an advanced activity.
I don't know why you're getting so aggressive, dog. Jesus.
I was calling it as
I
it
mean,
is.
maybe when I'm getting my ass handed to me, I'll just go, Jesus Christ, and, play it aloof. That's what I would
Why don't
do
you
if I
tell
was
us
getting
more
my
about what
ass
every
kicked.
scientist thinks? Somehow you're a mind
Well, they
reader.
all
Knows
think
what
it's
they
a
think. How do
globe.
you know
That's
that?
for one.
How do you know that? How do you know what they
Because
think?
there's no verified scientist on the planet that believes in a flat Earth.
How do you know that?
Prove me wrong.
Okay, Dr. Mike Heffron.
Chop.
That was easy.
Hey, can you even name a
Let me look
scientist,
him
dude?
up. Dr. Mike Heffron.
Yeah,
How do you
he's a
spell his last
PhD
name?
in physics. Dr. John D., PhD in physics. Teaches at Brighton University in the UK. Are you almost done? Embarrassing yourself? You
He's
have
a
no idea
community
what every
college
look. You have
professor
no
of-
idea, dude. The fact of the matter is, you have no idea what every scientist
He has a
thinks.
bachelor's degree
No
of
clue.
arts
You're just
and government politics.
okay. Now you're on mute. Concede you don't know what every fucking scientist in the world thinks. And there's no way for you to even know that. It's just a nonsense claim.
But not a single one has come out saying so, so I don't know.
Yeah, I just named two.
But he's all right. Whatever
But he's
you
a
say,
flat
dog.
earther, so he's
you
not a
can
scientist.
You can listen to that dude if you want.
I know. No. See, this is what's got you fucked up. I'm not like you. I don't rely on somebody to tell me what the world.
That's very clear.
I'm not like you. I don't need someone to tell me what reality is. Flat Earth isn't in the word of some scientist. It's outside. Just go outside and test it yourself. It's that simple. We don't rely on other people to tell us what's up. We go find out ourselves. You should try it. It's fucking stupid rhetorical gimmicks, dude. You think this shit's gonna listen? None of this is new. It's old hat. No, it's lame, dude. People are trying to give you evidence, and you want to talk about what people think.
Wait, I've seen no evidence. What the fuck? You didn't give me anything.
What is in the chat?
What? Oh, let me look. Hold on.
He's not capable of looking at that.
Yeah.
Maybe he is.
I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at the chat right now. What are you saying is?
Okay, now read it and or look at it and then steelman it for us.
Which one am I? Wait, the most recent thing here. Okay, so these are Microsoft Paint edit images, and then what is
Microsoft
this?
Paint.
What is this YouTube video? Let's see. Wait, no, I gotta go to the beginning. Oh, give me a second. Let me watch this. Give me 4 minutes.
It always amazes me how people just appeal blindly to fallacious arguments.
Yeah, and then double down, and then triple down, and then quadruple down, as if just repeating it over and over again will somehow fix it.
Yeah, it's one of the most entertaining parts of my day is just waiting for the next fallacious argument to come rolling down.
They might as well not even attempt an argument. They might as well just say, I believe it. I don't know why. That's it. Because that's the case. Embarrassing when they try to justify it logically, because that's utterly impossible.
Wait, what? Okay, so let me finish. What, I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I'm not getting. Am I supposed to start this video at 2 minutes, or should I not watch the whole thing? What is this? This guy took a video and is nearby lake. What does this prove?
I posted that in response to Reductio, who wanted the, you know.
Oh wait, what am I? You said to look at the proof. What am I supposed to be looking at?
Yeah, it is.
These links. Okay, there's a link from Damager
So is
and
water?
Crispy.
Look, is
What
water
is-
supposed to be curved? In the globe model, is water supposed to be curved?
What do you mean in the glow? Is it supposed to be curved?
Yeah,
I
doesn't
don't know
water
if water is
curve
supposed to be
conform
anything.
to gravity?
Yeah, everything conforms to gravity. Yeah, that's
So
unless you
water
don't
should be
believe in
curved.
gravity, I guess.
Is it a belief?
Yeah, I mean, it's curved across the surface of the globe. Sure, yeah, but
Yeah. How
you
much
wouldn't
curve?
see it
How much
like
curve
that
exists
with
in
your
10
naked
miles?
eye.
Okay, that's a cool story. How much curve exists in 10 miles? Like, what would the drop be in 10 miles due to the
Well, that's what
curvature?
you need the trigonometry for, and you also
Yeah,
need.
I know the
specific-
number. So, what is it? Tell
What
me.
do you mean the number?
So, if you have eye level, right? And you
Wait,
draw a
are you
straight
talking
line
about
eye
the
level.
8 inches
Are you going to
per
let me
mile
answer? You
squared
just
or
asked me a
whatever?
question. You're going to let me fucking answer? Or are you going to keep talking? So, if you draw a straight line from eye level, the Earth should curve away from that straight line, right? If I'm on top of the ball
wait,
and I
'cause
look
you're-
out at
yeah.
eye level, the Earth should curve down and away from that straight line, right?
If you're on a small enough plane, sure, yeah, it'll curve down and away from you.
Okay,
where you can
so
see
in
it, where
10
you can
miles,
observe
it should drop. It should curve down, according to the globe model, 66 feet.
According to what? Wait, what?
According to the radius of 3,959 miles.
And what formula and measurements are you using for this equation?
No, this isn't measurements. This is a calculation.
You just said we're
upon a
measuring
radius
the-
of No, I didn't say measure, and the word measure never came out of my mouth.
Semantics. Okay, well.
No,
all
we're
right,
not
so how
playing
do we figure
semantics.
out the
I didn't
curvature
say
without
that word.
doing- So how do we figure out curvature without doing calculations? What do you mean?
I said that's a calculation. So the drop from eye level, right, is roughly 8 inches per mile squared at 10 miles.
I thought, right? That's what I asked. If you're using that, that's okay.
It's
Well,
8
that's
inches per
not-
mile
that's not how you
squared,
do that
and
math,
that's
so that's
66
simple.
feet. It's not? Then tell me how to do it.
Well, I would need to know exactly.
Well, how do you know I'm
high
wrong
the
if you don't know how to
was
do it,
from-
dumb fuck?
I'm telling you how to do it. You just
Okay, tell me.
bro. I'm not gonna, bro. What the fuck?
If you don't know how to do
Why
it,
are
then
you
how can you
getting
tell me I'm
so
wrong?
mad about this, dude?
No,
What
you just
the
look.
fuck?
You're just a troll with rhetorical gimmicks.
I'm trying to answer your
Boring.
question, dude.
Okay, then answer. What are you waiting for?
I would need specific measurements, dude. Just
So you
like
don't
anything
know.
else.
No, we
What
want
do
the
you
globe
mean?
prediction based upon a radius of 3,959 miles. How fast or at what rate does the Earth drop down?
But you
from
understand that the Earth, even in a globe model, the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, right? Like
Who
it's not.
cares? The difference between the equatorial radius and the polar radius is 11 miles. It's something like 0.001%. The difference in the drop is in the second decimal place of millimeters. So good try. Try again.
Bro, how do you know?
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't know that you need like accurate information to make
I just
accurate
gave it to you.
calculations about something.
I just gave you the difference
did?
between the polar radius and the equatorial radius in
No, I'm
drops per
talking
mile
about like for
squared.
your proof
It's
of
in the
curvature
second.
over a certain amount of.
Okay, shut the fuck up. I just gave you, okay, the difference between the polar radius and the equatorial radius. That's the freaking thing. Not a perfect sphere. The difference is 11 miles. And the difference in curvature of one radius versus the other radius is 0.02 millimeters per mile squared. Okay? It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Did you hear what I said?
What? Yeah. I'm just like I still don't. Whatever.
The
Okay,
drop from eye level. The
wait,
Earth is
maybe-
supposed to
maybe
drop
this is-
down
maybe this
because
is an
it's
easier
curving
way to
down.
look
Do you
at it.
understand that? Do you understand that the Earth's supposed to curve down?
Yeah, but dog, like this is what I'm saying, man. Like I feel like you're looking at the globe model as if it's all the same height across
No,
the
I'm going
globe.
from
Like
sea
it
level.
doesn't matter where you are or where you're standing from sea level or anything. Like these all matter. These That's how you do. Never mind, dude. I don't have it in me. My bad. I
You're
barked
in
up
full
the wrong
cult mode,
tree.
bro.
I barked
He's
up the
hoping he's
wrong
gonna
tree
run
with this
away.
one, dude.
You're in
No,
full cult
I'm in
mode.
here to listen, but I mean, y'all are also getting like real mad about this, which is weird.
Yeah, because you're not listening. If I ask you what I just
I'm
told you,
listening.
tell me what I just told you about the polar and equatorial radius and the difference.
They're 11 degrees different. I mean, dude, like I'm listening to you.
No,
but,
not
like,
11 degrees. 11 miles.
Who cares, bro? Like it's nonsense.
So you're not listening.
Regardless. I'm listening, but
Put yourself on
it's
mute, brother.
like it's not
Put yourself
relevant.
on mute, man. You're not listening. There's no point in talking.
Look,
Put yourself
dude, fair
on mute.
enough.
Put
Clearly
yourself
barked
on
up
mute,
the
man.
wrong.
Just put yourself on mute. You're not even listening.
Yeah, bro. I think it sounds like you might be smoking a little. Just maybe wait. Hang out on mute for a while and sober up or something.
Okay.
Man, why is it that everybody who's been coming in here is fucking hammered or high off their ass, or at least sounds like it? Like, god damn, man, it's getting bad.
That
That
dude's a frequent flyer. He does it every
That's true.
time.
It's like, yeah.
Listen, we understand that there's variables, but like, why can't they just plug that into the formula and calculate something? I don't understand why they keep going on about variables.
So
Because they don't. Asking them is beyond.
I'm back. Yeah. So
Well,
0.998 refraction. You can see the 12.8 miles out, 3-inch
Why are
observation.
you talking over Elijah? Why don't you wait your turn, please?
Because these people, are
Go ahead,
retarded.
Elijah.
Like he heard me talking, he just decided I'm just gonna jizz all over the place.
Okay, let's move on, dude. Everyone got coded.
Yeah. What was I saying?
The fuck if I know? I
they
couldn't
don't
hear you.
have, they don't have an answer beyond where we're trying to push them, because the only answer, which is really an anti-globe tactic, an anti-flat Earth tactic that started in 2020, there is no context to it. It's, oh, you didn't put all the variables. That's as far as they got. They can't tell us what variables because no one has ever given us anything else. There's nothing to give. They already know that if they're going with Andrew Thomas Young, it's 1.2, 1.23, or 1.34. And they know that doesn't work. Indio, I swear on that's listen, I could bet my salvation, okay, on the fact that if the horizon was actually 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, all of a sudden they would all understand. And they'd be like, yeah, that proves the globe. So what's your problem? They wouldn't be like, oh, well, use your flat earth math, blah, blah. They wouldn't be doing any of that stuff.
Well, this guy, the one that interrupted you, he claimed that he has an answer to your question. I thought that was his deal, that he has an answer to the refraction issue.
Is it? Okay.
I don't know. That's what I thought.
Listen, I've got a question. So, say you're correct. Say the flat Earth and everything you say is all right. Why don't the governments, why don't the scientists of the world, why don't they accept you? Why is it that they cling on to that belief of the globe Earth? What do they gain from it?
Well, they are the ones that are perpetrating the deception. So, obviously, and some of these scientists don't even realize they're doing that. If it's government controlled, that means they know they control it. And of course, once they've started this deception, of course, they're going to do their level best to keep it going. And they started it when you were a child. So they've got this thing well locked down.
Yeah, all right. If you feel like he didn't answer your question, you're not answering his question. The answer to your question is, haven't you seen Wakey Wakey and the astrophysicists that rejected looking at laser tests? They don't want to know. I don't go call her and ask her why. I don't know, but that's what they do.
The question I have is why
I'm
do they
going
keep
deeper than
on
that.
deceiving? Why does it?
Yeah, I'm going deeper than that. I'm trying to get deep to the psychology of the deception. That's what I'm talking about here. Okay, because clearly the education systems around the world are teaching the same thing, are they not? Yes? Right, and then how can it be that flat earthers because we've applied what they've told us and found out the anomalies. It is for you to do the same. Go and do the measurements, find out that there's lying, and then work it out. That's
right,
simple.
but why specifically would they lie about the flat Earth? I mean, I know there's plenty of other aspects of science to accept.
Well, look at the industry that's come from that. Look at the industry that's come from that now. Now you have your rockets and satellites, trillions of pounds and dollars being wasted on the of the taxpayers' money. So there's a control mechanism there, clearly. Okay? Control of humanity is what's going on at any cost.
I'd like
but,
to.
We use satellites for communications. We use satellites for our TV. How come?
No, we don't. No, we don't. You see, if you did the research on that, you would know that they don't exist. That's the thing. Satellites
so
can't even exist.
So they just shoot at rockets into space for no reason. Like, it just goes nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. They do the rockets to keep everybody thinking that space is a place we can go to. That's why they're doing the rockets. Rockets cannot work in space. No air there.
Okay, so what's the point about lying about satellites? What's the point about lying about rockets? What do they gain from it?
But you're asking for concrete evidence on something like what? How can we tell you why they're lying? It's you're asking a fucking retarded question.
Well, it's a desperate question, and it's always asked. And I try my level best to at least try and give them an inkling as to what is actually going on. But that's all we can do. I'm not the liar. The fact is we've been lied to is what you should be homing in on. And understand that. Okay?
Okay, yeah. That's all I want to hear.
So the onus is on you then to actually take the numbers that they've given you for your globe that you believe you're on and go and confirm you're on a globe. You're going to find flat Earth. That's what you're going to find. I'll lay my life on it.
Why don't you guys debate Reductio?
Because he has no argument, so it's impossible to debate him. He's unable to argue. But take him off mute so we can demonstrate if you're that desperate to see.
Yeah, and just one last comment. The comment that was made about why are these globers coming in drunk and pissed up? Well, it's the integrity of their lives versus the flat Earth lives and their integrity. That's what it's all down to. They're obviously they've been run ragged. 10-year loss. They're going to be pissed every day. I'll stop there.
What is there to debate? We already proved that the observations are consistent with the globe.
How did you do that?
Well,
Can you give a logical syllogism for that proof?
We plugged in, well, here's the formula.
No, that's not proof. That's circular reasoning because you're just going to ad hoc apply whatever value you need for K in order to square it with whatever you saw. So it's just absolute, ad hoc, just fucking circular bullshit. Nope. Try again. It's not proof at all, dude. Just manipulating a mathematical formula so that you can alter the appearance of the geometry any which way you need to say, yeah, it fits. Here's my wild card that I'm just using refraction as the excuse to pull. Yeah, it all works out. Cool. Yeah, you don't get to do that.
That would be a good reply, except we've observed refraction of those values 0.99.
We don't disagree with the refraction. The problem is, Reductorio, as you've been told for the last 2 weeks, consistently, your refraction doesn't get you the distances you require. Do you comprehend that? At the moment, you're supposed to see the horizon at 1.22 miles. Insert refraction, and magically we jump out to 27 miles. The problem is, as we all know, refraction doesn't take us out that far. It takes us to a maximum of 10%. So 1.22 plus 10% equals not 27 freaking miles.
Standard refraction, right? But you're not factoring in that refraction.
That's not standard refraction. That is excessive refraction. That is the maximum, the upper limit, which is something you were asked for earlier, which you, for some reason, don't seem to be able to cough up. I don't know why. Maybe you're spineless. Maybe you don't know. Maybe this is just a LARP and you're a troll and you just burn a fucking time waster.
Here's something though. It's all kind of after the fact anyway. It's post hoc because he needs to have the geometry established in the first place in order to even claim that there's atmospheric effects going on that make it look like this or that. So if it's not established in the first instance, it's always going to be a post hoc rationalization after the fact to try to square whatever we saw with what he's already pre-assuming. So you need to demonstrate R in the first place before you start putting any K value in reference to it.
And worse yet, even if we were to grant them the R, which I'm not saying or advising.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. I'm just saying.
The problem for you guys is going to be.
Dude, hang on, dude. Stop, please, for a second. Right, you're still left with all the other variables at play, right? The humidity, the temperature, and all that stuff, which you don't have either. So you're kind of boxing yourself from multiple dimensions here.
Well, does it sound like Reductio is ready to establish his R in the first place? Because if he can do that, we don't. Here's the irony: we don't even need to have this conversation about refraction because it's already demonstrated in the first instance. So, like the fact that he's even trying to argue it from this way shows that there isn't any initial proof of R in the first place, which is the actual contention. Unless that's not the case, go ahead, Reductio.
Yeah, no, the thing is I can easily just show a citation of this happening in the real world where we achieve that K value, and then it's not at all.
Okay, so you're speaking past the R. So you're speaking past the R point, yeah. So that shows that you don't have the R. So we can't talk about refraction in respect to R because you got no R.
We do. I mean, we proved the R in like the 3rd century. I mean, this is pretty.
Yeah, give the logical syllogism for that proof. Go ahead. What's the inference rule?
The inference is the angle of difference of the sun.
No, inference rule would be a syllogism. So what's that? What is the syllogism? Modus ponens. What do you got?
Oh, who was the motherfucker? I mean, I guess I could grab.
Okay. I guess I could spoon feed it to you and tell you how it's also a circular argument if you want to even frame it as one.
Heretic is famous for word salad and actually looking up about 4 words in a dictionary.
That's just ad hominem and poisoning the well. So glad you're
What words did you
Hi, great Angelo. How's it going, brother? Now piss off.
What words did you not understand that you're?
Well, don't let him distract. That's what he's trying to do. Don't let him do it. He's already on mute. Let's hold this guy to his logical syllogism. He said proof. Okay, so what's the logical proof? Go ahead.
You mean a syllogism for the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, from that guy that you're invoking, right, to base your entire worldview on, whose name I know that you don't, Eratosthenes. Yeah, him. Go ahead.
3rd century.
Okay, well, Eratosthenes' experiment is only possible with a curve. It was successful, and so we have a curve.
Okay, well, that's a basic assertion. It's not an experiment.
And we have the exact radius as well.
Okay, it's only possible. What's only possible with a curve?
The shadow differential, which is consistent
what?
across.
Which is what?
And it can only be consistent across a globe.
Which is what? Consistent. It's only 2 shadows. How do you know it's consistent? What are you talking about? And what is the differential? What's the differential?
Cities.
Tell me what the differential is.
I mean, I don't have his numbers on screen.
Oh, okay, so you don't know the numbers, but you know that those numbers are only possible with a curve, yeah? Yeah, you're a liar. Why don't you just stop talking now for your own sake?
Wait,
no, I love you, Heretic. Don't do this to me.
Can get the numbers.
Dante, you did this. This was your fault.
Yeah, you hung the globe. Yeah, you shouldn't have propped this guy up. You guys, if you need a globe, just ask me. I'm available for hire. Yeah. This guy's a clown. Okay.
You said you have the numbers. By the way, I agree with Beyond, but I want to see the numbers.
Yeah, he doesn't know the numbers, but he does know somehow, without knowing them, that they could only work on a globe.
To be fair, there's times where I know something's true, but
okay, I know that the numbers are 0 degrees and 7.2 degrees, allegedly, if he even existed and did any of this. But this is what's documented. So now that I spoon-fed him his numbers that he didn't know, but he knew would only work on a globe, can you explain to me how those 2 angle differentials will only work on a globe? Go ahead. Yeah, keep yourself white mic'd. You might as well step in because your champion wasn't up to it. So yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I do have the answer to that question, Dante. The answer, Dante, hold on. The answer to that is just that's consistent in anywhere you do it on the globe, right? Which wouldn't be predicted on a flat model.
What are you talking about? These two separate angles that you didn't even know are consistent only on a globe. At this point, I'm questioning whether you even know what an angle is. Because you're only invoking straight lines so far. With any measurement that's actually been done, all that's involved are straight lines. You're measuring two angles. You're only utilizing straight lines. There's no curve in any of that anywhere. So you're just making the basis assertion, basically, that these numbers, I don't know, can only be derived from a curve. No.
On flat Earth can't account for the shadow differential, by the way. I said
Why not? Why not? What's wrong with it? I've got two straight lines for each angle. Got a horizontal baseline. Got linear units of distance between the two locations. It's going to be miles or stadia, whatever you got. It's linear distance. Those are all straight lines. There's absolutely no curve anywhere in this maths until he inserts 360 for a circumference that he just imagined, didn't demonstrate in the first place.
By the way, if you do try this experiment with flat Earth math, it doesn't even give the correct sun distance. It's wildly off.
Well, another claim. So what is the correct sun distance?
Well, he knows that. He didn't know these two variables. He didn't know these two variables, but he knows it's going to give the wrong sun distance. I don't know how he was able to get to the result of the equation without any of the variables defined, but
let's apply the same standard. Because I think you said that there was a method to attempt to derive the height of the sun. How do you derive the height of the sun using the same method for the globe? Because if not, you're just special pleading. Because if not, you're just special pleading. I mean, you're using a special case, or maybe it's, I don't know, something else, but you're using a special case in one instance, but not for the other instance. Right? So you're going to be trying to do pure trigonometry on the sun. Let's just keep it real. That's what you're going to attempt to do. But you're not going to do that when you assert your height per globe, right? Because that's dumb.
Yeah, you fucking stupid idiot.
So basically,
back to the point, how do these two angles give you a curve? Sorry, my bad. I had to give it back.
No, exactly. The same thing. Yeah, you're good.
By the way, we actually do know the correct distance to the sun.
Okay, so maybe I stamped out what he said. So how did the two angles get you a curve?
No, I'm just saying the calculation works perfectly on a globe and lines up using radar.
Hold on. Stop. You just said calculation. You were supposed to be giving us a measurement. Where's the measurement? Not calculation. Measurement. You do know there's a difference between the two. Measurement first, and then you do your calculations off of that. So what was measured?
What?
Exactly.
So the Earth is flat.
Yo, beyond. You got to do this, bro. I put you in here, and you're starting to make me look bad, bro. You're like my middleman, bro. You're supposed to like make me look good.
Dante, I don't think you could even argue for a globe, Dante.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm using you.
Hey, Dante, just so you know, your boyfriend has spent the last 2 weeks barking refraction. Every single time someone does a long-range observation, it's just refraction. That's his default. I've got to hide behind, play it, and get out of jail free card. That's it. That's all he does. He has
before
put
we
forward
indulge-
no decent arguments.
Before we indulge this guy again too much on refraction, let's just note that we asked him to substantiate the core of it in the first place, which is his R value, and all he said was two angles that I don't know are only possible on the globe, which was just a baseless assertion. So his R value is a baseless assertion. So we have no globe to have any refraction on.
That's
incorrect.
Actually,
That's a
what he's
straw
saying
man.
isn't baseless. Even then,
No, it wasn't. It's not a straw man. That's exactly what he did. He didn't know the He didn't know the values of either angle. He was making a baseless assertion that you could only have whatever he did on a globe. That's all he said.
Okay, so if he can get the numbers, then what?
Then you've got a 7.2 degree shadow angle differential between the two locations, and that's only possible with a curve, even though these are angles utilizing only straight lines. Why?
That's going to be it's going to come out the radius value consistent anywhere you do it on the planet.
He missed it. He just whistled straight past it.
And a circular fucking argument, planet, which is the very thing you're trying to prove.
In fact, if it was inconsistent, then it would be impossible to have a globe. Unfortunately, it is.
How did you get your Reductio? Take a step back. How did you get your angle measurements in the first place?
Are we going back to the maritime stuff, or are we?
You've got
the problem is
angles, dude, and you're utilizing the Earth as a horizontal plane to even acquire those, and then you turn around and say, "I only could have acquired these if it's a globe," and that's an absolute baseless and nonsense assertion. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. You didn't even know what it was, and you just said basically, well, whatever you did, it only could have happened on a globe. There's my proof. Now let's whistle on down the line to flutter R and its refraction now. Yeah, you can just repeat yourself, but it's chanting.
That we've known this.
No, you haven't known this. We just dissected this. You didn't even know what he's alleged to have done. So we, lumping you into this, definitely haven't known anything. You're making baseless claims about things you don't even understand and haven't read up on. That's already been demonstrated here, and you want to keep going? You didn't even know the details of your fucking proof. Why are you still talking? You had to have them spoon-fed to you by your interlocutor, dude. Just shut up.
Well, he's living up to his name, reduction to absurdity. Reduction.
I'm telling you, I'll play Glober for hire if you guys are that desperate for a hero. These guys are chumps. They don't even know what they're attempting to argue. They're just desperate to be on a globe. That's all it boils down to.
So, why do we have longer days in the summer and shorter days in the winter?
By the way, we have a modern replication of his measurement of the circumference of the Earth too, and here's a peer-reviewed article on it.
You didn't measure it, and you're double speaking because earlier you admitted it was a calculation.
We just replicated it, right?
It's a calculation, not a measurement. So you can replicate calculations till the cows come home. You still haven't measured a thing.
And he still hasn't answered that question, how he requires a curve to acquire any of this.
However, it's interesting they replicated his measurements thousands of years later and came up with the exact same radius.
Yeah, that's because they're pre-assuming a radius, and then they're using shadow angles post hoc to determine. Yes, they are. That's one of his core assumptions, is that there even is a globe with a circumference to begin with. Another core assumption is that the light from the sun is parallel. Yeah, it's a circular argument. If you're going to frame it as an argument, then it's going to be begging the question.
That's very close, but there's a small misunderstanding which I don't think you are accounting for. So yes, they do assume the curve of the Earth. However, if they did that and they were wrong, the numbers would be off, right? And so in this paper, this peer-reviewed article, they did it in Australia and New Zealand.
Well, that's wrong.
They came up with the same Earth radius. Now, if you went to a different city or a different area, and you assumed that the Earth was a globe and it wasn't, you would get different light angles because if the Earth was not a globe,
that's wrong, dude. That's wrong because you're always going to get the elevation angles that you do get on the Earth. So what you get from those is what produces your circumference value, and you're always just going to get that from the angles that we do actually experience here on the Earth. So that's just wrong.
Oh, it's convenient how the globe math just works. Then it's very
No, it's
convenient.
because the angles are always going to be what they are in reality, and if you're using those to try to prove your presupposition of a circumference in the first place, you're going to get the same values on the out end.
Yeah, but the numbers would come out wrong if we lived on a flat plane.
No,
the reason they come out correct
they're
is because
you're just going to square with the numbers that you put in, and the numbers are what they are based on what we actually measure in reality. So what you're saying is nonsense. You assume a circumference in the first place, and then you just take what we actually have here for shadow angles in the real world, then you're going to get the same sort of ballpark values every single time from that pre-assumption. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. Nice try, though.
Interesting how the Chinese done this at approximately the same time as Eratosthenes or Eratosthenes, or however you say his name, and they didn't come up with the same result.
Well, they made different assumptions, and they were trying to get different conclusions. I'm just telling them that you're going to get consistent data on the way in because the shadow angles are going to be what they actually are in reality, and based on what those are, if you assume a circumference, you're going to get a similar value from those measurements if you calculate for one. So what he's trying to say doesn't make any sense or support his claim at all.
Here's what I'm saying again, just so anyone else understands it. The thing is, a single experiment, he didn't assume a specific circumference, but he derived it from the data. And yeah, a single experiment can't be conclusive. However, they did multiple experiments.
So lost, dude. I never said he assumed a specific circumference. Dude, you're straw manning. I never said he assumed a specific circumference. I said he assumed a circumference in the first place, then took real world data to try to solve for one that he just assumed to begin with. Didn't say that he assumed the specific values in the first instance. Try to keep up.
No, I didn't accuse you of that. Again,
what I did worked out the specifics afterwards.
What my point? Here's what the point is.
Work. Hello.
The point is, this wouldn't be repeatable from different location.
Yes, it would because of what I said.
You're coming in super low, Mr.
The
Palmer.
experiment would not be repeatable from multiple locations if the Earth were not.
Okay, Reductio. How about this? Be quiet for a second, because Mr. Palmer's trying to say something for the third time. Mr. Palmer, you've got the floor.
No, I don't even want to interrupt the conversation, but Buddy's still calling it an experiment when it's a mere observation. Like, how confused are you, Bud?
He's going to continue to show us. Who knows what the depths of it really are?
There's people in chat asking, "Oh, do you actually have these experiments that are from multiple locations?" Yes, we do. And again, I posted one in the chat
not
there.
Experiments, like he just told you.
Interestingly, that this literally does prove a globe. Like,
hold on, time out. Like, let's keep it real. So, just like earlier, I disagree with the flat earther because he said all we have to do is go to different buildings in different locations and read that they're all level. And I said, well, the problem is the orientation of level globers think is curved. So you can't just use an axiom and say that that's proof. You're taking measurements and you're saying that plus your presupposition on top of that is evidence. You're just begging the question.
Right, and repetition of the logical fallacy does not validate it.
Meeting at a vertex. Have a good night, gorgeous.
Yeah. This guy is just straining for anything, eh? Just grasping for any straw.
I have a question. So, I actually 2 years ago I actually went to space and I saw that the Earth was round.
Shut up. Just stop talking. Like, if you guys have to lie in order to like advance your position here, it's over.
Wait. What if I showed you a picture that I took in space?
It's going to be a picture of his girlfriend's ass or some stupid bullshit. Please don't.
No, it's not. I want to do that right.
It might be a picture of the inside of his head, empty space.
Like, would that be proof? Like, of me in space?
You can go to
globies are cringe.
What's funny? There's a foundation that replicates Eratosthenes' observations every year, and it's ongoing. And it's funny how every time they do
question every year,
whatever city comes out with the same circumference and radius.
Which require two lines meeting at a vertex, and then somehow assuming that the Earth is a globe, calculating using those angles how much.
No, I'm sending you guys a picture of me in space, like a literal picture of me in space from 2 years ago.
Hey, you're running interference for some reason. I don't know. None of it's really fun because it's like in the real world we would get to a conclusion and not talk to retards that I don't know what this is that you guys do, but it's ridiculous.
Okay, but I literally said they picked
I posted university level experiments.
Yeah, we get it. The globe is a troll. We get it. You're trolling us. The globe is a big troll. Well done. Thanks for demonstrating that. Now, please be quiet.
I just want to understand your
Reductio, what you posted was another. Have a look at it. It's already got the arc baked into it. You are assuming it's a ball. You've taken your little measurements and you've just replugged the ball factor back in. Let me guess. Let me guess. Now let me have a wild fucking guess. You got the same results as Eratosthenes. Fancy that. If you do the same thing, it's highly probable you're going to get the same result.
Yeah, but Matrix, the problem...
Yeah, but exactly. So you've all done the same thing. You've assumed it's a ball in the first place. Can you not see that?
I get that. I'm granting.
Excellent. So how about we unplug the assumption that it's a ball and we take direct measurements? And what will that prove? That the sun is in a particular spot. Anyone with half a brain in their head would know it's basic trigonometry and you can work out the height of the sun. Go and do it. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, Matrix, though. So...
Matrix, though, what?
Your objection.
Stop affirming that it's a fucking ball in the first place and see what your answer is.
You're trying to...
500 miles apart, 7.2 degrees. I'm afraid of what? You and your scary refraction that you don't even know what it is.
Your voice is really loud, but your argument is not more strong based on the volume.
Your argument is not more strong. Here's the coming from the same guy that just posted up another, hey, we believe it's a ball. Here's a picture of the fucking arc baked into it, assuming that the parallel sun rays. So how come it's parallel sun rays when we do Eratosthenes, it's divergent every other day of the fucking week, but it's convergent when there's an eclipse? Why is it you have to modify shit to suit every single fucking argument you've got? No consistency.
Let me know when you're ready to hear the debunk for what you're saying.
You haven't got a debunk. You've been coming here for 2 weeks and you're yet to provide any evidence. This so-called university study who's just replicated the same assumptions that were done allegedly 2,500 years ago is what? Copy-paste. Control-C, Control-V. Whoop-de-doo. Let's do the same thing again. And see if it works. Let's do the same thing again and see if it works. If you do the same shit, it's going to come out the same result. You've assumed it's a ball. You've plugged in the numbers. Hey, look, we got a ball. And yet you still think it's a ball because you've assumed it is. If you assume it's a cube, it'll come out as a cube.
So who's this
You're
guy?
an idiot.
That Lord guy just posted this
These
really
ballers
dumb image.
forgot about refraction when the sunlight hits the Earth's atmosphere. There are no parallel fucking sunrise.
By the way, this eclipse, he's showing the light rays on the eclipse, right? But
so the contradiction.
Move the sun further away.
And bends. Whoops. There are no
move
parallel
the sun further away and it'll make
So, Reductio, how come when you do the Eratosthenes quote-unquote experiment, you didn't put your K-factor into that, which you've been trying to sell us for the last 3 days? And you still haven't given us a number.
Because he's taking the angle of the shadow, right? It's
that shadow is casted from light. That is the blockage of light which would be refracted. So why was that not factored in?
That is an excellent question, Matrix.
Are you from the part of Australia that's poor?
No, I'm not from the part of Australia that's poor.
Part of California that is mentally bankrupt.
Liverpool?
Anyway.
No, I'm from San Diego.
As I'm looking at the San Diego's close enough. Now, check this out. When it says hypotheses one, what are they trying to do?
Is that a question for Reductio?
It is. So you have these angles in 4 different places.
Can someone tell me about the ice walls, like
Measurements
Matrix?
taken.
I know you like believe in
So
that.
what is their conclusion for that? Because then when they insert their globe, I wonder if they're applying the same standard. Is he muted?
No.
Nope.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at exactly what I told him about 30 minutes ago. So now I'm asking him.
He'll oftentimes climb up when he doesn't have an answer, and sometimes I think he's getting somebody in his DMs, so who knows?
It's check the height of the sun for us, and it's calculate the circumference while assuming parallel rays for them. That is special pleading.
Yeah, don't expect any honest conversation from that guy. He'll just lie to your face. He'll just say whatever he thinks he needs to say to make an argument. Just like the other day, he was saying something like, there is no possible model other than a globe that an observation of a 24-hour sun in the south can work on. So I said, okay, which models did you go through? Since apparently you went through all the models. And he was like, oh, I went through all the flat shapes. I went through the square and the triangle. I said, okay, what did
Now
you
look
do?
at
How
this.
did you make your models? And he just didn't have them. He was just lying. We said, present the models that you tested. And he just deflected because he lied. So he's a liar. So good luck with that.
He is.
So in this
yeah, go for it, Eli. No worries. Go.
For the special pleading, just to clear it up for everybody. So special pleading is a logical fallacy where someone creates an exception to a rule or standard for themselves or their own case without providing a sufficient or consistent reason for doing so, thereby applying different standards to different people. So in this video, the same standard isn't being applied across the board.
What's the different standard?
So tell me what they're doing with hypothesis one.
What did Aristophanes do?
No, tell me in this video that you posted, did they do with their 4 measurements in hypothesis one, quote unquote? What's the conclusion? Go ahead.
I didn't post it. I didn't post a video.
Oh my God. No, yes, you did. Or did I click somebody else's link?
How far up am I
Reductio.
scrolling
In
here?
fact, they do it every single year.
Oh yeah,
Foundation.
I posted a foundation. Yeah.
Yeah, so the video. Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Yeah, so you can show the same circumference and radius anywhere you are on Earth with
What
the same
are they
experiment.
saying and concluding in the video where they're showing the diagram with the words hypothesis one? That's the question.
I didn't watch the video.
Do you
I'm
see
just
what I'm
showing you
saying,
that
man?
this is
That shit is
repeatable.
like-
You didn't
I
watch
cited that. I cited that because somebody asked me, "Oh, do you have evidence that this is actually
The
repeatable?"
video is supposed to be a demonstration of what you already claimed. So you should be able to answer my question. And you're not answering it because you know that there's a double standard. Don't ask me,
No, if
tell
you look-
me. Tell me what they did so you can't say I'm strawmanning you or doing anything. You tell me what they're doing.
There's the message link. I was replying to the guy who said, "Oh, that's not an experiment. It's not a primary source of evidence." And I showed you, no, look, this is done
He can't even
time.
do it. So in the video, they're
And by the way, the one before that he was replying to was a
and you
university
have
that
4 people who have measured, I'm assuming, 4 different angles to the sun. And then they're going to explain why, if the earth is flat, That doesn't make any sense. That's going to be one standard, and then they're going to explain how it works on a globe, which is going to be a totally different standard. Now tell me that that's not what they're doing in the video.
What they're doing is they take a stick, they measure the angle of the shadow
Tell
at
me
two
that
different
that's
locations
not
at the
what
same
they're
time.
doing in the video. No, Eli, that's not what they're doing in the video. Say that. Say that.
That's what
Say that.
Aristophanes did. Now,
So they are applying a double standard thing. So then say that they are applying a double standard.
Let me open
or
up
say
this.
they're
Let me open up this
So-
video. So
all
it's in
right,
the
and then you
foundation
type in chat,
IAMAP.org.
and then you type in chat either they are applying a double standard or Eli, no, they're not applying a double standard. You do that and you'll come back off mute.
Yeah, why would you link something you didn't actually watch? That is just pathetic.
It doesn't matter because the video is supposed to be describing what he already knows. That's supposed to be citing what he's already explaining. So I'm asking him to tell me how it's not a double standard. And when he says that's how Eratosthenes did it, it sounds like he's admitting that it's a double standard.
Well, he already conceded as well that it assumes a globe, so I don't even know why he would continue with it after he acknowledges that it's an assumption of a globe. Be like, well, could you give us some evidence that isn't just baselessly assuming the thing that you're trying to prove? It's another round and round with these kids. He's like, well, that's what Eratosthenes did, as if he knows. Just read some bullshit online.
Right.
Zero primary documentation, zero contemporary accounts of this even occurring. Like, well, I know this is what happened 2,300 years ago.
Except
no, you don't.
He doesn't even know what he was alleged to have done.
Yeah, doesn't even know what he's supposed to have done 2,300 years ago.
Even granted all of that, I'm not contending that they did what Eratosthenes did. I said it's a double standard. That's what he's not responding to. It isn't. Y'all, let me ask y'all. Do y'all understand what I'm saying when I'm saying it's a double standard?
Yep.
It's hard to understand anything you say, man, because you're always constantly interrupting people.
So let me ask you, why is the conclusion it wouldn't work on a flat Earth? What did they do to determine that? What method did they apply, and what's the conclusion? All the information is right there. It's already posted. Like, I mean, I could look very stupid very quickly if you guys would just point out it not being the case, for God's sakes. And I'd be like, my bad, I was wrong. So let's go. Chop, chop.
Yeah, while you work on that, if any of the globe believers have any evidence that doesn't just baselessly assume the globe to begin with, that'd be more interesting.
Notice how Reductio can't say whether it is or it isn't a double standard. That's weird. He can come right back off mute and then we can continue down that line.
No, he's just going to take your mute and pretend he's won and leave. That's what he'll rather do.
That's odd. Interesting.
You could just unmute him and let him talk.
What, and keep bullshitting, begging the question, lying. Could we not, if he's not going to be honest, why are we going to have a conversation with him?
He's very polite. I don't know why you.
He's a liar. Lying isn't polite. He's a bullshitter. He's trying to confuse people like you who are desperate to also believe in the globe by making unverifiable claims.
Do you see what he just did in the side chat? This
That's
bro.
a cool cope.
You see what Reductio just did in the side chat? He just threw everything he was trying to argue for under the bus by claiming that you need more than two positions. You need a third stick in order to make the method work, which I'd like to see cited from Eratosthenes, if I could, please.
Well, you can't, but even in the video, they do have four sticks. So my question is, what are they doing, and what is the conclusion? He's not answering, because then I'm going to say, okay, what did they do in the second part when they said hypothesis 2? And what did they conclude? And did they use the same standard? He's either going to have to say yes or no. You guys following what I'm saying? He's stopping us from doing that.
Well, it's just a melt. Just move on. He's a loser and a liar. So why even waste the time on him?
Big Heretic brought up a good point that there is no third angle measured in the original Eratosthenes experiment.
Yeah, the globe side aren't even claiming Eratosthenes is globe proof. It's only the retarded Discord globe heads who are somehow trying to present this as globe proof. The globe side will acknowledge any of them with any integrity that he assumed a globe. He only used 2 markers, according to the story. They don't even know that it happened. Yeah, it's just the dregs of the internet desperately clinging to 2,000-year-old stories.
Only PhDs will say, hey, we knew even before Jesus. They put sticks in the ground. Or they use obelisks. Or they use the well. Whatever mythos you want to go with.
Well, these are the same people that... Yeah, these are the same people that would be so quick to be like, oh, 2,000-year-old stories you believe in, and mock people who follow religion or something like that, whereas here they are, proclaiming 2,000-year-old stories for their religion.
And the fact that moonlight will give the same angles with sticks as sunlight kind of throws the whole thing out the window.
You guys are using a horizontal baseline for your angle. That's flat. Whole thing's retarded. So come on, guys, give us something serious. Some actual curve, some actual motion of the ground.
Dude, but like, what's the point of like the government lying? Sorry.
That's cool. Did Eratosthenes account for astronomical refraction and stuff?
No, I didn't do any of the things the Globers now claim you have to do. But let's speak to the other guy. The other guy wants to know why the government would lie to him. You not know that the government lies to you? Is that what's going on?
No, I mean like the entire world, like the whole
No, the entire world's not knowing. Listen, dude, the entire world is, for the most part, as bamboozled as you are. They believe it. They're not lying to you. When your buddy's like, hey, isn't it crazy? We're on a globe. Oh yeah, so you've got the Russians or the Chinese or the Indians or the Japanese. They couldn't lie to you, right?
All of them? Like they would all agree to lie? Like what?
Yeah, nah. Okay, which of those governments doesn't lie?
Well, I mean, to be fair, like the government is made up of a collective group of people.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like,
A whole group of people. So which of those people never lie?
Maybe some of them lie, but they would have to like be sneaky about it.
Which ones don't? Because your claim is that there is one of these that has a government full of people who don't lie. So which one's that?
Well, you do realize that's like illegal, right? To like be.
It's illegal to lie.
But in like a government position.
Well, you should throw Reductio in jail then.
But he doesn't work for the government, and
it's illegal. And who enforces the law?
The government.
Oh, right. So if they were the ones committing the crime, are they going to enforce it on themselves?
The government is made up of a bunch of people. So how would they all get away with it without getting like caught and stuff like that?
Because it's easy. It's easy. They just give you some bullshit cartoons, Photoshop, and shitty videos, and you believe it. You don't even check.
But I think
you don't even question it. Okay, how much have you questioned their claim? Hold on. How much have you questioned their claim? How much have you questioned it?
Like mostly.
Okay, which part of it have you questioned?
That like when it comes to like claims of like them going to space, like I've seen videos of that actually like honestly other flat earthers have showed me where like
question the authenticity of those videos,
like going to like the moon or whatever. Like some of them said like, oh, we faked it or whatever.
And
right?
how did you overcome that challenge? How was it proven to you?
I guess because of the fact that there's like photos that they claim to have taken when they left Earth.
No, that's the thing you're saying. You just said that you were challenging the authenticity of these images and videos.
Yeah, because the point is like I understand
so it can't be then that what overcame this challenge was just the existence of the photos and images and videos that you're challenging. You would have to authenticate the images and videos somehow. So how did you do that?
Because of the fact that they're like the only people who actually can have the capability of going up to that far up in the sky.
That doesn't mean anything, dude. That doesn't mean anything. You've just basically said,
credible?
I authenticated these images by believing that they went and took these images.
But can't you like pay to go to space as well? It's a lot of money.
No, you can't.
But I heard you can. Like I heard,
you
like,
heard
a lot
you
of money.
can. Who told you that?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's videos on YouTube. I never really cared that much.
There was a video on YouTube. You never checked. Okay, so you don't know. So yeah, basically the government is lying to you. Not all of them. It's not every single person lying to you. But yes, they are presenting an image, an idea of the Earth that is not true. That's just the fact.
The question is, why would they all do that?
That's not the question. Well, they all get money for doing it, for starters. NASA are taking in $80 million a day for giving you cartoons. So would some people lie for loads of money? I'm sure they would. There's a million reasons why they might do this. And even if we couldn't give you one, it wouldn't matter because it's been measured. It is the case. So whether or not we know why they're doing it doesn't change the fact that it measures flat.
Yeah, but the government works based on like our votes, like what we vote for, what people want.
It just works based on your compliance.
But the government is made up for the people. Like we put the people in there
for the people,
to do,
really,
a good job.
Really. Yeah, does it seem
right?
like
and then
that?
we could vote them out.
Yeah, you vote them out. You've got all the power, dude. You're really in control of what's going on.
I don't have the power by myself. It's majority rules, so we had to work together.
Yeah,
and then that's what the government will reflect.
So because you believe naively that the government is somehow a working system for the people, that means the Earth must be a spinning ball in space.
Because it's just not making sense that.
Well, okay, what doesn't make sense?
Like a single entity.
No, what doesn't make sense is that
several different people. Like
if the Earth was a ball, why would all of you globe believers that we speak to every day, have zero evidence for it whatsoever, and you just ask questions like, why would the government lie? Which is insane in 2025, to be honest.
Okay, well, what more do you want? If someone can
we would like some good question. What do we want? We would like some evidence that the Earth is this big spinning cartoon ball that they're brainwashing the children with. So that would mean measurable curvature, measurable motion. We could start there. Have you got any of that?
Okay, listen. Don't they have videos on YouTube of them going to Mars?
No, they don't have any. Well, do you believe everything you see on YouTube?
Dude, like they like. Well,
is that yes or no?
I don't believe everything. No.
Okay. So how do you know whether this is real or not? You don't.
I mean, it
looks
pretty real to me.
No, it looks like a PS1 cartoon. Looks real. Give yourself a slap, dude. You need to think a lot harder.
Okay, then what more do you want?
So like I said, we would like some measurable curvature. So who in all history has ever measured the Earth to be curved, therefore a ball? Start there.
Ask if he knows how much it curves, Cyclone.
But
this is like me, dude. This is like me taking a picture of myself in China, like next to like a famous
it's like you
place,
being unable
and then
to
you're
produce
like, dude, like
the most basic evidence for your belief. That's what it's like. It's like you have a belief that the Earth's a ball, but you can't provide a single piece of evidence. You can't even start with curvature, which is your most fundamental assumption.
Well, I think
if you don't have that, what have you got? You believe the news on TV. That's it.
I have some evidence.
That's the funniest thing I've heard.
What
Mez, you haven't had evidence for a year. Shut up.
Yeah, it's when a boat sails away and it goes over the horizon. It looks like it goes over a curve.
The one that doesn't always obstruct it bottom up, right?
No. Don't let Mez do his little interference, fall on his sword. We get it, Mez. You'll be spiraling in 5 minutes.
Well, he was contending
We've heard it 100 times.
That was hilarious, but yeah, let's shelve it there.
You couldn't even provide any evidence of gas pressure last time I talked to you, Cyclone.
And now he's gish galloping.
Oh, yeah, that was the time that you admitted you couldn't provide a single argument for the globe in the whole year you've been here. And then the neutral guy came in and said, hey, I don't know what to believe, but is there a globe believer who can give me some evidence? And we said, go on, Mez, now's your chance, give him some evidence. And you couldn't give him one argument. Couldn't give him one piece of evidence.
Mez knows he doesn't have any evidence or arguments. He's just trying to jam up another conversation that's going on, which isn't going
exactly.
Well. That's all he's wanting to do. Yeah.
So come on, guy. You're saying how much more do you want? Just the very basic claims that they're making, like the globe is a curving surface under our feet, that it's spinning at thousands of miles an hour, moving at millions of miles an hour.
Why do you think they're not capable of going that high up in the sky?
Well, why do you think they're not capable of detecting any curvature or motion of the surface if it's a spinning ball? Why do you think that is?
Maybe they got their math wrong. Maybe it's like further distance.
Math's wrong. Nah, it all has to be correct, or everything they've told us about space and the sun and the moon and the distances and the sizes and all this, all of that's wrong. If this is wrong.
Yeah, but that's based on estimate, because I don't think they actually took a ship and like traveled everywhere to get.
They don't actually know. Are you saying they don't actually know? They don't actually know how big the Earth is? Is that what you're saying?
Unless they measured it exactly, I think it would be like an.
Why don't you know that? This is your belief, right? Have they measured it exactly, or do they not know?
I'm gonna say I don't think they know the exact measurement.
Well, see, this is the issue. You have a religious belief in this globe that you don't even understand, because they claim they do know exactly how big it is, pretty much, very specifically, anyway.
Well, I would think they shouldn't say that. I think they should just be like, I estimate it would be this.
Okay, well, you should. Big. Well, I guess welcome to Flat Earth then, because we don't believe them either.
Yeah.
But then you should be asking, why are they telling this to all the kids in school? Why are they getting $80 million a day for this story? Why have I been brought up to believe it so fully without any evidence whatsoever? You should be asking yourself those questions. Like, why are you here defending something that you don't understand? And when I explain to you what they claim, you say, well, that sounds like bullshit.
Because I think what they're showing us is like pretty convincing. Right.
But what they're showing you, they claim, is showing a certain size of a ball that you're now saying you don't think they know.
Wait to get up in the morning.
Awesome.
It's incoherent, dude.
I wish I could just.
So yeah, you should be, since you have access to the internet, you should now be looking up the evidence for what you think you believe. You should be looking up if they do claim a size, and if so, what size. Instead of asking us, why would the government lie? Maybe look into what this is that you think you believe, and then you can start to understand whether or not they've lied. Because until then, how would you know if they've lied? You don't even know what they're saying. Understand?
Yeah, but in order for them to lie like that, I think it would have to be like a very small group of people who have control over everything.
All right. Well, I don't really care about your speculation about who is lying and why. I just want to know whether or not it's true. You understand? You should want to know whether or not it's true. And then you can deal with who's lying and why. You don't even know if they have.
I mean, I guess I just see them capable of like doing certain stuff, and then that's why I just
but that's just your belief. That's just random belief you have because media and the society is encouraged to give you that belief. You've been educated that way, essentially brainwashed since you were a child into this belief. So of course you're going to believe it and you're going to think it makes sense, but we've just shown that you don't really know even the basics of it. It's not an insult. They don't really teach you this whole thing very well. Maybe for this very reason, because if you actually understood it, you'd be able to understand that it's not true.
Dude, if I end up thinking like in terms of the Earth being flat and like,
that's what you already think. It's what you already think in reality. because it's what you experience. You don't experience curvature. You don't experience motion. The globe side will tell you what you experience is a flat, motionless Earth. So in actuality, your thinking and everything you know about the Earth would remain exactly the same. You only think it's a change because you've been convinced to convince yourself that when you experience the flat, motionless Earth, you're actually on a big, giant spinning ball. So you do a bunch of mental gymnastics to try and imagine this. And that's what you've done for so many years. Now you're accustomed to it. But you pretty much have to remind yourself that that's what you believe, because when you're out and about, in reality, you don't experience that. You've just got flat Earth.
But I feel like if NASA was also lying, I think like they would have been probably exposed by now, right?
Yeah, they have been for years. Yeah, they were exposed in the 60s when they pretended to go to the moon. Even before that, their own people at NASA were exposing them. Gus Grissom and other guys. But needless to say, it didn't work out well for those few brave people who did say something.
Why, they died or something?
Yeah. Like blown up on the launch pad and shit.
Oh, damn.
So when they make a moon base in the next 5 years, what are flat earthers going to say then when we're living on the moon?
You're future proof.
Yeah, you're going to be living on the moon, dude. Of course. Go and buy your ticket now. Let us know how you get on.
TV, not
astronauts.
As long as you're good. I hope. Are you still going to send your letter to Santa? Does he deliver to the moon?
Yeah, TV Nobby, we're not desperate enough for you right now. We do have new people at the moment. We'll bring you out when we've got absolutely no other choice. Thanks for coming out, though. Appreciate the support.
Wait, is there any actual example of like someone from NASA who's actually like seen the Earth, like the outside of the Earth? I'm not talking just like standing on and looking down at the floor, right? Like in a rocket ship outside of Earth's atmosphere, looking down at the Earth that came out and said it was flat.
That one said she was disappointed that she...
A Russian astronaut and a Polish astronaut both said.
Wait, can you send that? I'm just curious. Like, I actually want to see it if it's true.
Well, either way, what is that? What you're going to base your belief on now? Like some random other people?
No, I low-key want to just like see it. Like, I just want to. I find it interesting.
Fair enough, but either way, whether those existed or not, the question would still come down to the basic geometry of the surface that we're on, not what some people have said. That's what we're trying to break through when we're having these conversations, because we are trained to accept what we think the world is based on stories that people are telling us. But if you actually go and investigate it, the Earth itself, you'll find that that's not what it's showing us.
Look in the side chat.
Anyway, I'll let someone else take over. I'm going to jump off. Good chats, boys.
Thanks, Cyclone.
So you just need like a majority of people telling you something, and then you'll go, okay, that's the truth. I mean, 2 astronauts isn't really going to do it, right? You're going to need like an ad populum appeal, right? You're going to have like a majority of them saying this is the case, and then you should be good to go for it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Is there
because
like
even if we give you 2, you're going to be like, well, I mean, like most of them are still saying it's good.
Is there like actual like any evidence that like he actually said this in like a picture with some quotes next to it?
Yeah, because you need that.
Yeah,
right?
it was on video.
Wait, that's what I'm asking.
You need to start finding out who you can appeal to for this belief, and if you can't appeal to anybody, then you're not going to go there. Yeah. So your thinking's all wrong, but fair question anyway.
I mean, any altitude that a civilian can achieve with, by sending up like cameras on balloons or whatever, pretty it just all comes back. If they don't use like some sort of wide angle or fisheye lens, just get images of a flat horizon, like 120,000 feet.
Even 250 miles, that's what the Chinese are showing us.
Yeah. Are the Chinese lying?
Yeah, they did, yeah. I don't know. Pick the image that best suits your worldview at that point, because we have conflicting ones.
Yeah, why would they lie?
I don't know. Same reason you do, maybe, every day. Which I don't know what that is either. I got him there. He's about to mic up, but then he stopped himself.
They lie for power. If knowledge is the ultimate power, and we have none because everything we believe is wrong, then we have no power. It's that simple.
Yeah. There's all sorts of ways that you could rationalize and argue it. They're just not thinking, and they're being lazy, and I have to do something at work, so see you guys.
Hey, I got a question to the person that asked why they would lie.
Yeah, what's up?
What answer would be sufficient enough for you to be convinced that they, for the reason why they would lie? What's the one reason why somebody would lie to you, and what would convince you that they were lying like that? What would be enough evidence?
I mean, let me think. Well, where my mind's at right now, it just doesn't make sense to me, like how they would do that, with the amount of people that work in the government, and like somehow news doesn't get out, like like kind of like that.
Right, but you're asking why would they lie? So what would be a good enough reason for you to believe that whatever reason that would be? What would be a good enough reason to lie?
I guess I would maybe have to see like more exposure, I guess. Like I've seen the NASA video where like
if you've seen enough evidence to say, oh, they're lying, but why would they lie? What's a good enough reason for that? What could I say to you to convince you that would be a good enough reason for them to lie?
That's a really good question.
Well, I have an answer though, because belief is business. It's a good business.
Great answer.
Excellent.
That's a great answer. Belief is a good business, and that's a great answer. And the question is, what would be an acceptable lie by the government that you would accept as a reason for lying?
Yeah, what would be an acceptable excuse?
Yeah, there you go. Brilliant. Great answer, by the way, Eli. Great answer that was.
Acceptable excuse.
No matter what we tell you as an excuse for why they would lie, it's not going to be a good enough reason. So I need you to give me an excuse for why they would lie.
Yeah.
Right. It's a good way to stop outsourcing your thought process and think about it yourself.
Exactly.
I don't know. I think that there's just something I had to think about, to be honest. Kind of like I have to think about it pretty much. Like my whole paradigm is based on like a globe, so like it's not just easy for me to all of a sudden like somehow conceive that I'm actually living on a flat
Join
rock
the club,
or
bro.
flat thing. It just
Yeah, we
doesn't
all
make
grew
sense.
up in the club. Well,
yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, but that's fair enough. He's trying to get his head around it. So it's a new concept for him to now try and get his head around a new reality. Let's say, because that's what it is. So he's got to get his run. That's a fair statement. We have to say that. But I am loving the standard from the
let him
flat
know
earther.
we were in that boat. Obviously.
Oh yeah.
We weren't just born into this stuff that we're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
We came
That's
up
what
in
we
the
got to
same
give him.
society as you, bro.
Yeah, yeah. So your statement is valid. Your statement that you've got to get your head around it is understandable and duly noted. Bear that in mind, though, when you speak to us, that we were in your shoes, okay? And here we are now leading that spear. We're the ones that are now getting NASA to get their rockets up so fast because the flat earthers are just totally wrecking the game. That's us. We're the wrecking ball. We're forcing their hand. They're panicking now. Now, such is the power of us, that small number at the moment, growing, but we're doing it. Okay? Bear that in mind.
All right.
And I'll say this, it's because of flat earthers going to NASA astronaut autograph sessions, asking questions with video cameras, that video cameras aren't allowed into the NASA buildings anymore.
There you are. Thank you. There you have it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Like I said, I'm loving the standard of integrity here today, ladies and gentlemen. Flat Earthers just displaying so much integrity. Ordinary people, all walks of life, just asking the straight questions. That's all. Is it a globe? Is it flat? How do you know? And there you have it.
Because,
we're cleaning it out.
Well,
in your mind, right?
Neophyte is starting to humble himself a bit. Like, kudos there. You're asking the right questions and being somewhat genuine at the moment. So I'll take that. Respect.
Yeah, and that's a big question to ask because, like I said, I could give you every reason in the world for why they would lie, but if none of those reasons are good enough for them to lie, like, oh my gosh, all of them would have to be in on it, then I just need you to think of an excuse for why they would lie. What would be the most acceptable reason? What's the answer that would convince you, like, oh my God, they're lying to me?
It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just kind of like a deflection from the point, which is the information true or not? And if you can show that it's false, then, I mean, whatever your guess is as to why we've been sold a lie, it doesn't change the fact that it's false information. But at the same time, like, we're not trying to bring you into any kind of cult or, like, belief system or anything. We don't care. You can think whatever you
sure
want.
about that?
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure. I couldn't care less what you think, Twonger or Neophyte. Don't care what you guys think. If you want to think you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space and take all that lore on board, go for it, dude. That's your prerogative. But we're going to challenge it if you come in here and talk about it with us. That's all.
Right.
Yeah.
Not only that, like, I give you an example, right? I always use the green sky example when people ask why would they lie. If I told you the sky was green, what would you say?
I would say depend. Like, I don't know. Like, it might be green. Like, maybe the borealis lights in the north. I don't know what's going on.
No, we're both at 35 degrees north, and we're looking up at the sky at solar noon, and there's no clouds in the sky. The sky is green.
Well, I'll look up and probably not see a green sky unless the sun's going down. It's at a weird angle. I don't know.
No, this is solar noon. Solar noon.
Okay.
All right. So the sky's green.
Then
I'm telling you right now, the sky is green, dude. There's no reason why I should lie. I'm telling you, the sky is green.
So he could be colorblind. That could be one legit
No, I'm not
answer.
colorblind. I've taken a colorblind test. I can see all the colors. The sky's green. I know what blue looks like. Everybody. Like I gave you an example, right? I'll put something blue in the chat, right? Matter of fact, the hyperlinks in this chat are blue.
Yeah.
Right?
So that,
right?
Yeah, right.
The hyperlinks in this chat are blue, but when I look up in the sky, I see green. I don't see blue.
Well, you might want to get that checked out.
No, I'm not lying. You're lying, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
But then you probably determine who's probably lying based on most people seeing the same color sky, right?
Well, what if people start agreeing with me? They also start saying that the sky is green.
Then I'll think there's something wrong with me, probably.
Well, okay. Yeah, we're getting somewhere, right? So if you're a little kid and you're like 5 years old and they tell you the sky is green, and you're like, no, it's blue. And then like another person comes by and tells you the sky is green. And then you start thinking something's wrong with you. So you start questioning what you see because you know what you see. You're like, no, I was taught what blue is. I know what blue is. I'm not colorblind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I would continue. I would continue to say it's blue. Couldn't give a fuck if 2 million people said it was green. If I see blue and I know what blue is, it's blue. End of story.
That's right, Jen. You tell him you're right.
That's it.
But why would I lie?
That's something else. Yeah, what are you trying to do? I don't even know who you are. So I said, I don't know who you are, mate. What game you playing? I ain't playing it.
Why would I lie, though? There's no reason for me to lie.
Well, you might be trying to gain something, of course. You must be gaining something.
You're saying
what Jin just said there.
Something is one way, and you just think it's the other, or I mean, in this case, I guess
think you know, right? You know he's wrong.
Yeah.
And what Jin just said is exactly the standard that should be being applied to people that are showing you imagery and telling you stories about a place in the sky where you can go and see the Earth as a ball. Because remember this, and sleep on this, and let this sink in. You are never, ever going to see the Earth as with your own eyes as you do in those pictures that they present to you. Never.
That's correct. That is the correct statement right there. You don't even have that data in your brain. You haven't experienced, seen, photographed, smelt it. You don't know the globe. All you know is horizontality. You just haven't joined the dots yet. That's all. And the horizontality is in your subconscious. It's in your brain. You just haven't connected to it yet. But when you look and research your brain like I did, in a nanosecond, I'd flip back through my life and it just came out flat. And what was my brain doing? My brain was looking for curvature and it didn't find it. That's the power of your own brain, okay? That it will research, it will go back into its own memory and not find it at all. That's how easy it is. Sometimes you don't even have control of that, but that's what my brain did. Because I actually had that conscious moment where all my life came flashing back. Not one curvature did I see. That's how I know it's that as well.
Jen, I remember being back in school when I was first taught the globe in school. And they're like, this is where you live. This is Earth. And I looked at them weird. And I was like, but I don't see the Earth curving. Oh, it's too big to see the curve. But trust us, it's curving.
Exactly. Now, I as a little boy, I remember, I didn't question the teachers because my intellect wasn't that high to be challenging. I just took in what they told me and I believed it. You know what I mean? Because don't criticize. Back then, you don't criticize your teachers. And of course, they're your teachers. So they're not going to get it wrong. So that's it. I was skipping home. I learned about the globe and that was it. That's where we live. And the thing is, my dad had the globe on the TV. And I didn't know that was the Earth, you see. I was playing with that toy. Right? It was a smaller version on the television. Right? And my mum kept saying, don't touch it because it's your dad's. But that was meant to be the Earth. And I didn't know until I got to school. That's when I knew that was meant to be the Earth. And it was bigger than my dad. So I played with the one at the school. So I believed it. My intellect as a child wasn't up to the point of challenging teachers. No way. Clearly remember that 100%. I took everything they told me as the gospel. I felt I was learning. Okay? I went to school to learn. That was my brain, my position. And I remember that distinctively. Unforgettable, that is. Because I had such a good time at school. I never missed a day. Never missed a day due to illness. So, yeah, I played with the globe. And then I remember asking the teacher, why don't they fall off in Australia? Several months later. And then the teacher said it was gravity that was keeping them on the board. And I jumped up I don't feel the force, and I flapped my arms like a chicken and that, jumping up in the classroom. And she says, that's the gravity that's pulling you back down. And then I said, okay, miss. And then I walked off, scratching my head, thinking, well, okay. And then I asked the other kids, and they didn't know. So I made fun of them. I called them mugs for not knowing about gravity. Okay.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah, go ahead.
And like, I'm not even mad. Like once I realized the truth, I wasn't even mad that thinking like, oh, I was lied to. Like some people get that way maybe, but I wasn't. I was just happy that I wasn't crazy anymore for seeing reality the way it was supposed to be seen.
Right. Yeah. I had that as well. I was annoyed with myself. I was angry with myself more so than the teachers because I should have checked. Because it was so easy to go and check. Why didn't I check? 48 years, so I was angry with myself more than anything else. Okay.
Here's the
and that's why I call it my embarrassment. Go ahead.
Sphere is just a three-dimensional circle, right? So like with a circle, and you have a circle and you have a circumference. And so you have this equation in junior high when you're learning geometry and you're learning like just basic equations. C equals 2 pi r. Now, when the fuck would you ever use that equation?
You never do. You never do.
Lo and behold, here we're trying to measure the shape of the Earth and we're trying to look for drop over distance. Well, guess what? In order to have a ball or sphere, have a great circle around that ball, you either have to know the circumference or you have to know the radius.
Yes.
In order to get the answer. You can't guess on one to calculate the other. You have to know one of them to get the other one.
Do a quick, now, I remember doing the spherical math.
Glover check here, guys. Glover check. You can do a quick Glover check. Yeah. Let's just see if we have any.
Sound like fucking narcs, dude. Like this shit is like the craziest shit I've ever heard, bro.
Okay, but do you have a real objection though? Like try to articulate something.
I know. I understand. I don't have like an argument really against the flat Earth. Someone just tells me that it's flat, and like to be honest with you, the reason is like that I don't really debate this. I kind of just come here for like the drama and like the fighting and shit. 'Cause it's kind of entertaining.
There is no drama.
I just don't really care. But y'all actually sound fucking crazy, bro. I'm not gonna.
The fact that you don't care, is a cop-out, sir. It's a cop-out because you are unable to prove the globe for 10 years, every day of those 10 years.
Well, I asked for an objection of any.
If you can look, no, I'm going to carry on talking. I'm going to carry on talking till I'm finished. Yeah. The point is, if you don't care and you're on the back, you're coming on the back of 10 years of a loss for 10 years for every day. Shut me up with your proof. Shut me up now.
Before we talk, Adam, for another half an hour, can I just see if you actually have like a logical argument against anything anybody said?
Yeah.
Anything of any value to offer at all? Other than just gawking and like, geez, this is crazy, bro. Like just, something of any real value, please.
Yeah. Shut me up. That's what you do.
I already said I don't really have an argument against it because I don't really care.
Well, get out of here then.
I don't really spend time like trying to figure out if the Earth's flat or round. Like I don't really care.
Just kind of gawking then. So that's sort of worthless.
Yeah. You don't have the right to be so much. You don't have the right to take the position you're taking and ridiculing us. When you've lost for 10 years, you can't even prove it yourself. You're saying to the listeners. Right. The listeners are listening to you in the live streams. They're listening to you. You are unable to prove your case.
Can I ask why you care so much?
Here's the weird part, right? How long have you been coming into this room? I've only been a part of this room for like a few months here and there and whatnot. But how long have you been coming in this room? Like almost every day, probably, right?
I don't come in every day. I come in like maybe, I don't know,
a couple times a week.
Yeah, long enough to know.
I've never even seen him before, to be honest.
How long have you been coming in? Like, when do you think the first time you came in was?
Probably when I don't know. I remember I was here when the voice chat was first made, but I haven't
So over a year, and instead of arguing with us at any point, you could have just gone out and checked yourself, but instead you would rather come in here a few times a week and argue with us and listen to other people argue, and then be like, oh, well, it really doesn't fucking matter anyway. Because why would you want to know the truth, right?
Well,
why would you want to know anything about the reality that you live in?
Do that. I actually don't do that, and I said I don't do that. I said I don't ever. I literally said I don't. I never come in here and argue for it because I don't really care. But can I ask you something? Why do you?
Yeah, no, hang on. But you had to go. But you had
hold on. I want to get an answer.
Let him do his question. Just let him have his question. Go ahead.
Why do you care so much?
Yeah, he always asks that question. He's asked it before. It's not the first time. You see what I mean? That's what annoys me about him. It's not the first time he's asked that question.
Why do I care? I'll tell you why I care.
I've ever asked this question.
Because caring is a good thing that we're supposed to do for each other. We're supposed to love each other in a community type nature. Whether you agree with the person or not, you should be sharing all your knowledge with the world that you have around you. To sit there and hold it all in and to hold it all in and boil it all up is absurd.
I kind of regret letting him go ahead with that because now he's dragging the conversation into armchair psychology instead of what it's actually supposed to be about.
I'm asking why you care whether or not the Earth.
That's why I asked. He asked before that question. Okay, he asked it before.
Okay, so the answer is
I don't care whether the Earth is flat or round. It's just flat. That's the way the world is.
Wait, why do you even argue for it if you don't even care?
He already answered. He's ignoring me. He's not. Yeah. So the answer I'm giving you is because it's an obvious one. It's just naturally when people discover a lie, they don't want it pushed onto them. So we live in a world where it's impossible not for it to be pushed onto. It's just bothersome to know that there's a lie that people walk around not really paying attention.
Thank you for admitting that because I've been saying that all along.
Yeah, see, I like that answer. That's a good answer. I actually respect that answer. But that kind of just tells me that like he's kind of a whiny like bitch. Like I'm just saying, like I mean that's kind of crazy that it affects him that deep. That
we care because of the complete opposite reason that you don't care. So if you don't care, the question I'm going to put forward to you is why are you here? You've brought forward no measurements.
You're apathetic,
like being here to listen to people like scream at each other and like argue and like the drama and stuff.
Okay, so you're apathetic, and I don't care about that. That's fine. It's your prerogative to be apathetic, but just go and do that.
Yeah. Don't make fun of us because we've been concise.
I never made fun of
precise
you.
all the time. Well, you made a ridicule statement earlier on about us, bro, laughing, and you guys think you're being real. We're real, man. What are you talking about here?
I don't
try and belittle our position.
It's true.
Don't try and make us look lesser than. That's what you were doing when you did that. You're the one that can't prove your model. You don't even know your model to prove it.
I don't know, man. I just said it's true, bro.
Yeah, I know you don't know, man. I know you don't know. Start knowing, please. That way you know something.
If you like listening, supposedly like listening to drama, why don't you go into some of the politics groups?
Dude, because they're so basic. It's always the same shit. Yours is always different.
You're just lying.
You're
just lying about why you're here.
I'm not lying. Why would I lie about that?
Yeah, he probably does just find it amusing. I wouldn't put it past him.
Like, why would I lie about that? Yeah, no, I like. Why do you think I'm in here? If I was here for another reason, why wouldn't I just?
Yeah, so you don't want to know whether the Earth is
flat? You think I'm here to like jerk off to your voice or something?
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Don't make this weird, okay?
Well,
he's making it weird. He is making it weird. The question to you is this then: since you've been listening, what position are you holding now? Because we've defended our position and destroyed the opposition every minute and every second they're here. So the question to you is, what position are you holding? Are you living on a globe that's spinning through the universe right now, as we're speaking? 2.2 million miles an hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year. Is that correct? That's what's going on right now? Yeah.
So here's the thing. I would take here's the thing. I feel like I might be able to be convinced that the Earth is flat. Like possibly. I like I said, I don't really like pay that close attention to the debates. From what I see, it's a lot of math that I don't even really fucking understand. So I'm gonna get that shit real quick. I don't really understand half the math, but I also don't really try to understand it. Also, from what I see, a lot of the time is that you guys like have a conversation with someone who's arguing that the Earth is round, and then when they start making a good argument, and I actually start like getting like kind of excited because I'm like, holy shit, it's actually getting kind of good. You guys just end up muting them, so I don't even really know.
Okay, People only get muted when they interrupt and when they carry on like idiots.
That's not true. Don't
can't debate measurements, Dante.
People get muted for like.
Hey, Dante, take a step back. You're talking about the debating. You can't debate measurements.
So
have you got, Matrix?
No one else heard me.
Fuck. It was bad timing to mute him. Elijah, your mic is super low. That's why you're getting overtalked. But
yeah,
let's take him off mute so that we're not proving his point, and then let Elijah cook.
Somebody put him on
It's
mute.
really for that, isn't it?
I mean, because again, I just noticed that you weren't really addressing Jen's question or what he said. That's all.
Exactly.
Wait, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what's up? Ask the question again. I'll answer it.
Well, I said, since you've been listening for all this time and you've noticed how the Globers haven't been able to present their case and we've destroyed them every second that they've been in here, what position are you holding? Are you on this globe that is hurtling through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in 1 year? Is that going on right now?
Well, I think I did kind of answer this. My answer to this is like, again, like I would say I would probably lean more towards the globe Earth, right? But like again, like I said, I maybe would. It just depends because, like I said, I have never actually seen like a conversation that got very far in here because people just get muted. And don't act like I know you want to be like, oh, nobody gets muted, but like, dude, you mute. Or I don't know if it's you, but y'all mute everyone, bro.
Yeah, we didn't get muted. He was having a one-on-one with India.
Yeah, I literally just got muted for like nothing, bro.
Hey, Dante, you said
I said that, hold up. I just said that the PhD didn't get muted from India when he had a one-on-one. I don't know what that's got to do with you getting muted just now. So again, India had a one-on-one where the guy didn't get muted and the conversation
Hey, what's up?
carried on. So
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about like there's conversations where there's people that don't get muted, right? But typically those conversations are like not very like they're not really proving anything. They're kind of just like conversations. They're not really like a debate. But like when there's like a big heated debate that's going on, then people just get muted. And it's always the person who's on the globe Earth side that gets muted. You guys never mute anyone else for interrupting. You never mute anyone else for anything.
Yeah, actually, that's not true. I get muted. I'm a flat earther in the Flat Earth Discord, a veteran, and I get muted. So no, that's not true. And I wreck the table when they do it. But yeah, I get muted as well. I'm sorry, I'm not going to accept that. Secondly, when they're getting muted, it's because one, they're not addressing the question. Two, they're concerned trolling for their pals, for example. But mainly, they're not addressing the points that are being raised. They're going on about something else. They have to be muted. Or they're trying to talk over the individual, the flat earther, as they're speaking. There is a logical reason behind the muting. They're not addressing the issue that they have.
Jin,
I've seen so many times.
I have to agree with Dante.
I've seen times where people have like made extremely good arguments. Like ones
No,
that
they haven't.
I've never.
Dante, take a step back. What I want you to do is next time you see someone get muted, just keep a note of who the name is, and you'll find that they are repeat offenders.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I had to mute you earlier, Dante, because you were trolling, right? You said you went to space. Like shit like that just happens nonstop. So I mean, you do have just cause for muting, like quite often. Yeah, no, but you got sure, but earlier you got muted because you said that you went to space and you're being a troll and it was kind of a waste of the VC's time. We get a lot of that activity in here, so.
Yeah, but notice how I didn't tell you like, oh my god, why did you mute me? I didn't do anything. No, I said like, yeah, I trolled. Like I know I trolled. Like.
We get a lot of bad actors that act like that too, or they're gonna every single time you ask them a question, anything, they're gonna talk right past it. Anytime you give them any kind of argument, it's gonna be pure sophistry. So you kind of have to just shut them up and hold them to a point, or else like they're just gonna make a mess of the VC.
Here's another thing, bro. I see like in response to that, there's a lot of people in the server, and like I will say this specifically voice chat, specifically the flat earthers in this voice chat, like especially the normals. Like, you guys debate very differently than, like, 90% of the people in the server. Like, I know some people in the server...
Yeah, we use logic. We're the only ones who do that.
No, not like that. Not like that. I don't mean like that. I mean, like, the way, like, your format of debating. Like, is somebody... Like, you might ask a question and someone tries to formulate their answer around the question to answer it, but not directly with, like, a yes or a no. right? And then you guys just like insta-mute them saying that they were dodging the question, but like they're actually just giving you an answer, but they're not giving you a straightforward yes or no answer.
If it's a closed-ended yes or no, and then they want to qualify it with this whole like this whole workaround that they're going to try to pull, like, then yeah, we should probably just shut them up and be like, can we get a yes or a no so we can progress this?
Yeah, especially if it's a yes or no answer. If it's an answer that's requiring them to take a longer route to get there, we allow them that route to get along because we want to see them hang themselves up. That's what we do. I'm sorry, that's true.
What Dante's saying is true, but this is the flat Earth safe space. So you have to expect that. This is their safe space, bro.
Dante, I have a question for you, Dante. Yeah. You said you had heard some good arguments from Globers, and then they were muted. What specifically were those arguments?
I don't remember. I couldn't tell you.
He just made it up. He just lied, basically.
Well, I'm not lying. Just because I don't remember the argument doesn't mean I can't remember the time.
Well, you should start remembering the argument.
For example, I remember earlier when Rhetorician or Beyond, his name is Beyond, the rhetoric guy or whatever his name was. I've known him for a while, and he was making a pretty decent point. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember that at the time, when I was reading it and I was listening to him, I thought to myself, yeah, this is a good argument. Just because I don't remember doesn't mean I'm not.
Maybe your judgment was poor, though. Have you considered that?
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, I've got a question for you. Would you spend your time in a server, Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and not actually record any of the arguments? What are you doing here? Just sitting there looking at the drama.
That's like weird.
That's
I don't care.
Stupid. Doesn't make any sense at all.
I'm not a no life. I don't sit here and record conversations.
That's what it sounds like. You're sounding like that because you don't recall anything. You're not learning anything. You haven't. You know. Come on.
Yeah, I literally said, like, in the beginning of this conversation that I don't really care about being convinced whether or not the Earth is flat around.
Sorry, doesn't make sense. You're a nobody.
I answered that as well. I said because I'm here for drama and argument.
But look, if you're going to be apathetic towards the discussion, then are you really positioned well to really evaluate what's a better point over what?
Thank you. Exactly. What are you doing here?
What I'm hearing is literally I'm being told, like, what am I doing here? I tell you, I'm here for. I think it's funny to listen to the argument drama, people yelling at each other, and then you like.
It's just like cheap entertainment. You're not really gleaning anything of any value or substance from any of it. It's just sort of cheap entertainment, right? It's just kind of like turning on the TV and watching The Simpsons or something, right?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're kind of wasting some potential here.
Yeah,
there's a lot you can learn about what you believe if you actually tuned into the conversation rather than just treating it like that. But
like, I don't even hold much of a position in this really at all. Like, if I'm honest with you, dude,
well, you should really.
I feel like I probably side more with Glover just because that's what I know.
You don't value life. That's what you're saying. You don't value life.
You don't hold much of a position or anything like that. How can you say the other guy had a good argument?
Because you're claiming that the reason why I asked why you guys care, by the way, is because I want to know why I should care, right? And the point that you guys that I was told that
we don't want you to care. We want you to think critically for yourself. That's the problem.
Okay. I got it. So,
yeah, I mean, if you don't care about where you live or the nature of it, right, or anything like that, the stories that you've been sold about it, that's your prerogative, dude. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to try to give you a sales pitch to care about your own existence. Who cares? It's not my problem if you don't care.
Well, what I was told was that you guys care because it's like an annoyance to you, right?
So that's wrong.
If it's not an annoyance to me, why would I care?
That's literally an interest. It's a hobby.
Believing in Santa Claus, keep going. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's not true at all. It's not. It's annoyance.
If it's a hobby to believe that the Earth's flat, then sure.
No, it's not a belief.
And it's not a hobby. Fuck.
No, why'd you say?
Well, I mean, discussing it for me, I said it was a hobby because for me it is to have the conversation.
Yeah, so you guys all have different reasons, pretty much. You guys all have your different reasons that you believe the Earth is flat, or that you believe the Earth is flat. I guess I should say.
It's okay to have different reasons.
I don't really care. Like I truly don't care about it at all.
Okay, if you don't care, what's the reason it's flat then?
If I don't care, what's the reason it's flat?
Well, you don't care. You're not taking sides. So what's the reason we say it's flat then?
I don't care what the reason is.
I know you don't care. You've stated that. I fully understand that. So if you don't care, what is the reason that we say it's flat then?
I don't listen.
You don't have to put any emotion into it. You don't care, remember? What is the reason?
If you let me answer. I literally said from the beginning that I'm not here to listen to your debates. I'm here to listen to the arguments.
We're not debating. How do you debate?
Well, then I'm gonna fucking mute you, and you can say you say fuck all, since you don't give a shit about talking anyways. Thank you. That's pretty much what.
Yeah,
He just wanted to waste time and wait for that. Give him excuse.
Well, the thing is he says he doesn't care, but he still holds his position. So obviously he cares enough to do that, right?
Absolutely. He's a walking contradiction, of course. And the fact that you don't want to learn about the earth you live on shows that you don't value life. How can you not value the earth that you live on, that you don't know how it was made? You don't know how you come. Yeah.
They do. And they are invested in their belief of what it is, right? And this is like one of the copes that they run into is, well, what does it matter anyway, right?
Yeah, because they're losing.
It's in fact, like the fact that they say that they don't care is just something that they're consoling themselves with because they really actually do care.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just say, what does it matter? I don't have to engage with any of this. I don't have to critically like examine my position because like they do care so much about that position that they just want to kind of shield it from any criticism. And the way of doing that is just by saying it doesn't matter.
They want to keep an eye on what's going on.
He wants to whine and cry about muting other people and people getting muted.
But he doesn't care, remember?
That's right.
If you don't care, then drop the globe. Just be completely agnostic. I don't know. I don't care. I don't know enough about the arguments. I don't know what either side is really saying. So just be agnostic. But that's not what they do. So that's curious.
Yeah.
Yo, like this old Australian dude got a tough ass accent, bro.
Aura. I think we got Chubbs. I think Chubbs just came in. I'm not sure.
Chubbs is a bro. He's a silver on 24/7.
Ah, nice. What's up, Chubbs? What's up, generic username?
How you doing?
Bye.
Rich.
It's a high buy. Okay. What's up, Aura? Aura. You got Aura?
Yeah, the I don't care attitude just gets you into trouble. That's all it does.
Do we have anybody here that wants to defend the globe? We got the Kremlin bot. None of you in here that are globe believers can prove the globe at all.
Yeah, whilst we're spinning supposedly at 90 times the speed of sound, orbiting the sun. 90 times the speed of sound. Imagine that speed, ladies and gentlemen. Try and see if you can see it. You couldn't see it, an object traveling that fast. You wouldn't be able to see it. 90 times the speed of sound. 90.
Let's see you try. Try to defend your globe. I bet you can.
Why do you guys refer to this as the globe?
Well, it's the thing they taught us at school, obviously.
What would you prefer us to call it?
The globe is a globe. It's place the globe on a table.
Yeah.
We aren't defending the globe. We're defending the spherical Earth.
Which is meant to be a globe, isn't it?
What is definition of a globe?
Well, I find it odd that you refer to it as the globe. It's not the globe. It's just
Globalization,
Earth.
global warming. So do the media, by the way.
You said global warming isn't real?
Maybe it's referred to as the globe
Definitely not
is
real.
because that's what they're trying to prove is the curvature of said globe.
Yeah. Definition for globe is the Earth.
Global. Globalization.
Spherical or rounded object. So,
sorry, yeah.
Is it wrong to say the globe? Does it offend you?
I just find it odd that you would refer to the Earth as a globe. I mean, the globe. I mean, the globe.
They refer to it that way because they don't think it's a spherical. So they're.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's an object for y'all, so it's the globe.
I mean, yeah, it is an object.
Well, the Earth is a planet.
The Earth
No,
is
the
a
Earth
planet.
is,
It's
the
not
Earth
an
is not a
object.
planet.
Don't get into space because they're just going to take you to Mars. Don't do that.
So dumb.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the Earth is not a planet anyway. It's not a wandering star. So Earth is Earth.
Earth.
So you believe,
Earth isn't a
Kremlin,
star.
that the Earth is a
No, it's
globe?
not.
It's spherical. So can you substantiate your spherical Earth?
That's not the right pronouns for the Earth, though.
Well, I mean, I've gone through this like.
I like that guy.
already.
Who said that? That's funny, bro. Was that
So what are you
ZK?
saying, Kremlin?
I've gone through this multiple times, and I think you guys already know what my argument would be.
This is the first time I've seen you, so probably heard.
Well, I mean, the other guys surely know that I'm the circumnavigation guy.
Have you done this?
Oh yeah, we've done this, and it usually ends up in me getting muted.
How did you circumnavigate?
Yeah, yeah. We, not you then.
How did you circumnavigate?
Yeah. How did you do that? Not we.
I mean,
not they.
I've gone on ships and I've gone on planes, and I could track them on maps in real time. And good thing that we have tools to track shipping.
Yeah, we know about the
Hold
tools.
up.
How did you circumnavigate? Get to that bit.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, you can track the ships and you can see circumnavigation in real time.
Yeah, have you done this?
Who's done this?
Do I have to personally be a seafaring?
You can
merchant?
reference someone who's
I'm a
done this.
merchant. Yeah, merchant shipping does it every day.
Doesn't prove a globe.
So your proof of this has been done is merchant ships do this every day, and we have tracking to follow them. Please present it.
Why do you sound so aggressive and hostile?
I'm not. This is
It's
just my
his
normal
mic is,
self.
It's just his mic is because he has echo on, so he's
you
louder.
Really don't want to see him aggressive.
There's no echo.
No, it's a mic. It's not a mic thing. It's a. God, it's not coming to
Reverb.
me. Yeah, reverb. Thank you. Yeah.
So do I talk to one person or do I talk to all 5 or 6 of you at the same time?
You can post your evidence inside chat.
Yeah.
You don't have to talk to anyone. If you've got solid evidence, it'll speak for itself.
Yeah. Just deliver.
Yo, this dude sounds like a fucking football commentator, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah. Boats do this every day. Okay, let's see it.
He may be looking for it right now. Just give him a moment.
So, ladies and gentlemen, remember we've been doing this for 10 years. We've seen no evidence of this. 10 years. This could be the day. Today. Breaking news. Stay tuned.
And since our mate was slightly upset with my reverb, it's turned off now. Do you feel better?
No difference.
Exactly.
I mean, you're a little bit quieter, I'd say.
Yeah.
So here's a
I
so
have you
here's
at 80% volume, and I think I need to turn you up, actually.
So here's a website called marinetraffic.com, and it shows in real time all the ships passing by the Earth or passing over the Earth or whatever you want to, however you want to put it.
Crossing seas.
Ships crossing
is a better
seas.
way to put
Sure.
it.
Yeah. So you can see the shipping. in
Okay,
real
so
time.
I've clicked on the page, and I've got a whole map here covered in little multicolored triangles and dots. So where does it show circumnavigation as you claimed?
Well, all these ships are traveling from country to country in real
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Where does it show circumnavigation as you claimed?
Well, yeah. Well, so you have ships traveling, for example, from China to ports through the.
So you're just assuming this?
And through the. Excuse me, I'm not done. And through Egypt, and through the Mediterranean, all the way to America. And that's across, quite a lot of surface area, right? It's very far. Far
Okay,
traveling.
that's just
Then you
plain
have ships.
stacking.
Yeah, then you have ships traveling from the U.S. to China.
Right.
And
that's another.
whoop-de-doo.
So yeah. Awesome. So you can track this in real time.
So
if you
because
have
a ship
time.
can sail across water from point A to point B, you're claiming this is circumnavigation.
Can you calm down?
I am quite calm. I'm absolutely somewhat amused because ships can travel from point A to point B. You're claiming circumnavigation, therefore globe.
Correct. From point A to point B, then from point B to point A again.
So that's a straight line.
Correct. And that straight line turns into a circle, does it not?
Let's go.
No, straight lines don't turn into circles. Sorry. I don't know what school of maths you went to.
So how do you explain going from point A to B and then B?
I don't have to explain it. You're the one proving circumnavigation. All you've done is shown me a map covered in little triangles with little dots, and they all happen to be different colours.
So let me explain it to you, since you,
That map
you
does
want
not
me to
account for
explain
any
it.
kind of curvature. This map
Sure.
is totally
So I'll
flat. No
sure. I'm
curvature.
not talking about curvature. I'm talking about circumnavigation right now in that map. So I will continue, and I'll explain it to you how it works. The reason we go from point A to B, then B to A again, is because circumnavigation apparently proves that the geometry of the Earth is not flat, but rather a sphere. Because if you continue going in one direction, you'll come back to the same point.
You can
And it's been
circumnavigate
done
on
for
a large
2,000.
well.
So let me, hold on. Let's go back to that. You've made the claim that if you go around a ball, that's circumnavigation. That's the map. I just posted it in side chat, ladies and gentlemen, or chat, whichever you prefer. That's what he showed me. Nowhere on that does it show circumnavigation. Nowhere on that does it show a ball or anything related to a sphere or curvature or circumnavigation, which are all things he's claiming. So please try a bit harder.
Sure, let me try a bit harder. So since 4,000 years of shipping back up what I'm saying is that if you start in China with a ship and if you continue to going in one direction, let's say westwards, what you'll eventually end up doing is you'll continue going westwards and end up going back to the same point.
No, you don't.
Eventually,
No, you don't,
yeah,
ladies and
you will.
gentlemen.
Yeah, you will, because
Not-
if you continue
not
in
on a
one
globe, you
direction
don't.
in a
On a
perfect
flat Earth, yes.
straight line.
Not on a globe, you don't. On a flat Earth, yes.
How would you do that on a flat
okay.
Earth?
How's
You'd have to
that
constantly reorient yourself on the flat Earth.
So how's that possible on a flat Earth that this works?
Well, it's the same way as circumnavigate in your neighborhood. You start at point A, you go around your neighborhood, you come back to where you started from. That's flat. That's not a globe.
So Jim's
Very
just
easy.
walked around his neighbourhood, he's walked around his city block, and therefore globe.
Oh, no. I didn't say that. Those are not my words.
Yes, you are. If we keep travelling westwards, and get back to point A, therefore it's a globe. So what's the friggin' difference?
I didn't say that. That's your
Yes, you
your
did.
colleague.
Hello?
Said,
Hello? Yes, you did.
That's what. No, that's not what he
Excuse
said.
me.
That's what the old dude said, or whatever. I don't know what his name
Your
is. Jin,
colleague,
CBR
your
one.
member in this room, said that if you go around a block, you'll end up coming back. That's not what I said. That's what he said.
What's the
I don't know if
difference?
you're
Yours is just on a larger scale.
Sure. So what's the difference? The difference is that, yeah, absolutely mine is on a larger scale, on such a scale that apparently 4,000, 5,000 years of shipping prove that if you go in one direction, you will end up coming back to the same
You're
direction.
going to have to show the data for
Even
that
after
4,000
thousands
years.
of
Okay, so if we do this, if we continue to travel south, you go where? And then get back to where? Which has not ever been done. Ever in 4,000 years of shipping.
Why not?
Why not? What's wrong with south? We're going in one direction. What is the problem? I've chosen south.
So,
are you backing away from south? Why are you not choosing south? Is there a reason? Maybe it's never been circumnavigated north-south direction.
So okay.
Oh my dear. So no sphere. That's a problem.
I want to get this
Okay,
straight.
so why-
Matrix.
If you're on a sphere, it doesn't matter what direction you pick. It
Can you
could
stop
be done.
yelling and being
I'm not
aggressive
yelling
and violent?
yet. And I'm not being violent yet. Actually, how do you be violent on a fucking microphone besides eat the thing? You freaking doormat.
Punk ass bitch.
So, if your claimant of circumnavigation is possible on a sphere, I agree with you 100% that it doesn't matter a rat's ass which direction we pick. You should be able to go all the way around and come back to where you started. That's how a ball works. So, the problem is, my friend, I've chosen south and you ran away from it. The reason is, and we all know what the reason is, it's never been done.
Oh my dear, no sphere.
You like yelling, dude, don't you?
And no, I'm not yelling. This is like normal volume.
So I'm just going to overtalk you because you're not letting me speak, right?
Yeah, really.
You're going to have to.
I mean, you're not letting me speak, so. You know.
Matrix, I just want to ask a question. So you're saying that the Earth is flat, correct? Because the other day when I talked to you, you said that
we know it's flat.
Agree. Okay, so the other day you argued that you don't think the Earth is flat, or you don't know the Earth is flat. You're just
no. Everyone comes in and says, "So do you believe it's flat?" No, we don't believe it's flat. We know it's flat.
Okay, well, that's what you said the other day when we were talking.
That's what I said when the other day.
We were talking about compasses, and you showed me a picture of "quote unquote" the flat Earth. And
no, I didn't. That's false. You're a liar.
What? Okay, so you just have a really bad memory because this was like a week ago.
They don't have a picture of the flat Earth. Only NASA.
That's how I know he's lying, because I wouldn't have presented a picture and said, "Here's the flat Earth." So that's an instant fucking lie, and I should boot you for
Matrix
practice.
Would never do that. Matrix would never do that. So you're lying. You're lying.
Okay, so hey, I'm glad you're here, Australian guy, because I was talking to you 2 days ago. Remember you told me about the NASA documentary, the scientists that exposed NASA? You said that he
NASA documentary. Which one?
Yeah, no, the other Australian guy, or he might be English.
You might have been talking about T-Dot.
I gave you the documentary. What happened on the moon? Bill Woods. Correct.
Okay, yeah.
What about
but that's one guy out of thousands of employees. He does have a story.
It only takes one guy. He is the rocket propulsion engineer for NASA. So he's the main guy. Thank you.
Right, but then they hired a new one, right? They got rid of him.
I don't know about them hiring any new ones. We're talking about the one that was working for NASA, and he was interviewed and he whistleblowed. Thank you.
But that's one guy.
It doesn't matter. He's the main guy. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear it? Are you listening to this? Are you listening to what he's saying? Oh, but it's just one guy. It could even be half a guy, ladies and gentlemen. No legs. Still talking the truth. Okay? Get out of here.
That one guy shared an image. I'll put it. I'll send it to you because I can't type in a side chat. He took screenshots with like one of those slow moving cameras where you can like just videotape the sky over a certain amount of period, and he tracked the sun, and he proved that, right? Because flat Earth has a theory about the sun, how it moves, right? It's fixated at a certain angle, and it travels in a certain distance and a certain speed above Earth, right?
We
so
don't actually
if that
do
is the
that.
case,
No, actually, no.
Hey, that is very, very vague. It travels at a certain angle, a certain distance, at a certain speed. How about we be a little bit more specific? If flat earthers are making claims, I'm pretty sure they'd have put some numbers down. Something like, oh, it moves at 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, what are the numbers then? What are the numbers?
Something like it moves 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah.
Can you show us the numbers?
Does move.
Show us the calculations.
Do I have to go 3 from 3? Something like it moves 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah,
I feel like I broke a fucking record here.
We are more concerned with the surface of the Earth than the sun orbiting in the sky. That's a fact. I notice you're not talking about how you know you proved the curvature, that you proved it. That's
well,
not
I can
coming out,
prove that
ladies and
the
gentlemen.
sun isn't where you think it is.
Why are you not proving the curvature of the surface of the Earth? Stop looking to the sun.
Because, dude, you look at everything. You look at the if you're in a forest, you look at the trees, you look at the ponds, you look at the animals, you look at the
Let's
soil,
measure
you
the
look at
surface of the Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Let's measure the surface. That's where we're at. That's where we live.
Okay,
It's not
surface.
curving.
What surface? You mean the circumference?
Oh, what a stupid question, ladies. What surface?
What is the
surface of your head?
What is the animals going to tell you about the surface of the Earth?
Exactly. Silly. The
Oh, so
surface
you
of your
believe
bum.
you believe you must believe in the Big Bang theory then? You know,
don't do
Earth is
believe.
3.8 billion years old.
That's your thing, Tagilla.
Yeah.
No, that's
not
what you
ours.
believe.
No, we don't.
How did you come to Jen? Hold up. Tagilla,
look at the
just hold up. Question. How did you come to the logical conclusion that Jin believes in the Big Bang Theory when Jin's a flat earther?
Wiki? Have you read the Flat Earth Wiki?
That's
The
not
Flat Earth Wiki, as in flatearth.ws.
Yeah, that's y'all. That is y'all.
No, it's not. No, it's
y'all
not.
Wrote that. Y'all.
No, we didn't. That is written by ballers. The Flat Earth Society and flatearth.ws is controlled opposition. It is done by ballers, so simples like you will go, this is fucking ridiculous. I think these lot are idiots. I'm out of here. That's the whole purpose of those sites.
You're going to say this. We don't know what anything is. We want you to prove what you know and how you know what it is.
No, stop. We don't claim we don't know what anything is. We know the ground is flat because we have measured it as such.
Right. You're misrepresenting us every word you say.
Can you provide for me your flat Earth model, please, of the Earth?
We never made the claim that we had a.
Did I mention I've measured a model? No, I've measured the Earth as such.
They never claim to have a model. The diameter of the Earth is 7,918 miles. The radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. The circumference of the Earth is 24,901 miles.
Okay, you've got the numbers. That's great. Let's go outside now and check and see if the numbers are true.
First off,
that's what we do. We get given the numbers. Tagilla, the numbers that you've just given us is the same shit we were all taught at school. Nobody in this room will deny that unless they were taught metric. Okay? We were given those numbers. Hold on. We were given those numbers. So now we go outside and we check those numbers to see if the numbers match reality. That's all we're doing. We have found they do not.
The Earth is not a globe, it's an oblate spheroid, but yet NASA images are
They did the experiment from Alexandria to Sini. What about that?
Yeah.
They used the Library of Alexandria to determine the circumference of the world.
Didn't happen.
Yes, they did. He used the Library of Alexandria as a rectangle.
So
was I there? It's called documentation.
Eratosthenes. He's talking about Eratosthenes.
There is no documentation.
So you can do that and assume you can do the same exact thing like Eratosthenes in your room and assume the same exact things as Eratosthenes, that the light source, which is the light bulb in your room, that it is so giant light source so far away, the light rays are parallel to each other, and you can calculate the circumference of your spherical floor inside your room.
From the North Pole to the South Pole, the circumference is 24,860 miles. It's a measurement of distance. So if I meet you in the North Pole,
that's the claim. Excellent. Tagilla, we understand. That's the claim. We've got the claim now. Now we go out and test it.
You ask me how big.
You've got the claim, Tagilla. You've got the claim. Now you go out and test it. Instead of just repeating the numbers, go and test the numbers. That's what we want you to do. Go outside and test it. Don't just keep saying 3959, 40,000 kilometers, 24,000 miles. We all know the numbers. Go and test them, please.
Google tested it. Go on Google. You ever heard of a Google car? They drive around the world with the little camera on top of the van. They've done that. They already.
No, they haven't.
Yes,
if they've done it, they'd realize it was flat.
Go on Google Images. You ever seen a Google car? They drive around with the little camera on top of the van, and they drive on every part of the world, every single.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Somebody's ability to drive a car and have a camera mounted on the roof is proof of globetard.
No, it's proof of.
How is excellent? Thank you. So how is a little camera car driving around doing measurements to compare the numbers that we've learned, the 3959 radius? How is the Google car validating those numbers?
Because
at some stage you have to measure something.
You ever heard of like a?
The Google car's not measuring. You've got to do some measuring. Where have you done this? Where does the Google car done this?
That's how GPS works.
No, you're talking about the Google car.
Yes.
Where's the Google car measuring?
It's measuring distance, right? That's how.
No, it's not.
GPS. Wait. If I put it in my car and I want to go to fucking McDonald's and it says, "Oh, McDonald's is 2.3 miles," how does it know it's that far away? How does it know? How does it know my McDonald's is 2.3 miles away?
GPS.
Because it's distance, it's tracking, it's like grids, bro. It's cells, it's angles, it's math, all of it. They can measure distance, bro. GPS never lies. Never lies.
GPS doesn't even work to some locations I've fucking been in.
You can measure distance.
It never lies.
It delivers you to the wrong place.
You can measure the distance between the walls in your room. That doesn't make your room spherical.
Right, so if you were to tell me my room's a globe, right, I can prove you wrong because I can measure it. Oh, no, it's not a globe.
Exactly. We can measure the Earth.
Measure the
Welcome
distance.
to flat Earth.
Okay, Tagilla, if GPS was using a spherical coordinate system, wouldn't it come to reason, of course, it's going to match up with any spherical geometry that you feed into it? Or spherical measurements that you feed into it?
Okay, first off, we need to figure out how is the GPS measuring distance, right? How does it know McDonald's is 2.3 miles away? Does it know the location from McDonald's to my house? Like, does it take the addresses and then break it
If
down?
GPS is so accurate, why is it whenever we're constructing anything, we've got to get survey in to do it, not use GPS?
Because that's a different level of measurement, right? Surveyors use all.
It's still it's actually being measured. That's right. They're doing ground measurements, not sky measurements.
Surveyors with Google shirts surveying the Earth. Okay, no, they're not going to do that.
Oh well, so they're just going to assume that's pretty close. Then fuck it, he'll be happy.
They're gonna
It says
tell us that, right?
they're going to tell you what you want to hear.
Dude, have you read that Navy commander that went to the South Pole where he talked about the Arctic? You know who I'm talking about? He said the Arctic.
No, I don't. You've got to be a little bit more helpful.
Admiral Byrd, have you read that?
Yeah, Admiral Byrd was alive.
What about him? Have you read about Captain Cook?
First off, he already proved Antarctica.
Have you read about Captain Cook? He tried to sail around Antarctica.
I know about Captain Cook. I know.
Yeah, and what happened when he tried to sail around Antarctica?
He got eaten by cannibals.
What happened? Not during his Antarctic expedition. What happened when he tried to sail around it?
I don't know what happened. They couldn't, dude.
Maybe you should go and look it up.
No. Their ships weren't built for that type of expedition. Dude.
Yes, they were. He tried to sail around it. Why didn't he get around it? Why didn't he get around it?
Because of the ice.
It was estimated that it was only supposed to be 67,000 miles around Antarctica. They sailed about 180,000 miles. Couldn't get around the fucking thing.
No, listen.
Why is that?
Okay.
Listen, mate. Why don't you go and look that shit up? So Admiral Byrd, the all-American legend, and all of a sudden, when someone else puts Captain Cook down there, who actually tried to sail around it, could not complete it.
Okay, well, what about Sir Francis Drake when he served?
Antarctica is supposed to be a fucking island, a great big bastard. Sail around it, happy days.
It is.
So why couldn't it be sailed around?
Because it's too fucking cold and it's too hostile.
What a load of shit. They weren't going on the ice, they were sailing around it.
You mean to tell me they couldn't sail around a glacier? Well, then that's their problem, bro. I don't know what was wrong with them. You hit left and you fucking sail around it. I don't know.
No.
You don't know, exactly.
What is there? Is there an invisible barrier? God said, oh, you can't go this far. It's like a fucking video.
And now it's just red herring back to absurdity, like the majority of you normally do.
Dude, you could go...
Your problem is, listen carefully, your problem is you haven't made any proofs of curvature. That's it. This is what this room is about, discussing the curvature or lack thereof on the ground. We've measured a lack thereof. So, if there's no curvature,
dude,
it's flat. So until you show measured curvature...
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
I sent you photos of Lake Pontchartrain and the electrical grids, right? And how it...
Lake Pontchartrain. Yeah. So you're now a tiny earther. So let's just put this into perspective for you. If you believe that the curvature rate is of such that comparable to Lake Pontchartrain photos, hold up. If you believe, honestly, that that's the curvature rate, the entirety of the United States would not fit on Pontchartrain Earth. You are a tiny earther. You do know that curvature rate is that small that the United States of America would not fit on the ball, Tard.
Dude, the Earth's curvature.
Dude, you've just brought up the claim of Lake Pontchartrain is proof of curvature.
Dude.
Is Lake Pontchartrain, listen, Tagilla, is Lake Pontchartrain the correct curvature rate? Yes or no?
Yes.
The photos that you brought up. Excellent. If that's the case, that means the United States would not fit on the sphere because the curvature rate is too small.
Okay,
you better go and check into it.
Dude, you said small globe theory. The only person that believed in a small globe was Hitler when they were using the Gustav cannon.
Okay, nice. Where's this going? This is why we do this. Tagilla, non sequitur, non-related to what we're talking about. We're talking about the Lake Pontchartrain images that you put up. You're claiming that that is the Earth curvature. Get it through your head. If that is true and correct, the United States alone would not fit on the sphere. Do you comprehend that?
Mate, the photo shows the curvature. It shows the electrical grids curving over.
Excellent. I get that.
Horizon.
I understand that. It shows curvature. But do you get the fact that that is a small portion of said curve? The United States would not fit on the rest of it. If you were to complete that curve and make an entire ball,
you can.
Is he just a dumb fuck that doesn't listen? You're out.
You're out. Great. That is it. I love Matrix. I just love it.
What can't he get about it? He put up, I'm not denying it, he put up the other day the Lake Pontchartrain power lines.
Yeah.
We've all seen it a zillion times.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that is the actual curvature rate, the United States of America would not fit on the ball.
There you are. So why would you continue to insist? You're out. That's it. You're out.
It's
There's a reason why I call them tiny earthers.
Yeah, I love it, man. Like I said, I love you, Matrix. Love it, man. You keep it up. Don't drop the volume either.
Let's see if it's sunk in yet. He seems to take a while. We'll give him another crack. Has it sunk in yet, Tagilla?
Dude, listen. The United States is 2,800 miles wide. It's not that big.
So what I'm trying to get at, you're claiming that the Lake Pontchartrain curvature rate is true and correct. Okay? We understand that. We've got that. What I'm telling you is, if those numbers are true and correct, at that curvature rate, the United States would not fit on the ball.
Right.
If you were to continue and make that ball at that curvature rate that Lake Pontchartrain shows, if you were to continue that ball and make that into a complete sphere, the entirety of the United States would not fit on it. That's how tight a curve that is.
Telling me, Matrix, that the logo for NATO, that's the shape of the world? There's
no, I don't remember saying that when I said that Lake Pontchartrain curvature, if you were to continue and make that into a sphere, the United States would not fit on it. I don't remember mentioning anything about the UN logo.
Where's Antarctica on the south and on the flat Earth, dude?
Let's get back to your Pontchartrain. Do you accept the fact that if you were to continue Lake Pontchartrain curvature rate into a complete ball, that the United States would not fit on it?
If I drove a fucking boat next to those electrical grids and you were standing right next to me on another boat and you zoomed in and I just drove in a straight line, I would drive and then you would see me fade away over the horizon.
Hey, how much curve are you claiming?
That's why boats fade over the horizon, bro. From bottom and bottom up.
How much?
Yeah, they fade over the horizon due to a thing called foreshortening.
Because of curvature.
No, not curvature.
Great enough zoom.
Hey, Travis, hold up. Tagilla, I'll show you something. I'm going to post something inside chat, and I want to show you something. Where's Cairns? Check this out.
Dude, if I had a good enough, if the Earth was flat, I
check it out. Side chat.
Any point of the Earth.
Oh,
I can see Mount Everest from any point.
You
I can see it from Canada. I can see it from Alaska.
Hold
I
on.
can see it from anywhere.
Tagilla, take a breath.
Because you're saying
go out, Tagilla. Pick your mobile phone up.
So if I had a good enough sniper scope,
okay, we're going to fucking turn him off. Stop. You cannot see everything everywhere. Grab your mobile phone. Click on today's weather service for your location. It will give you your distance of viewing, your available clarity for that area. Okay? If it says you can only see 20 miles, thank you, Jen, visibility. If it says you can only see 20 miles, you're not going to see something that's 4,000 miles away. Surely anyone with half a brain in the head could work that out. So, Tagilla, you're claiming that things disappear bottom up on the ocean is because of curvature. I want you to have a look at 2 minutes past the hour. There's an image of two cans.
It's because white bands, y'all.
No, I'm really mad. Stop me.
Hot miking ZK. So Tagilla, 2 minutes past the hour, there's an image there of two cans. As you can see in the bottom image, the bottom of the can is disappearing. That is on a flat surface. That's on a flat surface. So the bottom of the can is disappearing on a flat surface. So that means out in the real world, you saying only curvature is the cause of things disappearing bottom up is false. There is now a flat surface with things disappearing bottom up.
Remove the atmosphere then. Remove it all. Let's say Earth had no atmosphere. I can see the Eiffel Tower from New York.
Okay, Tagilla, we don't even have to do that.
In a vacuum.
I could see the Eiffel Tower from New York City if the world.
He's an idiot. He's just going to reset.
In a vacuum.
Tagilla, from your specific location, I want you to grab your mobile phone and look up today's visibility. How far is it you can see on the weather app? What does it tell you?
Exactly.
I don't want you to dox yourself.
Dude,
I don't want you to tell me where you live.
Algorithm to remove the atmosphere, dude. It's not that hard. They do.
Why? No, we're not removing any atmosphere. You're telling me what your visibility is for today from your location.
Yeah, so you won't be able to see it.
Yeah, 13
Not
miles.
with all
Dude.
the air in the way.
13 miles. Okay, so I'm going to take a wild guess that the Eiffel Tower is a little bit more than 13 miles. So let's say the Eiffel Tower is 100 miles from your house, and you're complaining that you can't see it.
Dude, I'm not the only one that understands what you're trying to say, but the problem that you're having here is you're telling me, right, that when I zoom out on Google Earth, right, and I go look at the...
We're not on Google Earth. We're outside looking at ships disappearing over the horizon. So don't use Google Earth. Let's refer the ships. You're talking about the ships. You've gish galloped. You are now back to the computer screen.
If you go to the
Get back to reality. Ships over the curvature. Remember? Ships over the curvature. Remember? And he's going to keep trying. We're not looking at Google Tard Maps. We're in reality. Ships over the curvature. Keep going with that. You were telling us how ships disappear over the curvature. I showed you an image of the cans disappearing bottom up. So stick with that. Don't try to jump all over the place.
Dude,
this is why you're confused. You're trying to conflate too many things together.
Matrix, have you ever been on Google Earth? Have you ever even looked at it?
We're not talking about Google Earth.
I know, but have you looked at it for once? Like,
game over. We're not talking about Google Earth. We were talking about ships allegedly disappearing bottom up due to curvature. I showed you that effect happens on a flat surface. So unless you want to pick up the conversation from there, I have no need to go on any further.
Yeah. Why is it that he hasn't actually gone out into nature? Has he been out to nature to measure the curvature? All this shouting that he's giving, why doesn't he go and measure it? I don't understand. Yeah, I think we've destroyed them in the chat. Took care of them in the chat now. I think we've done a good... my favourite ones. This one here. That's just a capping stone on everything. And then that takes care of the chat for now.
Empty bowl. We do understand that the claim is it's not a perfect sphere. It's been regarded to as an oblate spheroid, which does represent its own problems. So if we assume that it's a constant sphere, that means some areas will be represented as slightly flatter than the ratio given, and other areas will be more curved than the ratio given. Would you agree with that? No, doesn't want to play. He's a text chat rat.
Oh?
You're not muted. That's why I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm not muted anymore. I was muted when I got
No.
here. You muted me earlier. But yes, I do agree. Yes.
So why is it we don't measure any curvature at all?
Why is it that we don't measure any curvature at all? What do you mean?
Yeah, how is it we're not able to measure any curvature? Why is that?
Where have you not measured any curvature?
Everywhere
Any of the
we've
laser
been, you name
transits.
the place.
You've been
It's
everywhere?
not there. Name the place. I've been to a number of places.
No.
Los Angeles, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam.
And where were you measuring it?
Hawaii, Saipan, Guam, Germany,
where have
all
you-
of Europe,
where- okay,
Africa, Portugal,
okay.
Spain, Africa.
Okay, this is
Nigeria,
steamrolling.
Morocco.
Okay. Give me an example.
Western
Give me an
Sahara,
example.
France.
I need an example of what you measured from.
London to Japan, Tokyo, 6,000 miles, 9.5 hour
You can
flight.
see from London to Japan?
No, we're saying that distance, there should be 3,740.47 miles of curvature within that distance, which is almost a quarter of the globe. That's 90 degrees. No curvature experience at all for 9.5 hours.
If there were
Yeah.
I didn't experience curvature anyway, man. It's amazing.
No curvature at all. Spirit
also
level
you'd
was
be able to see the entirety
used
of Europe
spirit
from London if
is
there
the
was no
spirit,
curvature.
a mobile phone, and my senses.
Okay.
And there was no curvature experience. The plane was horizontal all the way,
Still doesn't help
except
that you
for when
wouldn't be
it
able to
took
see
off.
anything. You wouldn't be able to measure that amount of distance.
Of course you would, because we used the curvature.
How did you do that? How did you measure it?
Tells us that's look. I'm trying to tell you, right? But
Okay,
I
I'm
actually
listening.
explained it to you, but it hasn't registered in
My
your
fault.
brain. Okay,
No,
I have
tell
actually
me
explained
again.
it. Okay, here we go. From London Heathrow Airport to Tokyo, Japan Narita Airport is 6,000 miles. That's 10,000 kilometers. Duration of flight, 9.5 hours. Okay. Now, using the curve calculator, predicted amount of curvature to be experienced by the passengers during that flight would be 3,740.47 miles of curvature. Okay. That's using the Earth's curvature calculator. And that experience was never had for the whole
You
flight.
don't
I've done that
experience
flight
curvature yet again.
several times in my life. I'm in Japan right now talking to you.
That's pretty neat. Is Japan cool?
It's brilliant. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, been there 26 years.
Outstanding. I've always wanted to go. But anyway, yeah, yet again, you don't experience curvature. It's just a thing.
Yeah, but you would experience the plane dipping its nose down to fly around it.
You don't have
Yeah,
to.
it's funny.
You don't
It's funny
have
how
to
you
dip your
don't.
nose down to fly a plane because there's gravity.
Look, when you do a roller coaster ride, ladies
There's
and gentlemen,
gravity.
and you do. Hang on a second, ladies and gentlemen. When you do the roller coaster ride, and you do the loop, and then the barrel roll, okay, the corkscrew they call that, and then you notice it because you have to go through it. It's the same would be happening on an aeroplane, only it'd be more prolonged and more pronounced because the Earth is bigger. We're talking a quarter of the globe. That's 90 degrees. There's no way you wouldn't feel the curvature. It's impossible. Sorry. And it's not recorded in the in-flight telemetry data. Doesn't record the curved trajectory that you must feel if you're on a globe. And the word "you must" is law, like you need air to breathe. You must follow the curvature. So sorry,
well,
mate. We're
you
on a
wouldn't
flat
have
Earth.
to, because if there's a force pulling you down towards the Earth and there's also lift, then you wouldn't have to.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, gravity plays no part in aviation at all.
Yes, it does.
So when somebody
Yes,
says
it
gravity,
does. That's
hang
just
on a
straight up
minute.
false.
I didn't interrupt you.
You know,
Ladies and
you're
gentlemen,
right.
when
My
somebody
fault.
says to you, you're still interrupting here. When somebody says to you, gravity, when you're talking about aviation, you know that individual doesn't know what he's talking about, or he's trying to deceive you. Okay? That's it. So gravity has got nothing to do with aviation at all. Nothing.
What proof do you have? Okay, that number one, Matrix, that's not what I'm talking about. Y'all roll and pitch are not. They are.
Yeah, look at the second one.
But
Empty tard. Look at the second one.
Yeah.
Flight data recording showing zero pitch flying around a ball. In order for you to navigate around a ball, the nose would have to dip below horizontal to navigate around the curvature.
The thing is that that's not what I was talking about.
Well, you should be, because that's what's got to happen.
I was talking about lift and drag. Lift.
What do we
drag.
do? Plane goes up, planes go
Nothing to do
down.
with lift and grab. Lift and
You
drag.
don't know what lift
Ladies
and
and
drag is?
gentlemen, I know what drag is. I can drag you everywhere else. Don't worry about that. Don't worry.
Okay,
I'm
that's
gonna
not what
drag you.
drag is.
I'm going to
Dragging-
I'm going to drag you to the truth. Don't worry.
Physically
Ladies and
dragging
gentlemen,
me and what
I'm
plane
going to
drag
drag
is
you through the. Don't
different.
let me explain, please. Let me explain, ladies and gentlemen. Let me drag this man to the truth. It's a play on words. Basically,
Okay, so
drag, ladies and. Can I explain, please? Drag is a negative that you don't want when you're flying. Okay, it's a resistance to your forward motion. That's what drag
lagging,
is.
I'm sorry.
Right, that is what drag is, ladies and gentlemen. The wings, the fuselage, and that, although they are designed to flow through, they still create a little bit of drag. It's a resistance that you don't want. That's what drag is. Don't lie. You don't understand aviation. I'm explaining it to the
Okay,
people.
so yes.
Now,
I was-
hang on
I
a
was-
second about
I was getting interrupted though. I was trying to.
You're
I was trying
interrupting
to say
me
the
because
other
I was supposed to
too.
be explaining what drag is. Remember,
Well,
I drag you to the truth, and you resisted. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the other thing about lift,
Lord have
the other
mercy,
thing
I
about
can't even
lift,
explain
ladies
what I
and
was talking
gentlemen,
about.
is generated through the forward motion. What happens is that the engines are switched on, they suck the air through, and it's compressed at the back of the engine. You get your thrust because it's ignited. Then you get the forward motion. Now you accelerate that until you get up to 200 miles an hour, and the wind speed traveling over the top of the aircraft is slower than the underneath the wing itself. That's where you start to get lift. That there's a lightness happens, and that's lift. And you increase your thrust, increasing the speed of the turbine blades, and then you're moving up, and then you climb up to the altitude that you've been allotted by air control, and then you level off, ladies and gentlemen, and then you carry on flying horizontally. You do not take a curved trajectory. Okay, and drag is a negative factor. Okay, that's what drag is. Thank you.
Okay,
And
so
aerodynamics
if you
reduces
would have
drag.
listened to what I was saying, I was getting interrupted, and I was going to say the rest of them. I only said two. I was also going to mention thrust and gravity, right? Because those are both
gravity
parts
is not
of.
play no part
That
in
is
aviation.
just false. I'm sorry to
It's
tell you
not
that.
false
It's
at all.
just
Ladies and gentlemen, when somebody says to you about gravity, they've lied immediately and they don't know what they're talking about. Gravity plays no part in aviation. Gravity itself has never been proven. So Isaac Newton disagreed with the idea of mass attracting mass, so much so that he didn't want his name associated with the theory he could not prove. And by the way, it's not even a theory, according to the experts. It's not even a theory. Okay, it doesn't even qualify in the theory. Gravity. Crap.
So
Shittity is what it is.
gravity
Excuse
is
my
a law. And
It's not a law. There is no law of gravity.
the law
ladies
of
and gentlemen,
gravity is-
because
Gravity
the current
is not a
standard
law.
is the
It's called the
Einsteinian,
law
the
of
bending and
gravity.
warping of the space-time fabric. That's the current standard. When you mention gravity, it's Einsteinian, not Newtonian. You got it wrong.
If gravity's a law, empty bowl, there would be a scientific experiment showing what this is.
Yeah.
Okay, pick something.
Gravity would always be there.
Well, that's mass attracting mass. That's not Newtonian. Sorry, that's not Einsteinian. That's
But it's what we
Newtonian.
observe, isn't it? It's what we observe, isn't
But
it?
it's
No,
not the current
we
standard
observe
of
things
gravity.
going down. Check it out, empty bowl. Pen, let go.
What's causing it to go down, though? What's causing
Excellent question. Jen, hold up. Excellent question, empty bowl. And guess what? For the last umpteen thousand years, science still today does not know what the causational mechanism of things going down is. You've got Newtonian, which is a mathematical formula describing mass attracting mass. You've got Einsteinian, which supersedes Newtonian with the pseudo-Riemannian bending of space warp time or space time. It's too much Star Trek. So the problem is, it's not a law. It's more of a rule. Shit goes down if you let it go.
Never been proven.
Congratulations.
Right.
So-
You can actually explain it away. You can actually. It's not a law. Stop saying
It
that.
is. Yes, it is.
No,
it's
it's not.
called
It's
the
not the
law
law.
of
It's never
gravity.
been
It's
proven.
literally called that.
Ladies
It's the
and
name of it.
gentlemen,
It's in the
gravity
name.
has never been proven. This man here is misinforming you. and
literally
misleading
jumping
It's
up
not.
and down proves
It's
it.
not been proven.
No, it doesn't. It's never
Empty
been
bowl.
proven. It's never
It has
been proven.
not
ladies and
been
gentlemen. Gravity has
proven.
never been proven, ladies and gentlemen.
Then what is it?
It
Then
has
what
never
is
been
it?
proven.
Please explain
So
to me what
Isaac
it is if
Newton
it's not
never
gravity.
proved it. Albert Einstein never proved it. They are unproven supposed theories, but they're unproven. So they're not a law, first thing.
Okay,
And gravity has no assistance to aviation. It's not there. Okay?
What?
When you speak about
happens-
avionics,
Oh, if
I
it's
don't
not
think
gravity,
gravity, ladies and gentlemen,
Please
as
explain.
something I have to overcome. Bullshit. You're lying.
Okay, then what is it otherwise? Please explain.
It will be the weight of the aircraft. That'll be it.
The weight has to do with gravity, so
No, it
the
doesn't
weight
have to
doesn't.
do
Okay,
Yes, it does.
okay, Jin, stop. Empty bowl. Your gravity, as you claim that it's a law, is not a law. It can be quite comfortably explained away with buoyancy and density. Okay?
Okay, so I looked up gravity. And it comes up with the law of gravity formulated by Isaac Newton states that every particle attracts every other particle.
Yeah, and that's great. That's all well and good. But
their masses.
Hey, Empty Bowl, stop reading the script. We know.
I have not interrupted y'all one time. Y'all let
we're going to interrupt you.
Interrupted me several
Jen, shut up. Empty Bowl. Stop reading the script. We've heard it all before. If you care to look up further, and you could probably get your own citation, mass attracting mass, Newtonian gravity, was superseded about 110 years ago by Einsteinian. They are both just mathematical formulas to describe shit going down. Nobody to date knows and or has proven what the causational mechanism of things going down is. You can scream gravity all you like, you can tell me how it's posted on Google and how it's a law, but if it's a law, I can assure you now, my good friend, there would be scientific experiments validating it.
Okay, so even if that's the case, Einsteinian gravity works off of Newtonian gravity, so that's just
it does not.
Irrelevant. Yes,
I linked the second video.
Einstein used Newton's formulas to come up with this theory of
lying about that.
relativity.
Hey, I linked a 30-second video for you, Empty Bowl. Can you check it out real quick? It's 30 seconds long. I tagged you.
So I sent a post where it shows you the difference between both gravities. So Newtonian gravity say that Newtonian gravity say that
actually 30 seconds.